Volume 5. Chapter 400, Heretic Energy. Chapter 400, Heretic Energy. Junior Brother Yun, these 12 desolate bones are not simple. Your mental energy is weaker by a bit and you may not be able to handle it. Do you want to carry on? Shintu Nantian smiled at Yun as he asked. If Yun were to insist even after the dangers were highlighted, it would not be Shintu Nantian's fault if Yun were to have an accident. Then, there was no reason for the Lin family to find fault with him. It could only be reasoned away with Yun being overconfident and having only himself to blame. Seeing Shintu Nantian smile, Yun sneered in his heart. Shintu Nantian did not mention the danger earlier on, and he had only highlighted it only after the bone refinement process had begun. Shintu Nantian's goal was none other than to place him in a dilemma. Shintu Nantian wanted to see Yun carry on refining the bone. He was looking forward to seeing Yun be damaged mentally and become a retard. Conversely, if Yun were to decline, then his goal would have been accomplished even though he would be slightly disappointed. Regardless of the outcome, Shintu Nantian would have taken the advantage. Yun understood Shintu Nantian's intentions, and naturally, Lin Shintong and Sujia could understand it clearly. Kid, don't be rash. Yun, don't fall for his trick. Lin Shintong and Sujia's Yuan Qi voice transmissions simultaneously rang in Yun's ears. The corner of Yun's lip curved slightly under the mask. Since Shintu Nantian was scheming against him, why could he not scheme against Shintu Nantian? Yun was a vengeful person. Previously, he had suffered a lot, so how could he accept the matter without obtaining a little interest? Don't worry, I know my limits. If I really cannot cope with it, I will not force it. Yun replied to Sujia and Lin Shintong with a Yuan Qi transmission, ignoring their continuous disagreement with his decision. He said to Shintu Nantian, I have no problem. Since the bone refinement has begun, how can I quit now? When Yun said this, all the desolate heaven masters present were slightly taken aback. This kid really has guts. Especially the juniors of the Lin family, they were worried for Yun. These 12 desolate bones appeared evil in any form. Yun was really a daredevil considering he accepted the challenge without knowing any of the heritage of the heaven desolate ancient sect. Besides, Yun was young. He was younger than Shintu Hai and Shintu Feng by 3 years. In this situation, if it was anyone else, they wouldn't really accept the challenge, risking their lives for it. An accident can't happen, right? The members of the Lin family were worried. Now, Yun was in the limelight. He had gained enough face for himself and the Lin family. However, if he were to receive permanent damage to his soul during the bone refinement process, it would not be gaining face. He would be mocked by others as not knowing his own strengths, foolhardy and dumb. Junior Brother Yun's courage is to be encouraged. He really is an elite son of heaven of this generation in the Tian Yuan world. His style is magnificent and unmatched in his generation. Shintu Nantian was not stingy with his praise. He was pleasantly surprised that Yun would accept the challenge as he had expected Yun to reject it. He is after all a child. He's too young. Shintu Nantian thought. In his eyes, Yun was 15 years old. This was an age where people were arrogant, thinking they were the center of the universe. Especially with Yun showcasing his talent previously, if it were any other 15-year-old youth, they would inevitably feel inflated in losing their sense of self. This was the outcome Shintu Nantian wished to see most. Shintu Nantian's lips moved slightly as he transmitted his voice to Shintu Feng and Shintu Hai. The two brothers smiled. Senior brother, don't worry. Leave it to us. Then, let us continue. Shintu Nantian laughed. Show. Shintu Nantian shouted the second desolate bone's label out. The Chou labeled desolate bone was in Shintu Feng's hands. Shintu Feng took a disc array out of his interspatial ring. The Chou labeled desolate bone was not very difficult, so he was confident in completing it. Just after Shintu Feng began extracting the energy, Shintu Nantian shouted the Yin-labeled desolate bone out immediately. And this desolate bone was in Yi Yun's hands. Yi Yun was calm as he picked the corresponding desolate bone and his own disc array out. He noticed that a mocking and anticipatory smile had appeared on Shintu Nantian's lips. Shintu Nantian was looking forward to him having his soul suffer a spiritual backlash from the desolate bone. At this moment, a lot of people were staring at Yi Yun. In comparison, Shintu Feng, who understood the heaven desolate ancient sex mystic techniques, did not receive much attention. Yi Yun was not in a hurry as he controlled his mental energy to suspend the Yin-labeled desolate bone mid-air. At the same time, Yi Yun opened the purple crystal's energy vision. With the energy vision, he saw through all illusions. In an instant, Yi Yun could see the Yin-labeled desolate bone's entire energy structure. There is indeed heretic energy. Yi Yun could clearly distinguish the nature and essence of the energies in the desolate bone. In this world, some energy was pure and powerful, and they were very beneficial for the cultivation of warriors. Examples are primordial species desolate bones or the energy in a pure yang spirit. However, the nature of some energies were to destroy. Even if they were tamed, they did not have any benefit for a warrior. For example, back when the shepherd boy and the 10,000 imperial king fought, the dark energy from the 10,000 imperial king's 10,000 ghost bell was similarly extremely powerful, but other than killing people, it had no other use. No one could absorb that energy to utilize it. Now, in the desolate bone, it contained an energy that was similar. Other than harming others, it had no other purpose. This was probably left behind by using the heaven desolate ancient sex ancient mystic techniques to process the Yin-labeled desolate bone. These things would cause a backlash to a desolate heaven master if they made the slightest of mistakes while extracting the energy. Of course, to Yi Yun, this was not a threat at all. Yi Yun raised his hands and began to form seals. People focused their attention as they stared at Yi Yun's 10 fingers. The outcome of the bone refinement was all resting on this moment. Master! Lin Xintong alerted Su Jia. Su Jia waved his hand gently, and focused while speaking, "My mental energies are locked onto the kid. If there are any tiny abnormalities, I will immediately make a move and cut his mental energy link with the desolate bone. However, the spiritual backlash is instantaneous. Even if I can make a move in time, his soul will still suffer some damage, but he will definitely not become a retard." Su Jia could only do this. At the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session, Yi Yun had agreed to this matter in front of so many people, so he, as Yi Yun's master, could not strongly object to it. He could only save Yi Yun only when something happened. Yes. Lin Xintong nodded. She could only count on Su Jia now. Ha! He is a bit too undeveloped after all. Shintu Nantian noticed that when Yi Yun extracted the energy from the desolate bone, he did not divert much energy to protect his soul. That was a grave mistake. For example, when Shintu Hai used the Desolate Heaven technique, he would first conjure his aspect totem to defend against the backlash from the desolate bone's energy. And even with all the preparations, he had been greatly drained and he had nearly hurt himself. And now, Yi Yun was only courting death by being so carefree. I really overestimated you. Looks like even if you do not become a retard this time, you would still suffer greatly. You will probably not recover without half a year's recovery time. Shintu Nantian naturally noticed that other than Su Jia, the upper echelons of the Lin family, including the Lin family's matriarch, were all watching Yi Yun's every move, ready to make a move at any moment. Clearly, the Lin family would not watch a talent become a retard because of a Desolate Heaven Technique tea session without doing something. Such a scene made Shintu Nantian know that it was impossible to completely destroy Yi Yun. However, just making Yi Yun suffer a major setback and delaying his cultivation would be sufficient. At this moment, Yi Yun tapped his fingers on the desolate bone and as if playing a piano, runic seals came flying out. These runic seals revealed a very simplistic aura. When everyone saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. Mystic crystal hand? Why was it the mystic crystal hand again? The Lin family's desolate heaven masters, especially the younger generation, were all stunned with their mouths agape. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 401, Saber Sword Shura. Chapter 401, Saber Sword Shura. People felt speechless. Back when Yun first displayed his desolate heaven technique in the Lin family, he had used the mystic crystal hand. Later on, Yun disappeared for 2 months for reclusive training. After coming out of reclusion, his first challenge in the desolate heaven technique T session was to go against Song Ziu's specially designed 5-elemental bone array. And he had used the mystic crystal hand once again to crack the array. Now, it was the 3rd time. He got to exchange moves with Shintu Nantian. In the domain of the ancient desolate heaven technique, just a tiny mistake would cause a spiritual backlash, so his life on the line. If this were any disciple of the Lin family, they would never dare to accept this challenge, but, after Yun had accepted the challenge, he still used the mystic crystal hand. At this point of time, you shouldn't be hiding any skills you have. Many of the juniors of the Lin family who were about the same age as Yun were worried. Ah, junior brother Yun, you sure are confident. Shintu Nantian really found it amusing. This Yun Yantian was still using the mystic crystal hand at this point in time. Was he trying to forcefully pretend to show how powerful he was? Did he think that the desolate heaven technique was like cooking, where one trick could be used to feed the world? However, Shintu Nantian did want to see Yun use such a technique that would be the death of him. On the other hand, many members of the upper echelons of the Lin family were breaking out in sweat for Yun. Elder Su, what is the matter with your disciple? At this time, shouldn't he use his best skills? Even though Yun did not know dark desolate heaven master techniques like black-handed demon, he should have been able to use some more powerful sealing techniques to withstand the spiritual backlash. Su Jia sweated. He reluctantly said, everyone might have misunderstood. It is not that this disciple of mine does not want to use any other techniques, but at this point, it seems that he only knows the mystic crystal hand. He also knows small thousand seal, but that is to form the bone relic. When Su Jie said this, the members of the upper echelons of the Lin family looked at each other. He only knows the mystic crystal hand. They had heard of incidences in ancient times where there were some desolate heaven masters who wandered the world, specially researching on a few sealing techniques, and pushing these few sealing techniques to perfection. However, even those desolate heaven masters would not have chosen a sealing technique like the mystic crystal hand that had no future. And at this moment, Shintu Feng, who was opposite Yun, had conjured his aspect totem while refining the Cho-labeled desolate bone. It was another sealing technique that required the conjuring of an aspect totem. This technique greatly consumed the performer's mental energy and yuan qi, but of course, it was very powerful. Shintu Feng's sealing technique was also very special. He stretched his palm in one hand like a saber, while his other hand used his fingers like a sword. When he formed the seals, not only was there gorgeous light emitting from it, but there was even the roar of saber beams and sword chi. People could faintly see the saber beams and sword shadows appear in midair. This wasn't anything like refining a bone using the desolate heaven technique, it was a brutal fight. Oh! On the Lin family side, the eyes of many elders flashed seeing this scene. Could this be? The Lin family's matriarch took a deep breath. If I am not mistaken, what Shintu Feng is using is an ancient sealing technique known as the Saber Sword Shura. Saber Sword Shura. Indeed. This sealing technique's heritage is already incomplete as it got passed down today. A long time ago, in the great battle between Orthodox Desolate Heaven Masters and Dark Desolate Heaven Masters, the Saber Sword Shura was buried along with the destruction of several sects. Ignoring anything else, just the name of it could make one feel the power of this sealing technique. Saber Sword Shura was both orthodox and heretic. It was very powerful. Some people claimed that the Saber Sword Shura technique could not only refine bones, but it could also be used in battle to kill. Using the saber sword Shura sealing technique was a battle in itself. As such, Shintu Feng, who had entered a combative state, could withstand the Cho-labeled Desolate Bone's spiritual backlash easily. However, the saber sword Shura was extremely difficult to cultivate. After all, many Desolate Heaven Masters were not proficient in combat, so it was very difficult to learn the saber sword Shura. Besides, the main heritage of this sealing technique had been lost. As such, even though the saber sword Shura's technique was extremely powerful, very few Desolate Heaven Masters could use this technique nowadays, as the high-level heritage was lost and also because it was difficult to learn. However, now people could see Shintu Feng use the saber sword Shura, and it did not seem to be as simple as the incomplete heritage. The Shintu family clan not only found the Heaven Desolate Ancient Sect's Desolate Heaven technique heritage in the mystic realm, they also found the long-lost saber sword Shura. The upper echelons of the Lin family were envious and depressed. Such a great opportunity had been gained by the Shintu family clan. If they had found it, the Lin family's Desolate Heaven technique heritage would raise by at least an entire level. And they could even join Lin Shintong's naturally terminated meridians up themselves. If so, then things would not be so troublesome. The Shintu family clan really came well prepared. For the saber sword Shura to appear in the hands of a junior, it must be an extremely tiny portion. If the Shintu family clan really has the complete heritage of the saber sword Shura, then they would definitely be showcasing the rest later. Now is just the appetizer. People understood that for a top-level Desolate Heaven technique like the saber sword Shura, juniors like Shintu Hai and Shintu Feng had just learned a tiny bit of it. As Shintu Nantian had said, they had prepared all sorts of things to shock the Lin family in this Desolate Heaven technique tea session. They would prove that they had the ability to heal Lin Shintong's naturally terminated meridians. Although Yi Yun's appearance had upset the Shintu family clan's plans slightly, Yi Yun, as an uncertain factor, was nothing compared to the ancient heritage the Shintu family clan had obtained in the mystic realm. After all, Yi Yun was too young. And at this moment, Shintu Nantian smiled at the Lin family's elders' odd expressions from the center of the square. There was a tinge of teasing in his smile. He had wanted this effect. He would let the Lin family understand the heritage and capital the Shintu family clan had. He would make the Lin family covet the heritage the Shintu family clan had obtained. Compounded with Lin Shintong's naturally terminated meridians, they had no choice but to cooperate with the Shintu family clan. Shintu Nantian was the one who wanted this to happen the most. As by being together with Lin Shintong, and having cultivation intercourse with a purine-bodied girl who would become a peerless great empress, it would give him great benefits. Shintu Nantian had already planned how he would make his plans happen, beginning with the Desolate Heaven technique tea session. By showcasing the ancient heritage of the Heaven Desolate Ancient Sect, he would broaden the horizons of the Lin family. This was the beginning of his plans. However, due to the unexpected bug that was Yi Yun, his plans had been pushed forward. However, it did not influence him being able to showcase the Heaven Desolate Ancient Sect's heritage. Trampling on Yi Yun was just a matter of convenience for Shintu Nantian. He, Shintu Nantian, would definitely become the person to control the Tian Yuan world in the future. Thinking of these, Shintu Nantian was extremely pleased. He looked at Shintu Feng. Shintu Feng had not disappointed him. His saber sword Shura technique may have only reached half of the first level, but it was enough to handle and extract the Cho-labeled Desolate Bone. Now, Shintu Feng had already completed extracting half of the Cho-labeled Desolate Bone's energy in a prescribed order. Also, he had used the saber and sword at the same time, nipping the spiritual backlash in the interior of the Desolate Bone. Such a method was even superior than what Shintu Hai had previously showcased. Shintu Nantian had already planned how he would present things that would make the Lin family red-eyed. And if they wanted this, they had to pay the price. Seniors of the Lin family, you must have noticed that what Shintu Feng is showcasing is the long-lost saber sword Shura. Of course, Shintu Feng is limited in his abilities. He can only show a tiny portion of it. To tell the truth, my Shinto family clan has already obtained a nearly complete saber sword Shura heritage. Now, the elders in my family are researching it. However, as the saber sword Shura's heritage is too arcane, the research is still in its initial stages. Shinto Nantian purposely threw out the bait as many of the Lin family elders felt the temptation in their hearts. They were naturally interested in this ancient heritage. Even Su Jia was not immune to it. And beside Shinto Nantian, Lin Xintong frowned slightly. Shinto Nantian was too cunning. She could feel that Shinto Nantian was slowly gaining control of the situation. Through this Desolate Heaven Technique tea session, it was certain that more and more Lin family elders would lean towards Shinto Nantian. The saber sword Shura is extremely heavy in its killing aura. This demonstration of the Heaven Desolate Ancient Sect's Desolate Heaven Technique requires many of these sealing techniques in various aspects. Without them, using existing Desolate Heaven Technique heritages would just appear lacking. At this moment, the Desolate Heaven Technique demonstration still did not need Shinto Nantian's involvement, so he could casually introduce these ancient Desolate Heaven Technique methods. This time, my Shinto family clan has not only obtained the saber sword Shura in the mystic realm, including the joining up of Miss Lin's terminated meridians, it is inseparable from the ancient Desolate Heaven Technique methods. Some of the methods are indeed stunning. Just as Shinto Nantian was fervently narrating, he suddenly heard a pang explosion. This explosive sound appeared very suddenly, but it made Shinto Nantian feel a sense of familiarity. As he felt a jump in his heart, the sound stopped. He inexplicably had an uneasy premonition. What happened? He slowly turned his head and looked towards the explosive sound. When he saw the situation, Shinto Nantian seemed to petrify. His mind went blank. He saw that behind him, where Ian was standing, the Ian-labeled desolate bone in Ian's hands had completely cracked apart. It was grayish-white in color. There was a blob of pure energy in Ian's hands. It was the power of desolates from the Ian-labeled desolate bone. Ian had already extracted the power of desolates from the Ian-labeled desolate bone. What? Shinto Nantian stared widely as his mouth was slightly agape. It was like he had Alzheimer's as he could not believe the sight in front of his eyes. What had happened? What happened to the spiritual backlash inside the Ian-labeled desolate bone? Why didn't Ian get affected by the spiritual backlash surge? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 402, Ian's Thoughts. Chapter 402, Ian's Thoughts. Shinto Nantian's first thought was that the Ian-labeled desolate bone's spiritual backlash had lost its effectiveness. Be it Shinto Foam or Shinto High, it would seem to be in a life and death struggle while handling the spiritual backlash from the desolate bones. Only by using powerful sealing techniques could they resolve the danger through great difficulty. And now, Ian, who was 15 years old, had used the run-of-the-mill mystic crystal hand. Why didn't he suffer the spiritual backlash without a sound? Also, his speed at extracting the energy was faster than Shinto Foam? As these thoughts lingered in Shinto Nantian's mind, he watched helplessly as an ashen-gray-colored gas flowed out of the cracked Ian-labeled desolate bone in Ian's hands. This gray gas was cold and silent. It was the spiritual backlash force that was produced as a result of the ancient processing methods used on the Ian-labeled desolate bone. Ian looked calm as he used the mystic crystal hand seals to suppress the ashen-gray gas completely. After that, he casually took a jade box out of his interspatial ring and he nonchalantly sealed the ashen-gray gas inside. Seeing this scene, Shinto Nantian was so dumbfounded that he stood as still as a statue. Not only Shinto Nantian, even the members of the upper echelon of the Lin family had the same reaction. When Shinto Foam suddenly displayed the saber sword Shura, it had attracted everyone's attention. While they were briefly focused on Shinto Foam, who knew that in a short moment, Ian had already completed the energy extraction of the Ian-labeled desolate bone? Ian, Lin Xintong had been focused on Ian all this time. In fact, when Desolate Heaven masters refined desolate bones, laypersons would not be able to figure out much. And Lin Shintong was still young, so she did not have the ability to see through the essence of items, hence, she too did not know what had happened. It's quite odd. How did this junior do it? Many of the Lin family's elders were both excited and incredulous. They knew the difficulty of extracting the power of desolates from the labeled desolate bone. However, Yun had done something incredulous before by cracking Song Ziu's 5-elemental bone array with the mystic crystal hand. And now, Yun had once again completed a seemingly impossible task. Although they were shocked, they barely accepted it. If the Lin family had another Desolate Heaven technique genius, it would obviously be beneficial for the Lin family. Especially for the Lin family's matriarch, she stared at Yun without blinking as her eyes sparkled. She increasingly liked this junior. If he could accompany Lin Shintong and mature together with her, then he would be a great help to Lin Shintong. He would not only be very beneficial for Lin Shintong in the future, but he could also provide the various refinements needed after her naturally terminated meridians were joined. However, the Lin family's matriarch could also see that Shintu Nantian had grudge with Yun like how oil and water did not mix. This was a problem that gave her a headache. If Shintu Nantian was chosen, they could heal Lin Shintong's naturally terminated meridians with the power of the Shintu family clan. After which Shintu Nantian would probably not allow Yun to exist. At this moment, Yun flipped his palm as the energy blob merged with the huge disc array beneath his feet. As the disc array's corresponding label lit up, the Cho labeled desolate bone in Shintu Feng's hand suddenly trembled. 3 runic explosions occurred successively. Shintu Feng's face turned pale as his eyes turned bloodshot. At that moment, he had nearly lost control of the energy in his hands. As Yun had finished extracting the energy from the desolate bone earlier than expected, Shintu Feng had naturally noticed this. He could not believe that it had happened. Due to the emotional upheaval Shintu Feng experienced, his mental energy was unstable, so he made a mistake with his saber sword Shura seals. Originally, with Shintu Feng's abilities, it was already not easy for him to use the saber sword Shura as he was not good at combat. Naturally, a person who was not good at combat was unable to perform the decisive killing intent required of the saber sword Shura. Now, Shintu Feng's saber and sword beams exploded continuously and the energy in his hands was about to undergo a complete meltdown. Once it happened, Shintu Feng would suffer the consequences of a spiritual backlash. Damaging his soul was considered a light injury, and the worst-case scenario was becoming a retard. The more he panicked, the more trouble he was in. Beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. Damn it! Shintu Nantian, who was in the center of the disc array, was fast to react. As Shintu Feng had an accident, Shintu Nantian quickly woke up from the shock he had gotten from Yin completing the energy extraction of the labeled desolate bone. He pushed his hands forward as a Yuan Shi sword shot into the energy blob in front of Shintu Feng, steadily stabilizing the energy that nearly exploded. What are you panicking about? Shintu Nantian's fierce voice rang in Shintu Feng's ears. At this moment, Shintu Nantian was in a really bad mood. He had wished to take Yun down a notch, and he saw it about to succeed, but he did not know what method Yun had used to complete the task. And at this moment, Shintu Feng's made a mistake with the saber sword Shura. It nearly exploded in front of the audience. This made Shintu Nantian very pissed. He had really felt disgraced today. And all of this was due to that Yun Tian. Saber sword Shura, is it? Yun looked at the sealing technique Shintu Feng was using as his eyes sparkled. Previously, when Yun was busy extracting the energy from the labeled desolate bone, he did not have the mental resources to watch the technique carefully. Now with him watching it, he was quite alarmed. This technique did not look anything like the Desolate Heaven technique. It looked more like a sword and saber technique. Under the control of this sealing technique, the power of desolates in the desolate bone would condense into runic seals in the shape of swords and sabers. The sharp aura they emitted was alarming. Yi Yun had no doubt that if these runic seals were sent flying, they could kill someone. Such a peculiar and powerful sealing technique made Yi Yun slightly covet it. If I were to obtain this sealing technique, it would be great. As these thoughts lingered in Yi Yun's mind, Shin Tu Feng had barely managed to complete the energy extraction from the Cho-labeled Desolate Bone with Shin Tu Nanshan's help. Due to the accident from before, he was clearly drained. His mental energy had been overdraft and he could not take it anymore. Shin Tu Feng secretly gritted his teeth as he looked at Yi Yun. Up until now, he still did not know what happened. How did Yi Yun succeed in extracting the energy from the Yin-labeled Desolate Bone so smoothly? Senior brother Nantian. Shut up! Shin Tu Feng wanted to use his Yuan Qi to transmit his voice, but he was brutally cut off by Shin Tu Nantian. Shin Tu Nantian was no longer in the mood to speak to Shin Tu Feng. Shin Tu Feng knew that he did not do well, so he did not dare speak again. He quietly swallowed a soul-nurturing pill and recovered some mental energy so as to prepare for the work that awaited him later. Shin Tu Nantian sullenly placed the primordial species blood in the center of the disc array. He no longer cared about Yi Yun. Compared to shining at this desolate heaven technique tea session and letting the stubborn old fools of the Lin family completely lean towards him, trampling on Yi Yun was nothing. Now, 3 of the 12 desolate bones' energy had been collected. This ancient bone refinement recipe could officially begin. What followed was for Shin Tu Nantian to showcase himself. Although his face had been smacked swollen, it did not matter. As long as he did things well in what followed, this desolate heaven technique tea session would be a great success. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 403, For Images Seal. Chapter 403, For Images Seal. Shin Tu Nantian is finally going to show his hand. Seeing Shin Tu Nantian take the desolate beast's blood out, people were looking forward to it. Previously, Shin Tu Hai and Shin Tu Feng had displayed their extraordinary desolate heaven technique. It was all thanks to the discoveries the Shin Tu family clan had made in the mystic realm. Although Shin Tu Feng had been affected by Yi Yun, nearly causing his runic seal to explode, a flaw could not obscure the splendidness of Jade. Generally, the Lin family was envious of the Shin Tu family clan's strength and the desolate heaven technique. Now with it being Shin Tu Nanshan's turn, it was the highlight of this round. Actually, Shin Tu Nantian was not considered to be a normal junior. He was past 30 years of age, and in many aspects, he exceeded Shin Tu Feng, Shin Tu Hai and Yi Yun. Whatever Shin Tu Hai and Shin Tu Feng could learn, Shin Tu Nantian had definitely learned it, and he would have mastered it even better. The disc array's light grew brighter. Beneath Shin Tu Nanshan's feet, there was a total of 4 primordial species blood containers. All the lids of the containers had already been opened. Under the influence of Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi, red light swirled around them as the blood boiled. Shin Tu Nantian spread his arms out and his body slowly lifted off from the ground as he started to hover in midair. When warriors exceeded the Yuan Foundation realm, they could fly. Hence, hovering was nothing for Shin Tu Nantian. Shin Tu Nantian had begun forming seals with his hands. His hand motions were very slow. His slender jade-like fingers seemed to possess an inexplicable charm. It drew the surrounding audience to his finger skills in a subconscious manner. What ancient desolate heaven technique method is this now? People were trying to guess. As many of the ancient desolate heaven technique heritage had been lost for so long, even figures like Su Jie and the Lin family's matriarch found it difficult to match what technique Shin Tu Nantian was using according to what was written in the books. At this moment, behind Shin Tu Nantian, colorful lights started to emerge. As these lights gathered together, they formed a phenomenon. People could see lush, green grass grow on the disc array by Shin Tu Nanshan's feet. The grass was dotted with wildflowers. It looked extremely beautiful. It's a phenomenon image. The Lin family's elders shouted. Warriors could use their own Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi to condense phenomenon images. For example, Yun also could use his radiant sun chi to condense an image of the Tang Valley. However, phenomenon images were just illusions and they did not look very realistic. In contrast, Shintu Nanshan's phenomenon image seemed to be a grassland that appeared before everyone present. People could faintly smell the fragrance from the grass and flowers. As the colorful lights grew in intensity, a spirit tree grew from the grassland. A spring then appeared in front of the spirit tree. As the spring water flowed, a human figure appeared by the spring. This figure was dressed in a green gown and a headband wrapped was around his head. He held a folding fan and he looked like a learned scholar who had accomplished much at a young age. The scholar strolled under the tree as he gently flapped his fan. He seemed to be reciting poetry and drawing art in the beautiful scene. The scene seemed magical and dreamlike. This is Shintu Nanshan's aspect totem. A Lin family's elder said. Oh? Aspect totem? Humanoid aspect totems were very rarely seen. Back in the Taya Divine City, during the alliance tournament between the Taya Divine Kingdom and the Yunlong Divine Kingdom, Feng Lin had also shown her aspect totem. It was a sword-bearing maiden with 2 wings on her back. Compared to Feng Lin's aspect totem, Shintu Nanshan's aspect totem was even more realistic. Furthermore, the picturesque scene was so realistic that mortals would completely believe that a scholar was standing under the spirit tree. Shintu Nanshan's aspect totem is known as the Transcendent Immortal Paradise. While people were surprised at Shintu Nanshan's aspect totem, the Shintu family clan's thousand-hand granny introduced it with glee. Nanshan's aspect totem is comprised of an immortal paradise. As for the figure in the immortal paradise, it is Nanshan's incarnation. If one day, this figure transforms into an immortal king, Nanshan's strength will reach an extreme limit. The thousand-hand granny was very proud of having a grandson like Shintu Nantian. Very few people had aspect totems that had phenomenon images accompanying them. Furthermore, this kind of aspect totems could also evolve. It could be said to be a supreme quality aspect totem. I see. Dear nephew Nantian is surely a dragon amongst people. Lin Xintong's grandaunt spoke at the appropriate moment. She liked Shintu Nantian the more she looked at him. In the transcendent immortal paradise, the gentleman embodiment really suits dear nephew Nanshan's temperament. His aspect totem is just like him. The words jade-like gentleman really are the perfect portrayal of him. The woman in palatial gown praised him and she greatly pleased the thousand-hand granny. Her wrinkle-filled old face made her look like a walnut as a smile contorted her face. Jade-like gentleman? That sure is a phrase that insults a gentleman. Su Jia curled his mouth. He could not be bothered to say anything else. If Shintu Nantian was a gentleman, then he was a saint. As Su Jia was silently cursing, a light flashed in his eyes. He could see thick blood beams being emitted from the 4 containers of primordial species blood around Shintu Nantian. In the blood beam, the souls of the desolate beasts emerged. Beast mark. When warriors condensed their aspect totem, they had to condense a beast mark from the desolate beast's corpse they had killed with their own hands. Only then could an aspect totem slowly form. And now, with Shintu Nantian displaying the desolate heaven technique, he had ended up condensing beast marks. Furthermore, these were beast marks condensed from blood left behind by primordial species. These 4 primordial species were not killed by Shintu Nantian. This meant that the beast marks Shintu Nantian had condensed were slightly different to the beast marks needed for aspect totems. This was actually a very ancient sealing technique, so profound that Su Jia did not understand it. For images seal. At this moment, the Lin family's matriarch said slowly. The 4 images were related to north, south, east and west. Each image corresponded to a divine beast, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and the black turtle. Of course, Shintu Nantian was unable to form seals using the blood from divine beasts. The desolate beast marks surrounding Shintu Nantian were as such, the east being the azure python, the west being the fierce divine tiger, the south being the firebird, and the north being the mystic turtle. These 4 desolate beasts also matched the divine beasts of the 4 images. The Lin family's matriarch had only seen records of such a sealing technique in books. The matriarch is well read, the thousand-hand granny said with a smile. Since the matriarch knows the 4 images seal, you should also know the power of this sealing technique. The 4 images seal was also the last thing the Shinto family clan had found in the mystic realm. This sealing technique needed to extract beast marks from the desolate beast's blood. It was used in conjunction with the desolate bones, and it was suited for Shinto Nantian to practice. Now with the 4 images seal showcased, it was also the last killer technique to win the showdown for the younger generation. The thousand-hand granny believed that by showcasing these 3 ancient desolate heaven techniques consecutively, it was enough to shock and tempt the Lin family. I've heard that Miss Shintong is very accomplished in the desolate heaven technique. Why don't you show it to us? The thousand-hand granny suddenly turned towards Lin Shintong. She was not fond of Lin Shintong. Just as how the Lin family was wary of Shinto Nantian, the thousand-hand granny felt a natural mistrust and prejudice towards Lin Shintong. Due to the benefits gained from their getting together, she had to accept Shinto Nantian and Lin Shintong's marriage. However, she still wanted to take Lin Shintong down a notch before she was married into the Shinto family clan. She knew that Lin Shintong was still young. In addition to the limitations of her naturally terminated meridians, her accomplishments in the desolate heaven technique was naturally inferior to Shinto Nantian. Besides, Lin Shintong did not know any ancient desolate heaven techniques. With Shinto Nantian showing off such an eye-catching 4 images seal, Lin Shintong would definitely be put to shame no matter what method she used. Lin Shintong frowned and did not respond. She knew what the thousand-hand granny was thinking. She had to admit that Shinto Nantian's ability in the desolate heaven technique was unmatched amongst the younger generation. Ignore the old witch. Su Jie swore in his Yuan Qi transmission as it rang in Lin Shintong's ears. Unfortunately, this rascal Yun was not born a few years earlier. If that was the case, we don't have to see such an arrogant Shinto Nantian. Su Jie thought with hate. At this moment, Shinto Nantian's 4 images seal had reached its final critical moment. The 4 images seal was extremely difficult to use. Compared to the 4 images seal, the previous 5 elemental bone array and black-handed demon were like fireflies in front of the moon. They were not worth mentioning. Even with Shinto Nantian's ability, it was not easy for him to use the 4 images seal to such a stage. As his aspect totem burned, the colorful lights became brighter. Shinto Nantian had managed to splice the 4 desolate beast marks together with great difficulty. He was about to finish the final fusion. At this moment, a flash appeared in Ian's eyes. He had been standing in a corner and was ignored by everyone. The corner of his lips curved upwards, but no one could see it because of the mask. In Ian's soul, his mental energies were being circulated. From Ian's heart, gorgeous purple beams circulated in the purple crystal. However, no one could detect the purple beams. The 4 images seal Shinto Nantian was using was in essence, energy. Furthermore, what had been just extracted from the primordial species blood was pure energy without an owner. Energy without an owner was basically food for the purple crystal. This was what Yun wished for. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 404, There's no negotiation to screwing you over. Chapter 404, There's no negotiation to screwing you over. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Back in the desolate human valley, Yun had seen Lin Shintong refine bones. He then tried to manipulate the power of desolates Lin Shintong had extracted from the desolate bones using the purple crystal, and he had succeeded. This was what started Yun's ambition to become a desolate heaven master. He had obtained Su Jie's notebook from Lin Shintong, which was his first step in becoming a desolate heaven master. In this Desolate Heaven Technique tea session, when Shintanantian requested Iyun's cooperation, Iyun had planned to use the purple crystal to interfere with Shintanantian at the critical moment to screw him over. Hence, even though Iyun knew Shintanantian was targeting him, he had played along and accepted the challenge. Iyun was not a magnanimous person. He would return things in fashion to whoever went against him. At the critical moment Shintanantian fused the four images seal, the bright light beams emitted by the purple crystal reached an extreme. A black swirl quietly formed and it began to form a powerful suction force on the four images seal. It immediately caused chaos to the four images seal. At that instant, Iyun could clearly feel the array was being an obstacle to the purple crystal's power. The purple crystal could only absorb energy without an owner. The four images beast mark that was being extracted from the primordial strain's blood by Shintanantian had not been refined in time by Shintanantian, so they were pure energies without an owner. However, due to the confinement from Shintanantian's array, Iyun felt some resistance from the ownerless energy at that instance. It was similar to how Iyun felt the resistance of the great Yin gold back in the Wilderness Divine Hall when he extracted the energy from the primordial strain statues. However, as Shintanantian was barely able to use the four images seal, all his mental energies was being occupied at that moment. He was at the limit of his limits. He could not control the four images seal freely as he wished. He could barely maintain its stability and it could melt down any moment. At this point, the interference from the purple crystal's powers was no doubt beyond what Shintanantian could handle. What is going on? Shintanantian was alarmed. He suddenly discovered that the four images beast marks in his hands seemed to be like a wild horse that he had lost the reins to. It was struggling to rid itself of Shintanantian's bondage. And at that moment, how could Shintanantian have the additional mental energy to restrain the four images beast marks? As a result, the four beast marks clashed and shone brightly. It was like a burning sun and it was about to explode any moment. A large number of elders in the Shinta family clan had not had the opportunity to come into contact with the four images seal. After the Shinta family clan obtained the four images seal, there was only one copy of the heritage and it could only be provided to the most important figures in the Shinta family clan to learn. Ha, this four images seal is impressive. It is so powerful. A Shinta family clan elder said excitedly. The other Desolate Heaven Technique sealing methods were gorgeous, but they were greatly lacking compared to the four images seal in terms of scale. Those seals were at best considered as fireworks, so how could they compare to the sun-like four images seal? Of course, amongst the three ancient Desolate Heaven Technique skills obtained by our Shinta family clan in the mystic realm, the four images seal is ranked first. A few Shinta family clan elders endlessly praised the four images seal. They wished that they could quickly obtain the opportunity to learn this sealing technique. It would greatly enhance their Desolate Heaven Technique abilities. The Lin family's elders were about to chime in. They were very envious of the Shinta family clan having such a fortuitous opportunity. Just as they were about to say something, they felt something was amiss. It seems something has gone wrong. They saw that Shintanantian, who was in the middle of the array, was flushed red. He was sweating profusely as green veins protruded from his forehead. The blood arteries along his neck looked like they were about to explode at any moment. Don't worry. There cannot be a problem. Besides, the four images seal is indeed not easy. Even with Nanshan's cultivation level, it is also barely. Some Shinta family clan elders spoke while stroking their beards. They did not know the exact results when the four images seal was used, so they naturally could not detect any abnormalities. They even thought that it was normal. Of course, amongst the Shinta family clan, there was one other person who had come into contact with the four images seal like Shintanantian. That person was the thousand-hand granny. She had just been bragging to the Lin family's matriarch, Sujiat and Lin Shintong about Shintanantian's prowess, but now, seeing the four images seal stability unhinged and that it was about to explode like a furnace, her smile had completely frozen. An alarmed flash appeared in her old, dimmed eyes. Honor! The thousand-hand granny exclaimed. The seat below her shattered as she rose up. She jumped up like an old toad and rushed to the center of the square. Honor, hang on. The thousand-hand granny's expression had greatly changed. Her wizened hands were like chicken claws as she formed seals in the air. She tried to stabilize the terrifying energy in front of Shintanantian. At that moment, the four images beast mark energies were in complete chaos and they were on the brink of an explosion. Shintanantian's hair was disheveled as he looked ferocious. As he had greatly overdrafted his mental energy, his temples were at bursting point. His face was scrunched up like a crumpled drawing. He no longer looked anything like a jade-like gentleman. Seeing the thousand-hand granny fly over, Shintanantian bit the tip of his tongue and forced a mouthful of blood essence out. He intended to burn his blood essence and gain the power to be able to forcefully endure for just a split second. These four beast marks were formed from the essence chi of primordial strains. Once the four primordial strains' energy exploded, it would be no trifling matter. At that moment, Yun had quietly retreated to a safe distance. Seeing the thousand-hand granny send out runic seals, Shintanantian burning his essence blood and depleting his soul chi greatly, a deep smile appeared under Yun's mask. Let it explode. Yun moved his mouth slightly and at that split moment, he powered the purple crystal to an extreme. He had been waiting for this moment. Boom! The weak energy balance between the four images beast marks was completely disrupted. The primordial strain's energies collided as powerful power of desolates surged out, transforming into a terrifying blast. Ah! The first to be hit was Shintanantian and he let out a scream. Nearby, the thousand-hand granny widened her eyes. The seal she had just made needed a tenth of the time it took to blink to be sent to the four images beast marks and stabilize the situation. However, this short time gap was like a moat that separated the heavens. With the energy exploding, the desolate heaven technique's sealing technique was already useless. With great anger, the thousand-hand granny crushed her runic seals and flung her sleeves as she waved it towards the explosive energy blast. Pang! The thousand-hand granny's sleeve clashed with the energy blast. Colliding with her powerful yuan chi, the energy blast was instantly annihilated. However, Shintanantian was originally on the other side of the explosion. Although the thousand-hand granny was able to withstand most of the explosive energy, she could only block it on her side. As for Shintanantian's side, she could not help him at all. The primordial strain's energy was originally beyond Shintanantian's control. He had used the four images seal and the array beneath his feet to barely control it. Now with the primordial strain's energy exploding in front of him, how could Shintanantian withstand it? The remaining energy blast collided with Shintanantian's chest. He felt like his chest was hit by a mountain. His ribs and sternum were cracked and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Honor! The thousand-hand granny was already at her wit's end. She reached out and her long sleeve wrapped around Shintanantian. However, Shintanantian's face was pale and his body trembling. Obviously, his condition was at its worst. Other than the heavy injuries inflicted to his chest where his sternum was fractured, his heart and lungs were damaged and what was most important was the spiritual backlash to his soul. This ancient desolate heaven technique was a bone refinement technique that was neither orthodox nor heretic in nature, but its backlash was extremely powerful. Shintanantian had hoped to screw over Yun with the spiritual backlash, but now he had tasted his own medicine. He had suffered the spiritual backlash from the four images seal. Ka ka ka! The huge array beneath Shintanantian's feet cracked. On the two corners of the disc array, Shintaphone and Shintahai had also been implicated by the energy blast as well. Although they were further away, their cultivation levels were incomparable to Shintanantian. Their condition was no better. Both of them were injured with their organs damaged. Their mouths were full of blood. The only thing better for them than Shintanantian was that they didn't suffer from the spiritual backlash. it was much easier for them to recover from their injuries. And only Yi Yun had retreated in advance since he knew that there would be an explosion. At the moment of the explosion, he had hidden behind a green bronze furnace in the corner of the square. This green bronze furnace was forged by the Lin family, and it was a magical item used to suppress the heaven-earth yuan qi in the Tianhua garden. Naturally, it was not destroyed by the explosion Shintanantian had caused. Hence, out of the 4 young people present, only Yi Yun was not affected. After the explosion cleared, Shintanantian, who was high-spirited and vigorous, was now like a dead fish. Similarly, Shintahai and Shintafeng, who had stolen the show, were like roadkill. Everyone present, be it the Lin family's elders or the Shinta family clan's elders, as well as the juniors from both families, were dumbfounded. What the hell happened? The situation had reversed so quickly no one had had the opportunity to react. What had been a grand scene of showcasing the ancient desolate heaven technique had now turned into a bad situation. Amongst the 3 brightest heroes of the Shinta family clan, 2 of them were lying on the ground, and another was being wrapped by the 1,000-hand granny sleeves and barely breathing. As for the large disc array beneath their feet, it had completely shattered. And at that moment, the audience happened to see Yi Yun casually coming out from behind the large furnace. Amongst the 4 of them, his cultivation level was the lowest and he was the youngest. However, not only was Yi Yun not injured, he did not even lose a single hair. Seeing Yi Yun in his state, the expressions on everyone's face odd. He formed a sharp contrast compared to Shintanantian and company. What the hell is this? Many people felt a knot in their throats as their mouths were agape for a long while. The Shinta family clan's elders were the most devastated. They had just been bragging, and now with a shocking reversal happening, they were in a state of disbelief. The script should not have been like this. It should have been Shintanantian showcasing his skills, perfectly completing the 4 images seal, and refining a desolate bone relic from an ancient recipe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 405, The Blows Shintanantian Suffered. Chapter 405, The Blows Shintanantian Suffered. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. T-Honor, are you alright? T-Honor. Seeing Shintanantian in such a state, the 1,000-hand granny was extremely worried. Having one's soul damaged was not a trifling matter. The 4 images beast marks were especially fraught with dangers, as it was an ancient desolate heaven technique. In the records, there was no lack of ancient desolate heaven masters who tried various dangerous bone refining experiments, resulting in them suffering spiritual backlashes, becoming mentally slow or crazy. People called this a chi deviation. Shintanantian's 4 images seal was used to showcase his strengths and was forcefully displayed. Such a bone refinement process that was infinitely pushing his limits would be even more dangerous once a spiritual backlash was dealt. Although the Shinta family clan had all sorts of top-grade soul-nurturing drugs, there was a possibility of not curing the root of the problem, leaving repercussions. Shintanantian could no longer speak. The backlash suffered from the beast marks of primordial strains were too great. His face was ashen and his lips purple. The only things on his mind were the various moments before the final explosion. He still could not figure out what problem led to the energy suddenly going beyond control. The 1,000-hand granny took out a green pill bottle from her interspatial ring. She poured all the crystal-clear pills out and stuffed them into Shintanantian's mouth. These pills were the 1,000-hand granny's own top-grade pills. As the 1,000-hand granny was one of the top-ranking desolate heaven masters in the Shinta family clan, the value of her pills was obvious. However, at that moment, she could not care less about being stingy. Curing Shintanantian's injuries were what mattered most. Once the entire bottle's pills entered his stomach, Shintanantian's condition seemed to improve by a bit. Granny, Shintanantian found it difficult to breathe as he felt discomfort in his heart. He was an extremely proud person. He had specially prepared for this desolate heaven technique tea session. He wanted to awe and shine before the Lin family, the Shinto family clan, and all the important figures of the visiting family clans that had relations with the two families. He had elevated himself greatly and did lots of groundwork and preparations, just to let people think the Shinto family clan's desolate heaven technique heritage was unfathomable, with his own abilities being absolutely stunning. But now, while he was proving himself, trying to realize that impression into reality, everything was for naught. He had thrown all his face in front of all the important figures amongst the large family clans. And amongst the audience, it included his fiancée, Lin Shintong. The magnitude of the setback Shinto Nantian suffered was obvious. Now, while Shinto Nantian was enduring his injuries, there was not only the injury to his body and soul, there was also the blow to his confidence and self-esteem. Tianer, what happened? The thousand-hand granny was also unsure of what had happened. As a bystander, she naturally did not know as much about the energy changes of the four images beast marks at the final moment compared to Shinto Nantian himself. However, Shinto Nantian shook his head. He too was not sure what had happened. The four images seal which he had chosen was a sealing technique he was very confident in. He had succeeded with it several times, but he never expected that at the final critical moment, something went wrong, and yet he still did not know where the problem lied. After all, it was an ancient desolate heaven technique that was a heritage that was neither systematic or complete. Shinto Nantian's understanding of the desolate heaven technique wasn't that great, so an occasional accident that he did not know the reason to was quite normal. Alright, don't speak. Just recuperate. The thousand-hand granny frowned. She was determined to figure out where the problem lied. If this happened another few more times, the Shinto family clan would definitely not be able to afford it. Seeing Shinto Nantian being brought down the square with the thousand-hand granny's support, the Lin family's elders shook their heads in their minds. An elder said secretly, "This Shinto Nantian is after all young and impetuous. He chose a bone refining technique that he could not handle, ruining an otherwise clever plan. He should have the sense to choose a sealing technique that is lesser in difficulty." Then, this would not have happened. Seeing Shinto Nantian in such a state, the Lin family's elders naturally did not pity him. Of course, on the surface, they would not gloat over his misfortune. For this desolate heaven technique tea session, the Lin family was clearly inferior to the Shinto family clan, as the Lin family's desolate heaven technique heritage was lacking. Furthermore, the Shinto family clan had obtained a lot in the mystic realm. So for the outcome to end in such a manner despite the huge difference between the two families' abilities, the Lin family was very pleased. "Yantian, you should be fine, right?" When Yi-Yun came down the square, Su Jie laughed. He had already noticed that Yi-Yun was completely fine having hidden behind the large furnace. Su Jie did not know what had gone wrong with Shinto Nantian, but seeing him be blown to such a lifeless state, Su Jie felt joy deep down. "I'll see how arrogant you can be." With Su Jie's words, many people looked towards Yi-Yun. At this desolate heaven technique tea session, Yi-Yun was originally a small fry. However, once the competition began, no one could ignore him. Previously, he had defeated Song Ziyue. Next, he had accepted Shinto Nantian's challenge, and perfectly completed his task during the ancient bone refinement process. He had produced brilliant results for the two desolate heaven technique showdowns. And in the end, when the four beast marks exploded under Shinto Nantian's control, Yi-Yun was the only person who managed to dodge in time. In contrast, Shinto Feng and Shinto Hai were all much slower to react. Actually, there were already many indications that the situation was not right. For example, veins had bulged on Shinto Nantian's neck and forehead to the point of them nearly exploding. And Shinto Nantian's profuse sweating and bursting temples all illustrated this point. Previously, the Lin family elders had already noticed something amiss. However, when it was mentioned, the Shinto family clan's elders remained confident and blindly believed in Shinto Nantian. And at that moment, it all boiled down to one's personal judgment of how the four images seal, which no one knew well, was performing. Not everyone could instantaneously make a quick and precise judgment call from all these tiny clues. However, Yi-Yun had managed to do it. Compared to Shinda Hai and Shinta Fong, who had stood there in a daze, Yi-Yun's judgment and sensitivity were clearly on a different level. This person was most suited to explore mystic realms. Dangers awaited in mystic realms in unsuspected ways. A small discrepancy might not seem much, but it could devour the lives of a dozen people in a blink of an eye. Only those people who were on constant alert could go farther and live longer. Elder Su, you took in a good disciple. Son, the middle-aged man patted Su Jia on the shoulder and looked at Yi-Yun with envy. To have such a disciple taking over their mantle was the dream many desolate heaven masters had. Ah, it's all right, it's all right. Su Jia boasted without turning red. Yi-Yun rolled his eyes hearing this. This old fellow had really treated him as a disciple he had discovered. Yi-Yun still remembered that Su Jia had taken him in as an in-name disciple because he wanted to eat roasted meat every day. Yi-Yun, you worked hard. At that moment, Yi-Yun heard a gentle voice transmission. Yi-Yun turned his head and saw the white-dressed Lin Shintong smiling at him. She slightly curved her lips, which looked like a silent crescent. Her bright eyes seemed like a pool of spring water. Yi-Yun always found Lin Shintong as a quiet girl. Whether it was her speaking or smiling, they were always so composed and light. I would never have expected that you had grown to this extent in the 2 years we have not met. Your level of the desolate heaven technique has surprised me. Thinking back to the scene of meeting Yi-Yun in the cloud wilderness, no one would have expected the plain youth to mature in such a way today. If he was given another 10 years, he would be able to take charge of his own endeavors and shine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 406, Great Empress Relic. Chapter 406, Great Empress Relic. Due to Shintu Nanshan's spiritual injuries as well as Shintu Hai and Shintu Fong also being wounded, the first day of the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session, which was supposed to end at sunset, came to an early conclusion. Shintu Nantian was supposed to be the star of the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session. The Shintu family clan had intended to use the tea session to let Shintu Nantian build a good relationship with the upper echelons of the Lin family. At the same time, they planned for him to display his abilities, letting the old fellows of the Lin family realize his awesomeness. However, with the situation like this, all the song and dance that had been planned for the stage was devastated. The Shintu family clan did not feel proud about it. The Desolate Heaven Technique showdown between the older generation, which was to be the main highlight, was delayed to 3 days later. After the tea session ended, the Shintu family clan gathered a few of their elders to analyze what had gone wrong at the last moment in Shintu Nanshan's 4 images seal. However, even after analyzing it all day, they still could not figure anything out. This was quite demanding for them, as besides the 1,000-hand granny, the others had never come into contact with the 4 images seal. Furthermore, Shintu Nantian, the person directly involved, could only give a vague description of what happened. This made the 1,000-hand granny's old face scrunch up. Her greatest fear was that there was a problem with the heritage. As it was a heritage obtained by them in a mystic realm, the 4 images seal was definitely part of an ancient Desolate Heaven Technique heritage. There was no doubt to that. However, what the 1,000-hand granny feared was whether the 4 images seal required the use of other Desolate Heaven techniques in combination with it. In the martial world, there was no lack of cultivation technique manuals which required another cultivation technique as a foundation. Without the foundation, problems ranging from damaging one's yuan qi to suffering a qidong deviation could occur. As to whether there was someone who caused Shintu Nanshan's 4 images seal to fail, the 1,000-hand granny never even entertained the thought. At the tea session, there were so many experts watching. With countless numbers of eyes and spiritual energies pervading the square, who could have the ability to bypass the perceptions of all of them and secretly sabotage it? As the Shintu family clan's elders were racking their brains trying to figure out what went wrong with the 4 images seal, the culprit Yi-Yun was at the Lin family's Silk Peak, participating in a victory party. Actually, with Yun's personality, he would not be interested in such celebration parties. The time was better off spent cultivating. However, Su Jie had made it clear that the matriarch held the party because of the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session. And Yun was the star of the party. If the star did not participate, then the party would lose its meaning. As Yun was still new to the Lin family, it was best to keep a low profile. If Yun rejected the invitation the matriarch sent, then it would inevitably lead to widespread criticism of him not being able to appreciate favors. The Silk Peak was not one of the Lin family's 18 main peaks. It was a small mountain situated in the external perimeter of the main peaks. The Silk Peak was about half the height of the other 18 main peaks, but there were plenty of spiritual flowers there, and these flowers grouped together like silk, giving Silk Peak its name. Other than some miscellaneous events being held at Silk Peak, not many of the family's disciples stayed here. Whenever there were any internal family celebrations, they would be held on Silk Peak. At this moment, in the opulent Silk Palace by the slope of the Silk Peak, there were hundreds of people gathered. There were a few of the Lin family elders amongst them. The others were all juniors about the same age as Yun. And amongst the few elders, there was Yun's chief master, Su Jie, and the Lin family's matriarch. The matriarch held a dragon-head walking stick and had her white hair was pulled back in a bun. Her hair bun was adorned with a piece of jade and she was giving Yun a loving smile. Little friend Yun, welcome to the Lin family. Your master Su Jie is the Lin family's guest elder, so you can treat the Lin family as your own home and do not need to feel restrained. When the surrounding juniors heard the matriarch's simple words, they were secretly envious of Yun. The Lin family had many disciples, and many of them were part of their direct bloodline, yet most of them had never received the chance to directly speak to the matriarch. And now, the matriarch was especially warm towards Yun at the Lin family's celebration party. The treatment she gave Yun by specifically saying those welcoming words made them envious. The treatment many of these direct bloodline children received did not even match an outsider like Yun. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, Yun had demonstrated monstrous talent in the Desolate Heaven Technique. This junior thanks the matriarch. This junior is greatly flattered by the love the matriarch provides me. Yun humbly bowed as the matriarch's smile turned especially bright. She was even more satisfied with Yun. This is a party for you young people. These old bones will not be joining. After the matriarch said a few more words, she took her leave. Shintong, have fun with them. The matriarch turned her head and spoke to Lin Shintong who was behind her. Lin Shintong was still dressed in that spotless white dress of hers, but there was now a jade hair accessory on her head. This made her seem less distant, but also made her more charming. All right. I will help you out. Lin Shintong smiled at Yun before helping the matriarch. The party officially began, and without the Lin family's elders, the juniors became more carefree. Many of the Lin family's disciples would spend most of their time cultivating. Even when they had free time, they could not go wild due to the various family restrictions. However, because of this celebration party, many of the youths could completely let their hair down. And Yun was no doubt the focus of the party. Senior brother Yun, my name is Lin Kai-yun. I am also learning the Desolate Heaven Technique and have been learning it for 2 years. However, I am still greatly lacking and can barely refine relics of the lowest grade. A 14 to 15-year-old girl of small stature and big eyes looked at Yun without blinking. Senior brother Yun, your Desolate Heaven Technique is so awesome. Is there a secret to it? If you have the time, can you enlighten me? I am also a beginner in the Desolate Heaven Technique. There are many theories I am still learning. As for the techniques I know, it might be fewer than what you know. After Yun ate something, he quickly realized he was especially popular amongst the girls. Girls, one after another, would solicit Yun for various reasons. Of course, most of them did so by discussing the Desolate Heaven Technique. After the big-eyed girl left, a 18 to 19-year-old girl with a tall and full figure replaced her. Hee hee, little brother Yun, your desolate heaven technique is indeed not bad. However, a warrior should have some means of self-defense. Are you interested in learning swords? This elder sister can teach you. The girl's voice was crisp and tender, and sounded like music to one's ears. Yun was a bit helpless. Ever since he came to this alternate world 2 years ago, girls did not seem to take the initiative to woo him, but today, there were suddenly more than 5 of them. There is no need. I do not have the intention on learning swords from others. Yun could only reject. About the way of the sword, Yun's accomplishments were extraordinary. Of course, he had no intention to learn from others. Junior brother Yun. At this moment, a refreshing voice rang in Yun's ear. Yun turned around and saw the picturesque fairy-like Lin Shintong. After sending the matriarch off, she had returned to the party. The moment Lin Shintong appeared, the few girls surrounding Yun immediately knew to back off. Amongst the younger generation of the Lin family, Lin Shintong's status was extremely special. Lin Shintong gave a slight smile, and with a voice transmission, whispered, "This celebration party has the intention of letting the boys and girls of the younger generation mingle together. The Lin family's matriarch has already decided to keep you in the Lin family." Oh? Yun was stunned. He understood what Lin Shintong meant. The celebration party was just an excuse, calling it a blind date would be more appropriate. Yun knew that he was a rare talent for the Lin family, having shown his talent and bright future. And many of the young girls of the Lin family would be willing to marry Yun. Yun was handsome, and with his extraordinary talent, it was easy for him to grab the hearts of the young girls. Furthermore, marrying such a desolate heaven master would make one's future martial path even smoother, as there would be no lack of resources. In a large family clan like the Lin family, the girls were not as reserved as the Taya Divine Kingdom's nobles. They would pursue what they wanted. The matriarch probably wishes to see you marry one of the girls in the family. This way, the relationships will be even more stable. Maybe not long from now, there will be a matchmaker who will matchmake you. Sometimes, children of the family marry late, but they would get engaged very early. Lin Shintong's expression seemed like she was both smiling and not smiling at the same time. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. Yun felt a bit speechless hearing this as he frowned. This was reasonable. In the Tian Yuan world, where the family clans gained their power from their children, marriage was indeed a very stable relation. Well, and there is another thing. Suddenly, Lin Shintong changed the topic and her voice turned serious. At this desolate heaven technique tea session, the Shintu family clan may have suffered greatly, but the number of Lin family's elders who support the Shintu family clan has actually increased. Oh? Yun frowned. This was not good news. If the Lin family really forged an alliance with the Shintu family clan, then ignoring what Lin Shintong's fate would be, just his identity alone would be impossible to conceal forever. This was the reason why Lin Shintong highlighted this to Yun. Lin Shintong's marriage was actually a matter that was far in the future. However, the alliance between the Lin family and the Shintu family clan would be forged much earlier and quicker. This was of course not something Yun wished to see. Is it because the Shintu family clan demonstrated many ancient desolate heaven technique heritages? Yun asked. He knew that these ancient desolate heaven technique heritages were very tempting for the Lin family. Furthermore, with the Shintu family clan willing to share them with the Lin family, it would be a very favorable condition. That is just a minor reason, Lin Shintong gently shook her head. The most important reason is that the Shintu family clan has finally agreed to first refine a few of the peerless Great Empress's ancient recipes relics for me to try. Previously, the Shintu family clan was unwilling to do so, as every relic made from the ancient recipe required a very high cost. When Lin Shintong said this, Yun was stunned. The Shintu family clan was already willing to refine the ancient Great Empress's relic. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 407, Night Chatting. Chapter 407, Night Chatting. In the Tian Yuan world, there would be several great emperors in every generation. For example, for super family clans like the Shintu family clan or the Lin family, the number of great emperors they had was not limited to one. Take the 10,000 imperial king, who was killed by the shepherd boy. He was considered average in strength amongst the great emperors. As for the Shintu patriarch, the power he possessed was frightening. When the shepherd boy was at his peak, he had borrowed from a divine lion from the nether world desolate god, and in the end he was barely able to heavily injure the Shintu patriarch, failing to kill him. As for the shepherd boy himself, he had been hit by the Shintu patriarch's death heavenly revolution, with the injuries lingering to date. However, compared to the ancient great empress recorded in the books, the Shintu patriarch was nothing. A figure like the Shintu patriarch was one of those who stood at the top of the Tian Yuan world for each generation. However, it was only one of. The Lin family and other super family clans also had people like him. In the same generation, there would be about a dozen people that matched him, and counting the old monstrous people that secluded themselves, there would be even more. And this was only for the human race. The desolate race also have plenty of figures that could match the Shintu patriarch. Since there were so many people like that, it was destined that a person like the Shintu patriarch would be unable to leave his name for tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years in this world. This was because there was a huge gap between the Shintu patriarch and the ancient great empress. The ancient great empress was the only legendary woman who managed to join up her naturally terminated meridians in history. The legends she left behind remained in the endless river of history, and kept on being passed down. Ian actually did not know what the realm above Great Emperor was, as it was too far away for him. However, he was sure that the mighty figures whose strength exceeded great emperors would have a great power disparity. Actually, the Great Emperor title was just a collective name people in the Tian Yuan world gave to strong warriors who reached a certain realm. It was not a specific name of a realm. It was the same as sages and human lords. Hence, if the 10,000 imperial king was to be compared to the ancient great empress, then the difference was probably like looking at a firefly against the bright moon. Now, according to what Lin Xintong said, the Shintu family clan had already restored the ancient recipe left behind by the ancient peerless great empress and was able to refine the desolate bone relic recorded in it. For this, how could Ian not be surprised? The power of peerless great empress probably far exceeded the limitations of imagination many of the mighty figures in the Tian Yuan world had. The Shintu family clan's desolate heaven technique has actually reached that level? Yun found it unbelievable. Who had refined the great empress relic? Could it be the thousand-hand granny? However, when he recalled the old granny, Yun found it unlikely. The old granny was probably in the empress-like realm, but compared to the Shintu patriarch, she was probably far inferior despite being in the same realm. How could she refine the ancient great empress's recipe? I am not sure either. Lin Xintong shook her head. Maybe the ancient recipe is not that difficult to refine. The ancient great empress may be strong, but it does not mean that the recipe she left behind is difficult. These two things might not be related. Ian nodded hearing what Lin Xintong said. It was reasonable. Lin Xintong added, regardless, the Shintu family clan will definitely be providing a relic this time. They have already made it public and have invited several of the family clans that have an alliance with them. They definitely cannot fake this matter, or else they will be considered as having gone back on their word. It would not benefit them in any way. Besides, they must be very confident with the relic or else they would be subject to criticism. As such, the alliance between the Shintu family clan and Lin family will naturally be void and null. Miss Lin, you are right. Yun nodded. It did not matter how the Shintu family clan managed to refine the great empress relic. Only by being able to provide it were they able to put forward such a proposal with the Lin family. From the looks of it, the Shinto family clan was extremely confident. Could it be that their ability to refine the Great Empress relic was because of the mystic realm they explored? Did the Shinto family clan manage to find a desolate heaven technique method in the mystic realm that allowed them to refine the Great Empress relic? What sort of mystic realm was it? Yun was highly interested in the mystic realm, as a mystic realm of that level would definitely be extraordinary. However, a mystic realm of that level was probably not something he could explore. Yun gently shook his head. He needed time. He was still too weak right now. After staying silent for a moment, Yun suddenly looked at Lin Shintong. Miss Lin. Yes? Lin Shintong looked up. Her face seemed to blur in the flickering candlelight. She was so beautiful that it did not seem real. I am saying if you are unable to find a method to join up your terminated meridians, would you accept the arrangements of your family? Upon hearing Yun's question, Lin Shintong frowned as she looked deeply at Yun. Why are you asking such a question? Do you not think that speculating about the future lacks any meaning? For example, when I first met you in the cloud wilderness, I never expect for you to have come so far in 2 years. You are right, Yun nodded. I am asking this because of that 2 years ago, in the desolate human valley. There you told me that when your body touched mine, you seemed to feel your meridians have a faint energy flow. Because of this, I had an idea that might sound like a joke. I want to join up your naturally terminated meridians. However, I cannot guarantee that my thoughts would be achievable. And now, the Shinto family clan seems to have found a method to join up your terminated meridians. I do not know if their method will be effective, but at least, it seems like it is more reliable than the clueless thoughts in my head. I really want to join up your terminated meridians, but I do not have any reason to let you risk your life because of my own wishes and an unrealistic thought of mind. After all, the chances of healing you is very small. I am thinking, when it is finally decided that there is no way to join up your terminated meridians, and when everyone is at a loss what to do, I believe that the matriarch, and even Senior Su Jie, would wish for you to marry Shinto Nantian. At least, in that way, you will be able to live on. Yun slowly said these words. These were the thoughts that had lingered in his mind, and was also the dilemma he felt by staying in the Lin family. From an emotional point of view, he naturally did not wish to see Shinto Nantian heal Lin Shintong of her naturally terminated meridians, and use this coercive method to complete the marriage. However, from a logical point of view, this was probably the best outcome for Lin Shintong. Although Lin Shintong's grandaunt was irksome, she did say something that Yun found very reasonable. That was, if life and innocence was compared, which was more important? Maybe the word innocence was not accurate for Lin Shintong, as what she insisted on was her dignity and the right to choose her own life. Thank you, Lin Shintong said sullenly as she looked at Yun. She had never known, prior to this, that Yun wished to cure her of her naturally terminated meridians. If the Lin family or the Shinto family clan knew of Yun's thoughts, they would probably laugh and ridicule, thinking Yun was speaking idiotic nonsense. However, Lin Shintong did not think so. Regardless, I will fight for my own fate. After all, who can tell the future? What I can guarantee you is that, even if the Lin family agrees to ally with the Shinto family clan, I will prevent you from being forced to leave. Lin Shintong said seriously. Yun knew that Lin Shintong was referring to the feud he had with Shinto Nantian. Alright, let us not talk about this anymore. The matriarch had spent a great deal of effort to prepare this party for you. Upon saying this, the corners of Lin Shintong's mouth curled up, revealing a light smile. Yun naturally understood the meaning behind her words. The matriarch had probably informed a few female elders in the family to matchmake suitable girls for Yun. With a slight turn of his head, Yun noticed that the tall girl who wanted to practice swords with him was speaking to someone else while frequently looking over at him. The lascivious-bodied girl was probably intending to continue the discussion about swords after Lin Shintong left. Yi-Yun embarrassingly knitted his eyebrows. He had little experience in such events, be it in his previous and present life. The party lasted for 6 hours and only ended late into the night. In the end, the girls who had solicited Yi-Yun wasn't that many. This was because Lin Shintong was beside Yi-Yun most of the night. At the beginning, both of them chatted about the situation regarding the Lin family and the Shintu family clan. It was considered official business. Later on, they began chatting about anything under the sun. Originally, Lin Shintong thought that Yi-Yun's insight would be lacking and that she could not talk about a lot of things. She had planned to tell Yi-Yun about the current situation of the Tian Yuan world and the interesting historical facts. However, when they really began chatting, Lin Shintong found out that Yi-Yun was the one speaking most of the time while she was the one listening. Yi-Yun seemed to have endless amounts of interesting tidbits in his head. Yi-Yun naturally knew very little about this world. However, in his previous life, where he lived in the explosive information age and had the internet in his hand through a divine device, the strange things he knew far exceeded what this world had. He adapted many of the bizarre events and blurred out the temporal background, turning it into an interesting story for this world. Especially the hilarious jokes on the internet were endless in scope. It was completely beyond the limits of this world's warriors, where cultivation was at the forefront. In the beginning, Lin Shintong told Yi-Yun some interesting historical facts, but soon, she realized that the interesting facts she knew were boring compared to what Yi-Yun mentioned. Later on, Lin Shintong was very happy to just quietly listen. She would sporadically cover her mouth as she chuckled. Sometimes, she would even widen her bright dark eyes and say stuff like, "That cannot be so, right? Where did you hear all this from? It is so interesting." The surrounding Lin family's juniors were shocked upon seeing Yi-Yun chat like that with Lin Shintong. Their impression of Lin Shintong was that she was a quiet and reserved person who did not laugh or talk much. They felt that the number of times they had seen Lin Shintong laugh over the 10+ years was less than the number of times she laughed that night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 408, 1-year deadline. Chapter 408, 1-year deadline. 3 days later, the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session resumed. This time, it was the stage of the older generation like Su Jie. Shentu Nantian was absent. Ignoring the damage to his soul, even if he had completely recovered, he still wouldn't have the face to appear at the tea session again. For a proud person like him to embarrass himself as he did, at such an important occasion, was a really heavy blow that few could understand. At the tea session for the older generation, Yi-Yun only watched, from the beginning to end. While watching it, he opened his energy vision and paid attention to the sealing techniques the elders of the Lin family and Shintu family clan used, and studied the essence of their Desolate Heaven techniques. During this process, Yi-Yun did not attempt to sabotage by using the purple crystal. After all, this was the older generation of Desolate Heaven masters. Their control of energy was not like Shintu Nanshan's, who was at his limits. It was only because Shintu Nantian was at his limits that it was so easy for Yi-Yun to use the purple crystal. Against the older Desolate Heaven masters, Yi-Yun may be able to cause trouble with the purple crystal, but it was much more difficult. Also, forcefully reversing the energy flow trajectories would increase the risk of being discovered. Furthermore, if this thing happened time and again, it would make people suspicious. Finally, even if his sabotaging succeeded, it would be meaningless, as the Shintu family clan had already made a concession by letting Lin Shintong trial the desolate bone relic they refined. Then, regardless of the tea session's outcome, the Lin family would first see the results Lin Shintong had after eating the desolate bone relic before they made a decision. Compared to the younger generation, the Desolate Heaven technique skills displayed by the older generation were even more exaggerated. They could be described as being spectacular. And overall, the Shintu family clan held the advantage. Even though Su Jie and company used all the skills they had, they could not compete with the large number of people that the Shintu family clan had. At the end, the Shintu family clan sent a Grand Elder to display his Desolate Heaven technique. He was extremely thin, and seemed like a walking zombie, but his Desolate Heaven technique completely surpassed Su Jie. No one in the entire tea session could compete with him. The Desolate Heaven technique tea session for the older generation lasted for 3 days. In the end, the Shintu family clan managed to win back a bit of face. After the Desolate Heaven technique tea session ended, the Shintu family clan entourage did not leave the Lin family, instead they stayed in the Lin family's Tianhua Peak. In a blink an eye, half a month passed. Today was extremely important for both the Lin family and the Shintu family clan. This was because this was the day when Lin Shintong got to trial the medicine. If it succeeded, then the Lin family would very likely gain a peerless great empress. Then, the achievements Lin Shintong would have in the future would be on par with the ancient great empress. And the Shintu family clan would form an alliance with the Lin family as they wished, while Shintu Nantian would get his wish of becoming Lin Shintong's partner and obtain great benefits. However, if it were to fail, my Shintu family clan have made several preparations for this matter. It is also the only copy of the peerless great empress's recipe found in the ancient mystic realm, so how can it fail? The Lin family used a square that was dedicated for large-scale sacrificial activities. People from the Lin family clan and the Shintu family clan gathered here and took their seats. Shintu Nantian sat on a front row bench and was calmly and confidently answering the doubts a Lin family elder had. Previously, at the Desolate Heaven technique tea session, Shintu Nantian had suffered a spiritual backlash and had nursed his health over the period of time. He used various medicines without considering their costs, resulting in him finally being able to leave the bed. In fact, the Shintu family clan had waited for half a month mainly to allow Shintu Nantian to regain the ability to get off the bed. After all, Shintu Nantian was the star of the show today. If he did not attend it, it would be outrageous. However, Shintu Nantian's soul had not completely recovered. If he were to fight, or use the Desolate Heaven technique, he would completely collapse. At least under the situation of not needing to use his mental energies, he would be barely able to maintain his handsome and imposing appearance. Furthermore, today was the day when the Shintu family clan took out the Great Empress relic to prove its effects. He could then use the opportunity to force the Lin family to decide on a marriage date for Lin Shintong. He did not want to drag it out any further with the Lin family by pushing and pulling. He believed that with Lin Shintong's life at stake, and having already thought about the different reasons, the upper echelons of the Lin family, including the matriarch, would have no choice but to agree to this matter. And if he were to obtain Lin Shintong's primordial yin, and have cultivational intercourse frequently, he would be able to look forward to becoming a great emperor. Just thinking of this made Shintu Nantian feel even more high-spirited. The other people of the Shintu family clan were feeling the same. The Lin family realized that all the people from the Shintu family clan came with a tinge of obvious pride. It looked like they were extremely confident in the desolate bone relic refined by using the Great Empress ancient recipe. Although these people did not like the way the Shintu family clan behaved, it was after all, a thought. The Lin family all ended up becoming anticipant and started to feel confident about the desolate bone relic. And for today's main character, Lin Shintong, her expression was calm as she quietly sat there as if she was a fairy that was meditating. As the person who should feel the greatest emotions, she was the most indifferent. At this moment, Yi-Yun appeared together with Su Jie. When Lin Shintong saw Yi-Yun, she revealed a faint smile and nodded at Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun saw it and smiled back. Seeing this scene, Shintu Nantian's expression sank. The triumphant smile he had on his face turned stiff. Yi-Yun also sensed Shintu Nantian's gaze. He turned his head and stared coldly at Shintu Nantian through his mask. Shintu Nantian quietly and tightly gripped the fan in his hands as his eyes flashed coldly. Yi-Yun's gaze made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Just seeing Yi-Yun appear immediately reminded Shintu Nantian of how he fumbled at the Desolate Heaven technique tea session half a month ago. It was the greatest stain Shintu Nantian had ever suffered in his 30 years of living. If this was not the Lin family grounds, he would have smacked Yi-Yun to death with one hit. However, although he could not do anything to Yi-Yun now, he would become Lin Shintong's partner after Lin Shintong took the medicine. He would then become half the master of the Lin family. Then, wouldn't a small fry like Yi Yun be easily disposed of by him? Shintu Nantian squinted his eyes at Yi Yun before turning his head to the Lin family's matriarch, saying, "Matriarch, the auspicious hour to take the medicine is nearing. Let us invite out the desolate bone relic." He smiled as he spoke and gently flapped his fan. Although he sounded calm, anyone could hear the hint of pride and confidence in Shintu Nanshan's voice. Were they this sure that the desolate bone relic would definitely be effective on Lin Shintong? All right. The Lin family's matriarch nodded. With the Lin family's matriarch words, a few elders of the Shintu family clan immediately stood up. Shintu Nantian also stood up and walked with them to the middle of the square. Immediately, everyone from the Lin family stretched out their necks to focus on them. What would the desolate bone relic refined from the great Empress ancient recipe look like? Feeling everyone's gaze landing on him, Shintu Nantian smiled as he reached out his hand to swipe his interspatial ring. A stone box with complex patterns and a powerful presence appeared in midair. To prevent the desolate bone relic's medicinal strength from depleting, our Shintu family clan have especially used everlasting purple gold and a top refiner master to manufacture this medicine box. Just this box alone is extremely valuable and can be compared to a city. However, if it was to be compared to the desolate bone relic inside, then it would be like a piece of dirt compared to a pearl. Shintu Nantian smiled as he said loudly. The city he mentioned was naturally a warrior city in the Tian Yuan world. Many of the cities in the Tian Yuan world had millions of years of history. Many of the surrounding people from the Lin family had heard of everlasting purple gold. Many juniors could not help but exclaim. Just the box storing the medicine is already so expensive. This relic sure is worth the wait. Indeed, if they do not have any confidence, the Shintu family clan would not have brought the desolate bone relic here. This time, our Lin family will produce a peerless great empress. This would be a great matter for both of our families. As Yi Yun had made an outstanding performance at the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session, his standing amongst the Lin family juniors was now extraordinary. At this event, he had the right to sit on a chair, while the juniors, who were discussing, were standing behind their masters. Hearing their discussions, Yi Yun took a deep breath as he waited silently for the result. It was indeed a very important matter if Lin Shintong managed to join up her terminated meridians. Even the matriarch stared unblinkingly at the medicine box Shintu Nantian had taken out. The other members of the upper echelons of the Lin family also began to whisper and discuss. The grandaunt's voice was particularly striking. "I already said Nantian would not disappoint us. Look at how sincere the Shintu family clan is. This relic will definitely give us a pleasant surprise. As long as the terminated meridians are joined up, then there is no need to delay Shintong's marriage." As she said this, she looked towards Lin Shintong. However, she was disappointed as Lin Shintong's expression still remained as calm as before. Those not in the know would have thought that this matter had nothing to do with her. Grandaunt is right. This marriage cannot be delayed any longer. Furthermore, the great Empress relics used to heal Shintong totals to 12 relics. After taking the first one, then another has to be taken every month. As such, the relics would be finished within a year. Shintu Nantian said this slowly as his gaze landed on Lin Shintong and the matriarch for a while. His smile seemed to imply that he had everything in control. Lin Shintong frowned and her watery eyes looked towards Shintu Nantian. Within a year. This meant that the Lin family clan had to make their decision on the marriage within a year. The Shintu family clan would definitely not allow the marriage to be dragged on any further after handing the 12 relics to the Lin family. This meant that the Lin family had to make the decision on the matter of marriage in the coming months. Lin Shintong did not know if what Shintu Nantian said about taking the 12 relics continuously every month was true. Maybe it was a lie fabricated by Shintu Nantian to force the Lin family, but this was no longer important. The Shintu family clan just needed a legitimate reason to force the Lin family into making a decision. The Lin family's matriarch sighed. Whatever Lin Xintong thought of, she had naturally thought of. This had destroyed her intentions of delaying the marriage date. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 409, Small Black Snake. Chapter 409, Small Black Snake. A year. The matriarch's expression sank slightly as she looked at Lin Xintong. At this moment, she too was in a dilemma. She finally knew why the Shintu family clan was willing to make a concession and let Lin Xintong trial the Great Empress relic. According to what the Shintu family clan said, this Great Empress relic was extremely expensive. It was not easy to refine every single relic. The Shintu family clan would definitely not allow Lin Xintong to trial a relic and give the Lin family years to decide. It was impossible for them to re-refine another similar relic to heal Lin Xintong's terminated meridians when the decision is made. Now, by letting Lin Xintong eat the first relic, she needed to consume a desolate bone relic every month for the next 11 months. This meant that the Lin family had to decide on the Shintu family clan's marriage proposal. For Lin Xintong's grandaunt, and the elders in the Lin family who supported the Shintu family clan, they did not have any objections. The grandaunt smiled happily and said, "Dear nephew Nantian, please don't keep us guessing. Quickly, take the Great Empress relic out and let it be an eye-opener for us." With her saying this, the sixth granduncle and other Lin family elders echoed, eager to see the relic. "All right, I will open the box." This desolate bone relic was a result of the collective efforts of our Shintu family clan's top desolate heaven masters and some reclusive experts. They used large amounts of treasured materials to successfully refine this. After the Great Empress relic was successfully refined, it was immediately sealed in the relic box. On this relic box, there are 7 seals. 6 of them have already been removed, and the final critical seal can only be removed using my mental energy. This is to prevent its medicinal properties from losing its efficiency. As Shintu Nantian spoke, be it his tone or attitude, he exuded a tinge of pride. It was as if he had swept away all the unpleasant things said of him bumbling at the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session a few days ago. When Shintu Nantian took the Great Empress relic out, he was really elated. With the relic in hand, even the upper echelons of the Lin family had to be deferential towards him, let alone the Lin family's younger generation. One of the 7 seals can only be removed using Shintu Nantian's mental energy. The Shintu family clan sure wants to highlight the important status of Shintu Nantian. The matriarch pondered. She knew why the Shintu family clan had made such an arrangement. The desolate bone relic refinement process had nothing to do with Shintu Nantian, yet, the Shintu family clan had specially prepared a seal that needed Shintu Nantian's mental energy for it to be released. This was to forcefully add a halo on Shintu Nantian, and it was also telling the Lin family that Shintu Nantian would be the master of the Shintu family clan in the future, and his status in the Shintu family clan was extraordinary. "All right, I am going to release the seal. Please anticipate it." Shintu Nantian smiled and he began forming a few hand seals as he injected his mental energy into the everlasting purple gold relic box. The mental energy needed to verify the mental energy seal was negligible, but as Shintu Nantian was seriously injured, just releasing the seal made his expression change slightly, as his lips turned slightly pale. Shintu Nantian took a deep breath and he suppressed the pain in his soul. He pretended to easily open the relic box. At this moment, everybody could see the throbbing green vein on his forehead. He was clearly in great pain. However, at this moment, no one cared about laughing at Shintu Nantian as all the focus was on the Great Empress relic in the box. In the everlasting purple gold medicine box, it was layered with white heavenly silk satin. Above the satin, there was a crystal-like relic. This relic was not spherical in shape, but it was ring-like. In the hole in the middle of the relic, there was a small, red snake's phantom image swimming around slowly. Shintu Nantian took the Great Empress relic out with both hands. This relic was like a little sun, as it emitted extremely pure yang qi. And the relic itself seemed to have a life of its own. A glance could tell the extraordinary value it had. It is indeed a treasure. The eyes of the Lin family's elders lit up. They could tell the value of the relic at a glance, and they could not stop discussing about it. That red snake phantom is a condensation of a pure yang spirit. This Great Empress relic is also a pure yang item. Indeed, Shinton's naturally terminated meridians is because of having an overly pure yin body. Only an extreme yang item can help join Shinton's terminated meridians up. If I'm not wrong, the material of this relic has the life essence bone of a primordial true spirit desolate beast. Also, it is a primordial true spirit desolate beast that expirates pure yang qi. Primordial true spirit grade desolate beasts were extremely scarce, and they could only be found deep in the divine wilderness, so it was hard to capture one. And pure yang elemental primordial true spirit desolate beasts were even rarer. The value of the bones of such desolate beasts was unimaginable. No wonder the Shintu family clan is so confident. With the Great Empress relic at this grade, there is a 80 to 90% chance of joining Shinton's terminated meridians up. Several of the older generation Desolate Heaven Masters from the Lin family turned excited upon seeing the Desolate Bone relic. This feeling was like a sword master seeing a top-grade sword. Just seeing a relic of such a grade was a great joy for them. Furthermore, there were still 11 other relics of this grade. After appraising the Great Empress relic, everyone's eyes gathered on Lin Shinton. They were waiting to see if the Great Empress relic would be effective for Lin Shinton. This was something that the Lin family elders were greatly looking forward to. This elder has a good eye. Shintu Nantian suffused a proud smile. This Great Empress relic is indeed refined from a pure yang elemental primordial true spirit's life essence bone. As for what primordial true spirit it is not convenient for me to disclose it. Our Shintu family clan managed to refine 12 relics exactly using the primordial true spirit's life essence bone. These relics have an invisible link to them. They were refined as a set. People could not tell if what Shintu Nantian said was true. They knew that by emphasizing this once again, it meant that once the bone relic was eaten, the Lin family had to make a decision. They could not let the Shintu family clan waste an entire primordial true spirit's life essence bone just for a trial. Lin Shinton remained silent. She knew that Shintu Nantian was forcing their hand. This made her not want to trial the relic, because once she ate it, they would owe the Shintu family clan, resulting in a complicated situation. Shinton. The matriarch could tell what was on Lin Shinton's mind. At this moment, even the matriarch, who always adored Lin Shinton, would not stand on her side. Large family clans needed to consider niceties. The Lin family had already agreed to letting Lin Shinton trial the Great Empress relic, and now, the Shintu family clan had already shown their sincerity, so if the Lin family were to change their tune, they would be criticized by others. Besides, the critical point was that this Great Empress relic had also stirred the matriarch's heart. She was increasingly convinced that the Shintu family clan had the ability to heal Lin Shinton's naturally terminated meridians. Without any confidence, would the Shintu family clan have invited various important figures from the large family clans to witness this occasion? I never expected the Shintu family clan could produce such a relic. Not far from Lin Shinton, Su Jie was also sighing as he quietly shook his head. Even Su Jie, who did not like the Shintu family clan, had nothing to say about the Great Empress relic. If Su Jie spoke truthfully, he too wished that Lin Shinton would try it. After all, the chances of him using his abilities to join Lin Shinton's naturally terminated meridians was extremely small. He too did not want to see Lin Shinton die at a young age, wasting her extraordinary talent. Shinton, consider it carefully. A strong arrow must be shot. If you do not trial the Great Empress relic, then the Lin family will not be able to salvage the situation. The Shintu family clan had invited so many family clans as witness to force the Lin family, and the Lin family's elders were happy to see such a situation. Lin Shintong was silent. Immediately, the gathering turned silent as everyone's eyes were still on Lin Shintong. Lin Shintong's attitude and decision was of utmost importance. With the atmosphere turning heavy, people knew that there was immense stress for Lin Shintong at this moment. A young girl, even with extraordinary courage, might not be able to handle the stress. At this moment, no one noticed that on a chair in a corner, a masked Yi Yun was staring at the relic. His eyes were shining. The Great Empress relic seems to. When Shintu Nantian opened the relic box, Yi Yun had opened his energy vision. The purple crystal's energy vision could see through all illusions and seeing the essence of all things. Even in the sword and saber tomb, Yi Yun could use the purple crystal's energy vision to see the energy marks left behind by its owner despite the tens of millions of years that had passed. This was an ability that even great emperor-ranked Desolate Heaven Masters lacked. However, when Yi Yun was using his energy vision to examine the Great Empress relic, he found something odd. In the relic, there was a tiny amount of black gas. This black gas was hidden underneath the red snake. It was like an even thinner and smaller black venomous snake was slowly swimming around. However, once the energy vision was disengaged, the black snake could not be seen. It was like a ghost that made his heart jump. For some unknown reason, Yi Yun felt an extremely sense of foreboding seeing this black snake. This was a feeling Yi Yun never had before. There might be a problem with this relic. Upon realizing this possibility, Yi Yun's expression turned heavy. And at this moment, the atmosphere in the square was still heavy. Lin Shintong remained silent while everyone looked at her. The scene had turned cold. Young Master Shintu, let old me look at the relic first. At this moment, the Lin family's matriarch suddenly spoke. Actually, she had spoken to ease the situation as it was too awkward. Also, she could examine the relic to see if there was a problem. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 410, The Final Voice. Chapter 410, The Final Voice. Of course, matriarch, please have a look. Shintu Nantian was all smiles as he handed the Great Empress relic over to the servant girl beside the matriarch. The matriarch held the relic with her thumb and index finger. Under the sunlight, this ring-shaped relic turned crystal clear. It was like it was a ring constructed from immortal jade. The snake on the relic's surface even gave off a pervasive spiritual feeling. Good relic! A Lin family elder could not help but praise it. The matriarch opened her heaven's eye and sank her mental energies into it before slightly nodding. She was very satisfied with it. With her perception, she could feel the hot energy flowing within the relic. It was extremely pure yang energy. Seeing the matriarch's expression, Yi Yun's heart sank. He had been hoping that the matriarch would discover something odd with the relic, but in the end he was disappointed. It was needless to say how good the matriarch's knowledge of the Desolate Heaven technique was. However, that was only limited to the understanding of the Tian Yuan world's Desolate Heaven technique heritage. As for ancient Desolate Heaven techniques, the matriarch did not know much. The reason there was a problem with the relic was likely not because the Shintu family clan had poisoned it, but was likely that the ancient Desolate Heaven technique itself possessed extreme danger. If the Shintu family clan had poisoned it, the matriarch would naturally have been able to sniff it out. However, with regards to the ancient Desolate Heaven technique, it was a domain that the matriarch had never been exposed to. Hence, she could not see the defect in the relic. This made Yi Yun's expression turn ugly. If the matriarch had seen through it, everything would have been easier, but now, she had acknowledged that the relic was fine. Great! A kind smile appeared on the matriarch's face. The Shintu family clan has really worked hard for this. Seeing this relic, the matriarch's attitude towards Shintu Nantian turned kinder. It was like an attitude of an elder to a member of the younger generation. This attitude made Shintu Nantian very excited. This is necessary of us. With the two families entering an alliance, we should trust each other and seek the future together. As Shintu Nantian said this, his eyes landed on Lin Shintong. What say you, Shintong? Feeling that his marriage with Lin Shintong was 90% in the bag, Shintu Nantian addressed Lin Shintong in a more cordial manner. And this addressment made Lin Shintong frown slightly. She did not respond, which resulted in the matriarch being dissatisfied with her attitude, let alone those elders who had supported the Shintu family clan, like Lin Shintong's grandaunt. After all, the great empress relic that could cure Lin Shintong of her naturally terminated meridians was right in front of them. This opportunity was not to be missed. Previously, the matriarch had taken Lin Shintong's personal wishes into account and wanted to drag out the matter, hoping to see if there would be an opportunity for change. However, with Shintu Nanshan's introduction of the 12 relics, he had sealed their road to back down. If they did not trial the relic today, then there would be no chance in the future. It was equivalent to rejecting the Shintu family clan. The matriarch did not dare to take that risk. After all, to cure Lin Shintong of her naturally terminated meridians after missing such an opportunity would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. A desolate bone relic of such a grade, and even made from an ancient recipe, was not something that the Lin family could refine. Shintong. The matriarch's voice turned a little harsh. And at this moment, Shintu Nantian added on, Miss Shintong, it is not that I am pressing you. Previously, I said that when my Shintu family clan refined this great empress relic, we especially used everlasting purple gold to build the box containing the relic to prevent the loss of its medicinal properties. This was why there were a total of 7 seals on the relic box. These 7 seals are no trifling matter. Even so, the great empress relic can only be stored inside the everlasting purple gold relic box for a year. Now, I have opened the relic box. As such, this relic can only be kept for less than an hour. Its medicinal properties are gradually being depleted. The more time passes, the lower its effect. By saying this, Shintu Nanshan's words were like the final straw that broke the camel's back. The elders of the upper echelon of the Lin family who were still hesitating immediately leaned towards the Shintu family clan. Even Su Jie could only let out a long sigh as he helplessly shook his head. He used his Yuan Qi to speak to Lin Shintong. Shintong, your master is useless. I could not find a divine medicine to join up your terminated meridians. Even if you give your master another 500 years, I do not have any confidence. Now that the Shintu family clan has found it, it is probably fate. Sometimes, one has to pay the price for certain things. Master, Lin Shintong slightly turned her head over to look at Su Jie. There seemed to be 1,000 words in her watery eyes. You think so too? Su Jie sighed. Warriors practice martial arts to compete with the heavens, but, looking at the past 100 million years of the Tian Yuan world, how many of them have the right to say that they have defeated the heavens? Competing with the heavens is not as simple as just shouting out some brave words. One has to first experience long years of humiliation and stress to slowly sharpen oneself, slowly pushing oneself to an extreme, eventually climbing up to the peak of martial arts. Only then can a person really say that humans can defeat the heavens. A sharp sword is formed from endless sharpening. No one can defeat the heavens the moment they were born. Su Jie's tone was sincere, and it contained the insight he had gained from his 30,000 years of experience. The currently slick and unreliable Su Jie's talent in martial arts and the desolate heaven technique far exceeded that of his peers when he was young. He too had been a high-spirited and arrogant proud son of heaven once. Slowly, through his experiences in martial arts and life, Su Jie had slowly changed into a character in the game of life. Lin Shintong took a deep breath of air as she smiled wryly. 2 years ago, when she first returned to her family, she had heard of the Shintu family clan trying to form a marriage alliance with the Lin family by having her marry Shintu Nantian. Her first reaction was that it was preposterous. Lin Xintong believed that, with the relationship between the Lin family and the Shintu family clan, and her own understanding of Shintu Nantian, this was something that was impossible. And back then, there were several elders in the Lin family who stood by Lin Xintong's side. Now, after 2 years, there was no one standing on her side anymore. Even the matriarch who had loved her so much, and Su Jia who had treated her as his own daughter, had begun to support the marriage. However, the matriarch and Su Jia had not bowed down to the Shintu family clan, but they had succumbed to fate. They yielded to the powers of nature. When warriors succumbed to their enemy, it was shameful. When warriors succumbed to the heavens, it was very normal. As Su Jia said, looking back at the Tian Yuan world's past 100 million years, how many would dare say that they had defeated the heavens? Lin Xintong shook her head deep down before she stood up. She knew that there was no one who supported her at this moment. As she was about to open her mouth and say something, a faint voice sounded out from the corner of the venue. This sound was familiar to her, yet different from her memory. Wait! I have something to say. Lin Xintong was shocked as she turned her head over. She saw that 100 feet away, a youth dressed in green had stood up from his seat. He was wearing a cold-looking silver mask. There were 2 grim-looking lines in the color of blood where the eyes should be. However, at this moment, Lin Xintong could feel infinite warmth from the grim and cold mask. Aware of Lin Xintong's gaze, Yi Yun nodded solemnly. This tiny action was enough for Lin Xintong to understand that Yi Yun wanted to say something to support her. This made Lin Xintong slightly dazed. At the final moment, when she was the most helpless, with no one supporting her, including Su Jia and the matriarch, this youth stood up and spoke with a different voice. Even if Lin Xintong knew that this youth could not do anything, nor could he change anything, but him standing up and sounding out was enough for Lin Xintong. This voice seemed to be a tiny candlelight in a cold, dark winter night. It could not provide much warmth or light, nor could it bring the spring or dawn, but it brought hope. Lin Xintong looked at Yi Yun and piercing through the mask, saw Yi Yun's eyes. She could see her own reflection in his dark pupils. She remembered what Yi Yun had said to her on the night of the victory party. She had never known that Yi Yun swore to find the method to join up her terminated meridians that night in the desolate human valley 2 years ago. Even though the chances of him succeeding were extremely slim, he had still worked hard for it. And at this moment, in front of the Shintu family clan and the Lin family's pressure, he had sounded out with a different voice with his tiny capacity. This touched Lin Xintong. Thank you, but there is no need. Lin Xintong shook her head and transmitted her voice to Yi Yun. She knew that under these circumstances, Yi Yun could not change a thing. Furthermore, if he said anything inappropriate, he would suffer the wrath of others. After all, with a matter that was decided by the 2 large family clans, against the pressure from all the elders present, anything Yi Yun said could anger some people. Without mincing words, with his status, he did not even have the right to make a sound. This was especially so with Shintu Nantian, who had the intent to kill Yi Yun. If the Lin family decided to cooperate with the Shintu family clan, then Shintu Nantian would have considerable influence in the Lin family, so when that came to be, Yi Yun would be in extreme danger. Oh! With someone suddenly interrupting, Shintu Nanchan's expression sank as he turned to look towards the source of the voice. Upon seeing Yi Yun, Shintu Nanchan's blood immediately boiled. It was that kid. He still remembered Yi Yun's mask clearly. Although his failure at the Desolate Heaven Technique Tea session had nothing to do with Yi Yun, Shintu Nantian had already connected his failure with that mask. Once he saw Yi Yun, he remembered his failure. The words he had said before failing ended up smacking him right back in his face. It was the greatest disgrace of his life. Author's note: thank you for everyone's concern. Actually, it's not tough for me to write. It's just that due to chronic stress, I easily suffer from insomnia. And once I suffer from insomnia, my mental facilities will be lacking the next day. Yesterday, I had already written about 2,000 plus words before sleeping, but I was unsatisfied with it, so I didn't post it. I slept in the day again today, but the sleep quality was much better, so I rewrote a lot of what I wrote. I'm also more satisfied with what I wrote. I will try to adjust. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 411, The Conflict During the Medicine Trial. Chapter 411, The Conflict During the Medicine Trial. With Iyun standing up, the entire venue turned oddly quiet. Everyone looked at Iyun with a startled look. They were dumbfounded. In this situation, if anyone was to stand up to say something, it would have been Su Jie or the Lin family's matriarch, or someone from the upper echelons of the Shintu family clan. What was the meaning behind Iyun standing up? With his status, what sort of qualifications did he have to speak? You? Shintu Nantian looked at Iyun and sneered, "What's your name? Who are you in the Lin family? How old are you? What's your cultivation level? Do you know what the situation is? Do you know what the status of all these elders and seniors are? With so many seniors not speaking, is it even your turn to speak?" Although Shintu Nantian wished he could kill Iyun, he had to maintain his gentlemanly image in front of the upper echelons of the Lin family and other large family clans. He could not scold without culture. However, even so, his words were full of sarcasm and disdain. His three questions were all pointing at Iyun's weakness. Firstly, he was a junior. Secondly, he was lacking in strength. Thirdly, he was an outsider and had no relations with the Lin family. To suddenly speak out at this moment showed how lacking in etiquette he was. "I am Yun Yentian, the Lin family's guest elder, Su Jie's disciple. I'm 15 years old, cultivation at the early stages of the Yuan Foundation realm." No one expected that against Shintu Nanshan's obvious sarcasm, Iyun managed to answer his questions calmly, as if he could not tell the sarcasm in the words. This behavior no doubt enraged Shintu Nantian. Probably everyone from the Shintu family clan was enraged, even the Lin family were puzzled over Iyun's behavior. Elder Su, the Lin family's matriarch, looked towards Su Jie and was confused. She had a good impression of Iyun. Her impression of this youth was that he knew when to advance and retreat, and had a sense of etiquette. She did not understand why Iyun would suddenly stand up. Su Jie was equally confused. This cheap disciple of his had never not let him worry. Enough! At this moment, on the Shintu family clan side, an old voice erupted. There was a strong energy shockwave contained within this voice, causing many people's ears to tremble. "Pa!" An angry-looking thousand-hand granny smashed downwards on where she was sitting and the seat's arm was shattered into wood pulp. The thousand-hand granny bent her body and slowly stood up. With her cloudy eyes, she stared angrily at Iyun, like an old vulture eyeing a prey. During the Shintu family clan's negotiations with the Lin family, she had been angered greatly and was already fed up. Especially half a month ago, her most beloved grandson, Shintu Nantian, had suffered a backlash on his soul. Even after using soul-nurturing medicine that cost a fortune, they had not managed to completely heal his soul. He was still nursing his health and his cultivation speed was significantly affected. She had blamed this on the Lin family. If not for the Lin family doubting their Shintu family clan's desolate heaven technique heritage, and doubted Shintu Nantian, would they have needed to hold the desolate heaven technique tea session? Would they have needed to let Shintu Nantian demonstrate such dangerous techniques at the tea session? And this kid who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth had not only messed up the tea session, he had now messed up such an important moment. Where did this little bastard come from? Does he even know his manners? If this were the Shintu family clan, to be such an unbecoming junior, for a little bastard that doesn't know what weight he has to jump out and make a fuss, I would have killed you with a slap. The thousand-hand granny said with a sullen face. Her words not only scolded Iyun, she had also secretly highlighted how the Lin family's family rules were too lax. Only then could a little bastard who showed no respect for his elders jump around at such an occasion. She could not specifically scold the upper echelons of the Lin family, but could only use this subtle manner to release her anger. Upon hearing the thousand-hand granny's words, the Lin family's matriarch's face also sank slightly. Thousand-hand granny, what is the meaning of this? In such a situation, the matriarch had to speak. Matriarch Lin. The thousand-hand granny no longer sounded polite with her tone. Don't blame that this old granny's words sound ugly. This marriage alliance was indeed proposed by my Shinto family clan. However, wouldn't this benefit the Lin family more? Even when Lin Shintong marries into our Shinto family clan, she is still a part of the Lin family. In the future, she will be your Lin family's peerless great empress. Nantian will only benefit slightly from this. And because of this, my Shinto family clan has to pay the great price of refining that great empress relic. Although my Shinto family clan had suffered in the beast horde a decade ago, we are not reliant on your Lin family's protection. Even if my Shinto family clan might not be able to expand in the next few decades, we are still able to secure our family's heritage. Against the thousand-hand granny's hot and cold pressure, Matriarch Lin remains silent. The thousand-hand granny would also not completely offend Matriarch Lin, so she turned to Yi Yun once again. Little bastard, if not for Matriarch Lin, I would have killed you already. As the thousand-hand granny spoke, an aura came pressing down on Yi Yun. This was not the pressure from that of her cultivation level, it was just the aura of superiority she had obtained naturally from a long period of holding a high position. Yi Yun pinched his nose. As a petty person, he naturally disliked people pointing at him and scolding him. With a hand, he casually straightened his cuffs and whispered, I thought that a person would be more stable in their bearing as they became older. As Yi Yun said these words, everyone became stunned. This included Su Jie and Matriarch Lin. They also did not know how to react. What was he saying? Although he did not curse, his tone and insinuations were no doubt more aggravating than cursing. Besides, what Yi Yun had said wasn't false. Although Yi Yun was indeed disrespectful of his elders to speak at a situation like this, it was indeed unbecoming of the thousand-hand granny's status to jump up and curse at Yi Yun because of his words. The thousand-hand granny's eyes turned red immediately. It was as if all her blood had surged to her face. The color of blood slowly swallowed one wrinkle at a time. She looked at Yi Yun with alarm and anger. Her expression was that of an old cat whose tail had been suddenly ripped off by someone. Little bastard, you are courting death. The thousand-hand granny wanted to make a move and kill Yi Yun, but at this moment, Su Jie and Lin Shintong stood up at the same time. With a flash, Su Jie had appeared in front of Yi Yun. As for the Lin family's matriarch, she had locked on to Yi Yun. If the thousand-hand granny were to make a move, Matriarch Lin had the means to pull Yi Yun back. Yan Tian, what are you doing? As Su Jie protected Yi Yun, he spoke as if he was on the brink of collapse. He really felt speechless. What was Yi Yun thinking to actually start reprimanding the thousand-hand granny in front of so many people? Not doing anything, it's just that, I think the great empress relic taken out by the Shinto family clan is problematic. Yi Yun's words were resolute and seemed very confident. Instantly, the entire scene quietened down. Be it the Lin family's elders or the upper echelons of the Shinto family clan, all of them were dumbstruck. However, the elders of the Shinto family clan only froze for a blink of an eye. Following that, they all began looking angrily at Yi Yun. What nonsense is this junior spouting? How dare he slander the great cost and efforts our Shinto family clan had put in to refine the great empress relic? If the Lin family does not explain itself, I will definitely not take this going down. The Shinto family clan elders already found Yi Yun unbearable. At this moment, the thousand-hand granny's face was sullen. Her ferocious and muddy eyes contained murderous intent that seemed like it was going to shoot through Yi Yun. She said staccato words, I want the Lin family to hand this little bastard over to me for disposal. If not, you can forget about eating this great empress relic. The thousand-hand granny's rage had reached an extreme. She began to use the great empress relic to threaten the Lin family. If they did not hand Yi Yun over, the Great Empress relic would no longer be given to Lin Xintong. The expressions of many of the Lin family elders turned upon hearing this. The fate of Lin Xintong's naturally terminated meridians and their Lin family being able to produce a peerless Great Empress that could rule the Tian Yuan world relied on this Great Empress relic. Although Yi Yun's value to the Lin family was not small, compared to Lin Xintong, he was almost negligible. They did not know why Yi Yun was going crazy. At this moment, although many of the Lin family elders wanted to protect Yi Yun, they could not support his manner of courting death. Why of all people did you have to antagonize that old hag? The thousand-hand granny had always been ruthless. Especially when she grew older, she became even more ruthless. Whoever offended her would live a life worse than death once they fell into her hands. There's a problem? What problem is there? Yi Yun's words pricked the matriarch's sensitive nerves. She had reluctantly consented to the marriage only because of Lin Xintong's lifespan. If the Great Empress relic was problematic, it would definitely be something that would let the matriarch rage. What problem can there be, matriarch? Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. At this moment, Lin Xintong's grandaunt stood up. She had been pissed with Yi Yun for a long time. The Shintu family clan has incurred a great price just to refine the Great Empress relic. Would they have poisoned it and waste this treasured medicine and end up offending the Lin family, just to kill Xintong? What a joke! What good would there be for them? Besides, matriarch, you have personally inspected the Great Empress relic. With your eyes, could you be inferior to that kid? The way I see it, just hand the kid over to the Shintu family clan since he isn't one of our Lin family. Lin Xintong's grandaunt sneered as she looked towards Yi Yun. Don't blame others when you court death yourself. The words Lin Xintong's grandaunt said was indeed a view all the Lin family elders held. Based on what did Yi Yun dare say that the Great Empress relic was problematic? However, the matriarch did not dismiss Yi Yun immediately. Due to Yi Yun's performance at the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session, she felt that Yi Yun wasn't a person who did not have any sense of decorum. The matriarch's eyes flashed. Little friend Yun, tell me. Why do you think that the Great Empress relic is problematic? After she asked this, she used her Yuan Qi to transmit privately to Yi Yun. Little friend Yun, you must weigh your words. If you can't give a proper response, I may be able to protect your life, but I will endure too much pressure and criticism. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 412, I can prove it. Chapter 412, I can prove it. With the thousand-hand granny move of making it known that she wanted to kill Yi Yun, to the point of not giving the Great Empress relic to Lin Xintong just to force the Lin family to pass him over, the matriarch's Yuan Qi voice transmission made Yi Yun feel warm and fuzzy. Thank you, matriarch. This junior is aware of the stakes. Yi Yun knew it was no longer the time for him to hide. Originally, Yi Yun did not want people to know about any of his abilities, but now, he had to stand out. He could not use the help of Su Jie, for even if Su Jie believed him and said that the Great Empress relic was problematic, he too could not say what the problem was. Hence, everything depended on Yi Yun himself. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yun walked to the center of the square. He could feel Lin Xintong looking at him from nearby. Within her gaze was worry and hope. She knew that Yi Yun seldom did things he had little confidence in. Since Yi Yun had already spoken out, he might have a way. He stood about 10 feet away from Shintu Nantian, since the Great Empress relic was already in the hands of Shintu Nantian. Shintu Nantian held the Great Empress relic as he stared at Yi Yun, his eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. Kid, it is best for you that you do not fall into my hands in the future, or else you will live a life worse than death. Shintu Nantian's Yuan Qi transmission rang in Yi Yun's ear. He did not care about Yi Yun, though Yi Yun's Desolate Heaven technique talent was good. Strength was what mattered in a warrior's world. When it came to strength, who in the younger generation of the Lin family could compete with Shintu Nantian? Little bastard, speak. If you do not speak well, it might be your last words in this world. The thousand-hand granny looked ferociously at Yi Yun. All the elders in the Shintu family clan were on Yi Yun. Their expressions were that of disdain and mockery. Yi Yun took a deep breath and his voice rang in the entire venue. Since I was young, I have had a natural keen sense of energy. My eyes are special and can see through the essence of energy. Oh? People were surprised. Seeing through the essence of energy? In fact, in this world, there were people with mutated bodies. Although this was rare, but when considering the populations numbered in the trillions, it was still easy to find a lot of people with mutated bodies. For example, Lin Shinton's natural Yin meridians was a kind of special body. A pure Yang body was naturally also one. There was also no lack of people who had mutated eyes. Some people had dark Yin eyes, which allowed them to see ghosts and spirits. Some people had heretic eyes, which allowed them to charm others with their gaze, making them enter an illusion and suffer mental damage. However, they had never heard of mutated eyes that allowed one to see through the essence of energy. There was the legendary double eyes and repeated eyes that were related. Double eyes was having two pupils in one eyes. And repeated eyes was having a smaller pupil within the bigger pupil. These two types of mutated eyes could see through illusions and fabrications. They could see the nature of things, so these people tended to have high perceptivity, resulting in outstanding talent. It was a very special mutation. Could this kid have such eyes? People looked at each other. However, even people like Lin Shinton's grandaunt, who strongly disliked Yi Yun, somewhat believed in his words. As Yi Yun had previously used the simple sealing technique, the mystic crystal hand, at the recent Desolate Heaven Technique Tea session to easily crack Song Ziyua's 5-elemental bone array. Actually, this was very difficult to explain, but if Yi Yun had eyes that allowed him to see through the essence of energy, it would be very easy for him to do so. This was because any trap that Song Ziyue had set in the desolate bones would have been seen through by Yi Yun at a glance, hence, cracking it would be very easy. To see through the essence of energy, this is pretty much the ability that Desolate Heaven Masters wish for. A Desolate Heaven Master Elder from the Lin family said with envy and surprise. Who would have thought that a youth like Yi Yun would have such an ability? Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Shintu Nanshan's flashed in an imperceptible manner. As he looked at Yi Yun, his gaze revealed that he only wished that he could kill Yi Yun. Granny, this kid's ability might be real. Shintu Nantian never expected that an unimportant character in the Lin family would go against him at every turn. And every time he appeared, he would either smack him in the face or crush his Achilles heel. The kid's strength was clearly nothing, but Shintu Nantian felt as if he was powerless against him. The old face of the thousand-hand granny twitched a bit before she said, "So what if he has such mutated eyes?" He has only detected that something is amiss, not what. This great Empress relic was refined by using an ancient Desolate Heaven technique that several Grand Elders in our Shintu family clan, a few Desolate Heaven technique experts from our allies, and I collectively used. This great Empress relic may have a flaw, but this flaw is something that even our allied family clans Quasi-Empery and Desolate Heaven Masters, who jointly refined this relic, do not know. The Lin family matriarch's cultivation level may be formidable, but she too could not figure it out. I do not believe that this kid can prove anything. I am guessing that he is just grasping at shadows and that there is nothing to be feared. With the thousand-hand granny saying this, Shintu Nantian felt slightly at ease. Indeed, so what if Yi Yun was suspicious? Did he have any proof? Upon thinking of this, Shintu Nantian sneered and said to Yi Yun, "Are you done speaking? This is your explanation?" Our Shintu family clan sacrificed the lives of many experts just to obtain the great Empress ancient recipe, and then we gathered experts from afar and spent countless amounts of treasures, including a primordial true spirit's life essence bone, to finally refine this great Empress relic. However, with just a sentence, you, a teenage kid, are completely negating all we have done? Who do you think you are? Shintu Nantian said this disdainfully, and on the Shintu family clan side, those desolate heaven masters who had worked hard for this great empress relic were even more outraged. So what if Yi Yun had mutated eyes? Could a child at the Yuan Foundation realm with mutated eyes see a flaw in a treasure like the great empress relic? I can testify that this great empress relic has no problems. A white-robed elder with long eyebrows stood up. I am the Song family's guest elder. I have no grudge with the Lin family, so whatever I say should be considered objective. My desolate heaven technique may not be outstanding, but I believe my eyes are not that bad. I was involved in the entire process of the great empress relic refinement and not once discovered any problems with the relic. This long-browed elder was actually one of the people involved in refining the great empress relic. So by standing up to speak for the Shintu family clan, his words were substantial. Few people present actually believed Yi Yun, and with the elder's testimony, even fewer did so now. Under this situation, what right did a junior have to speak? If it was because of Yi Yun's words that a matter, which involved the two families' future and had been intensely discussed by the two families, was overthrown, then it would be too much of a joke. This kid is deliberately being disruptive and speaking nonsense. He said he has mutated eyes that can see through to the essence of energy. Then it is something that only he can see. Then who can prove whatever he says? Elders from the Shintu family clan began to criticize. The Lin family's matriarch's expression turned heavy. Little friend Yun, do you have anything else to say? Yi Yun nodded. What if I say I have the ability to prove it? Oh. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, people were stunned. Proving it? I need a desolate beast to test the medicine. Yi Yun said as he looked towards the matriarch. The Lin family did imprison desolate beasts. These desolate beasts had been causing chaos in the Tian Yuan world and had later been caught by warriors. They were not killed and were instead used for training purposes by letting juniors fight with them to hone their battle skills. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Shintu Nantian suddenly erupted in laughter. That is your proof. You want to feed a desolate beast the priceless great empress relic? Just to see if it is poisonous? He thought Yi Yun had some method to prove it. However, this method was extremely stupid. Just because of your word, our Shintu family clan, who have spent countless amounts of effort to refine this desolate bone relic, is to feed it to a desolate beast? That is ridiculous. Against Shintu Nantian's mockery, Yi Yun smiled. Of course not. I still need someone to help me. Young Master Nantian, Thousand Hand Granny, in order to be fair, can I use your powers to help me? Yi Yun smiled gently. The corners of his lips curved up and gave a malevolent feeling. Normally, when he expressed such a smile, someone would usually be in for some bad luck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 413, I agree. Chapter 413, I agree. As no one could see Yi Yun's smile, no one knew what he was thinking. Shintu Nantian narrowed his eyes. He never expected that Yi Yun would need the 1,000 hand grannies and his help in probing the great empress relic. What was this kid scheming? Granny, what do you think is the underlying meaning is? Shintu Nantian sent a Yuan Qi transmission to the 1,000 hand granny. The 1,000 hand granny sneered and transmitted back, this little bastard is just deliberately courting death. I don't believe that a Yuan Foundation realm junior like him is able to do anything when even an Empyrean-level desolate heaven master can't resolve or even detect the relic's flaw. Also, we will not let this kid destroy the relic. This will make it even more difficult to discover the relic's flaw. The 1,000 hand granny stood up while saying this. She walked to the middle of the square. She was a head shorter than Yi Yun, but her aura suppressed the entire venue. Little bastard, I want to see what game you want to play. Oh. Are you agreeing to it? Yi Yun retorted. What a joke. Why would I not agree? However, do you think that a junior like you can slander my Shinto family clan's honor? Since you are maligning my Shinto family clan today, you will need to pay the price. If I were to let you off, wouldn't my Shinto family clan be the laughingstock of the world? I will give you an hour. If you cannot prove that the Great Empress relic is problematic, then you will need to hand your life over to me for my disposal. The thousand-hand granny said with a grin. She could tell that the Lin family's matriarch intended to protect Yi Yun. She was not serious when she had previously threatened not to heal Lin Shinton's naturaline meridians and killing Yi Yun. Immediately, everyone looked at Yi Yun. This had suddenly become a bet with his life at stake. Once Yi Yun agreed to it, the matriarch could no longer protect him. If Yi Yun were to lose, who knew what sort of inhumane torture he would suffer before his death? Yi Yun. Lin Shinton's concerned voice rang in Yi Yun's ear. She had never expected things to develop to such a point. Yi Yun had stood up for her, but now, even Yi Yun's life was at stake as well. Lin Shinton had wished to see Yi Yun make an attempt. Any tiny bit of hope was, after all, good. However, once lives were at stake, it was no longer the same. It was too difficult for Yi Yun to prove that a desolate bone relic of this grade was problematic. She was afraid that he did not have much confidence. Don't take the risk. This has nothing to do with you. Lin Shinton wanted Yi Yun to rein in the horse at the edge of the precipice. Yi Yun's expression had slightly turned serious. He had to carefully consider it with his life on the line. Seeing that Yi Yun was afraid, Shinto Nantian was naturally pleased. Granny, that was great. Let's see how this naive kid can jump up and down with his life at stake. Humph. He just has a vague feeling. It's impossible for him to find the flaw. If he dares agree to it, it will be something that I greatly welcome. The atmosphere in the square froze. Yi Yun stood silently in the middle. No one could tell what his expression was under that cold, silver mask. Irrevocably committed? Why did you act as such knowing that this would be the outcome? Since you are now in the limelight, it is time to pay the price. The Shinto family clan's elders all felt their frustration vent. This ignorant junior really made their blood boil. Yun. Shinto Nantian looked mockingly at Yi Yun. If you kneel down and kowtow to us to confess your wrongdoings, my Shinto family clan will not pursue this matter. Shinto Nantian was feeling very comfortable at this moment. He had been suppressing the pangs of fire for the past few days. Yi Yun looked back at Shinto Nantian and sneered. How could he not have confidence in the purple crystal? However, as it concerned his life, even if he was 90% confident, he would need to give it even greater thought. If I can prove the problem with the relic? If I were to fail, I will pay the price of my life. Then if I were to succeed, what price will you pay? How about your life? Yi Yun took a step forward and looked straight back at Shinto Nantian. Shinto Nantian's heart sank and he subconsciously took a step back. Yi Yun was willing to bet lives with him. He did not have the courage to bet his life with Yi Yun. His mouth twitched as he was temporarily stumped. He was suppressed by Yi Yun's stance momentarily. However, Shinto Nantian calmed down quickly and retorted, "Do you think an ant-like figure like you can bet lives with me? Who do you think you are? That idiot. Does he think his life is equivalent to young Master Nantian's? That is an insult to young Master Nantian." A Shinto family clan elder echoed. Ha ha ha. Yi Yun roared with laughter. If you are not guilty conscious, why does it matter if you bet your life? Yi Yun could only mock Shinto Nantian. He knew that it was impossible to get rid of Shinto Nantian with a bet. Since you are afraid to die, that is fine. I'll change the stakes. If I win, I want the Shinto family clan to hand the ancient desolate heaven technique heritage and the Great Empress recipe over to me. You will then have to tell me where in the mystic realm the Great Empress recipe and the ancient desolate heaven technique heritage was found. as well as everything you had encountered while exploring the mystic realm. Yi-Yun finally mentioned his real goal. This is what he really wanted to know. Yi-Yun, you. Upon hearing Yi-Yun's proposed bet, Lin Xintong's heart thumped. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yi-Yun with complexity. She knew that Yi-Yun was doing this for her. She did not know what problems there were in the great Empress relic that the Shintu family clan refined. However, she had a faint feeling that this relic was likely effective on her, or the Shintu family clan would not have taken it out for her to trial it. If the Lin family went personally to explore the area of the mystic realm where the Shintu family clan had gone, the outcomes of them obtaining the ancient recipe and finding the way to really heal her naturally terminated meridians would be completely different. Kid, you are dreaming. The thousand-hand granny's old face twitched. Yi-Yun was really demanding a lot to actually know the location of the mystic realm and the experience gained from risking the lives of many Shintu family clan experts. Even if she did not believe that Yi-Yun could prove the flaw in the great Empress relic, she could not agree to it. And at this moment, the Lin family's matriarch stood up. Her amiable smile had long disappeared, and her gaze was now fierce. Thousand-hand granny. I am not doubting the Shintu family clan, however. If the great Empress relic really has a problem, then the intentions of the Shintu family clan letting Xintong eat this relic is questionable. Your Shintu family clan would not let little friend Yun easily off after he has slandered you. If my Lin family can prove that someone has malicious thoughts against us, then we would not let it go so easily. Thousand-hand granny. If there is really such an outcome, my Lin family expects an answer from the Shintu family clan. Or else, my Lin family isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. By saying this, the matriarch words already had a threatening tone. The Lin family was a top family clan in the Tian Yuan world. As the head of the Lin family's internal affairs, the matriarch was not some nice old lady. She had her strong side. Seeing the matriarch put her foot down, the thousand-hand granny's heart sank. There was no doubt that if the great Empress relic was proved to be problematic, the Lin family was willing to lose all decorum. If the Lin family really were to fight against the Shintu family clan, both sides would end up with grave losses. Even if the Lin family were to win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Another large family clan might take advantage of the situation and benefit from the tussle. As for whether they will end up at war, the thousand-hand granny did not know. However, if their group did not give a reasonable answer, Matriarch Lin would not let them leave easily. Upon thinking this, the thousand-hand granny knew that she had to agree to Yi-Yun's huge bet. If not, Matriarch Lin would be the first to disagree. However, so what if she agreed? Could a kid like him really think he would succeed? It is ironic for Matriarch Lin to suspect my Shintu family clan. My Shintu family clan had incurred a great price just to refine the great Empress relic, but we only ended up being suspected. The thousand-hand granny shook her head and looked at the Lin family with disappointment. The allies of the Shintu family clan felt emphatic hearing this. They felt the Matriarch Lin's words were chilling. Since Matriarch Lin has said this old man can't sit idly. I will also help to prove this so-called flaw in the great Empress relic. The Song family's long-browed top guest elder, who had previously stood up for the Shintu family clan, walked to the middle of the square. Yi-Yun nodded as if indifferent about it. It was irrelevant having one more helping hand. Words are useless. Let's sign a soul contract. Yi-Yun said. He knew that there were soul contracts that were binding amongst warriors. As long as both sides were willing to sign it, it would have to be fulfilled or they would suffer punishment. With the Lin family's heritage, it would not be difficult to produce a soul contract that could bind the thousand-hand granny. The thousand-hand granny's face twitched slightly and she looked coldly at Yi-Yun. Just to my liking. Take the contract out. However, a cheap life of a little bastard like you is not worthy of the information of the mystic realm. I want to add on a point, that is, if the great Empress relic is proven to be alright, the Lin family has no reason to delay this marriage. I have had enough from this dragging on for so long. When the thousand-hand granny said this, she looked at Lin Shintong. For this marriage alliance, the most important factor was Lin Shintong's attitude towards it. If Lin Shintong was adamant against it, they were helpless, as the Lin family would not dare to force Lin Shintong. Lin Shintong frowned slightly. The way that things had developed had long gone out of control. The thousand-hand granny sneered and waited for Lin Shintong to make a decision. She disliked Lin Shintong, who was a woman who did not know what was good for her. Lin Shintong stood up and gently closed her eyes as her long eyelashes trembled slightly. After about the time it took 10 breaths, Lin Shintong opened her eyes and gave Yi Yun a deep glance. Through Yi Yun's mask, their eyes met. Yi Yun did not speak a word, nor did he pass any message with his eyes. He respected Lin Shintong's choice, as it was a matter regarding her own marital affairs. "I agree." The two clear words resounded in the venue. Yi Yun had stood up because of her and had even risked his life. How could her betting her own dignity and innocence compare to that? Since Yi Yun believed in himself, Lin Shintong also chose to believe in Yi Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 414, Great Empress Heart Sutra. Chapter 414, Great Empress Heart Sutra. An administrator of the Lin family brought the soul contract forth. It was an ancient scroll, made of a primordial species or a primordial true spirit's hide. The soul contract was engraved with complicated runes that specified the contract. Surrounded by all the runes, there was a hideous ghost head image. Upon seeing the soul contract, the thousand-hand granny sneered as she cleanly cut her finger with a dagger, dropping her blood onto the contract's ghost head. After the ghost head came into contact with the thousand-hand granny's blood, it suddenly came to life and flew out of the contract reel, straight into the thousand-hand granny's heart. This ghost head was a curse. Whoever signed the soul contract and did not have the power to counteract the soul's curse would have their hearts eaten by the ghost head and die if they were to breach the contract. Yi Yun also dripped his blood onto the soul contract. When the ghost head entered his body, Yi Yun felt his body suddenly turn cold. It was as if his soul had separated from his body for a split second. At this moment, the thousand-hand granny looked at Lin Shintong. Without any hesitation, Lin Shintong gently stroked her nail across her index finger, and with a flick of her slender fingers, a drop of blood flew a distance of 60 to 70 feet, straight onto the soul contract. Seeing Lin Shintong's blood form a runic seal on the soul contract, a contented smile appeared on Shintu Nanshan's face. "Miss Shintong's actions sure are cool." Shintu Nantian flapped his fan as he looked at Lin Shintong. Seeing Lin Shintong's graceful body line, an imperceptible look of greed flashed in Shintu Nanshan's eyes. After today, this woman of the highest grade would be his. Shintu Nantian was already looking forward to the pleasures that a man and woman would enjoy together, but this was not the most important thing. The more important thing was that the Shintu family clan had not only obtained the Great Empress ancient recipe in the ancient mystic realm, they had also found a remnant copy of a cultivation technique left behind by the peerless Great Empress of old, Great Empress Heart Sutra. This Great Empress Heart Sutra was a technique for cultivation intercourse, and it greatly benefited the man. However, the cultivation technique required the woman to have the purest body. In ancient times, only the peerless Great Empress would be a candidate. And now, there was only Lin Shintong. After receiving Lin Shintong's primordial body, and having cultivation intercourse with Lin Shintong, Shintu Nantian himself could begin cultivating the Great Empress Heart Sutra. This was a huge opportunity for Shintu Nantian. This is also why Shintu Nantian was trying to push for the marriage with the Lin family through all means. It is finally signed. Shintu Nantian looked at the soul contract scroll. The mark left behind by Lin Shintong made him extremely excited. After today, Lin Shintong is mine. No matter how pure you are, with you not showing signs of flirtation to anyone, wouldn't you end up ripe for my picking in the future? Just thinking of this made Shintu Nantian suffuse an evil smile on his lips. At this moment, Yi Yun had already stood in front of the great Empress relic. He looked at Shintu Nantian, then at the thousand-hand granny and the long-browed elder. The three of them were now standing in front of Yi Yun. "Shall we begin?" Shintu Nantian said with a mocking smile. He wanted to see Yi Yun feeling troubled. "Yes, all of you should know the mystic crystal hand, right?" Yi Yun's retort made people speechless. The mystic crystal hand again. Could this Yi Yun do something fresh and new? The long-browed elder frowned. He had not used a low-grade sealing technique like the mystic crystal hand for many years. Without mincing one's words, using this sealing technique would only degrade his status. "Little friend, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to use me for your amusement?" "Even if I want to use all of you for my amusement, I would not use it at the cost of my life. It's just that. I only know the mystic crystal hand at this moment, so I have to use it." He only knew the mystic crystal hand? When people saw Yi Yun use the mystic crystal hand all the time, people were already suspicious about it. However, with Yi Yun saying it himself, they felt extremely speechless. A genius desolate heaven master could only use one technique, the mystic crystal hand? Ha ha ha. Shintu Nantian could not help but laugh. This retard only knew how to use the mystic crystal hand, and he dared to evaluate this world's top-grade great empress relic. Was he out of his mind? Just as Shintu Nantian was about to mock Yi Yun was the first to speak as he nonchalantly said, "Young Master Nantian, what are you laughing about? You are so happy. Speaking about this, it shouldn't be a problem for you to use the mystic crystal hand now, right? It must be extremely easy for young Master Nantian to use such a simple sealing technique. As for the minor injuries young Master Nantian incurred half a month ago, I believe they have completely healed, right?" Yi Yun's easygoing words made Shintu Nantian's face change slightly. Yes, as the mystic crystal hand was too simple, he had nearly forgotten that he was injured. What? Young Master Nantian has yet to recover? Yi Yun asked in a puzzled manner. However, under the mask, his lips curled up gently. He could have used a master like the thousand-hand granny to help him, but he had forcefully pulled Shintu Nantian into the picture because he had long decided to screw with Shintu Nantian again. Yi Yun was always a petty person, so he would not let go of any chance to screw with Shintu Nantian. Shintu Nantian's expression sunk. He was extremely proud and he would work extremely hard to maintain his modest and calm image in front of others. He lived for his reputation. Half a month ago, the news of his soul being severely damaged at the desolate Heaven Master Tea session was kept under wraps by the Shintu family clan. If the news that the heir of the Shintu family clan could not recover despite using great quantities of treasured medicine just because of a performance to the point of needing at least a year to nurse his injuries was leaked, wouldn't it cause people to laugh till their guts burst? Unfortunately, Yi Yun was a person who specialized in smacking the faces of others. He would randomly expose Shintu Nantian's scars, which made Shintu Nantian unable to do anything but rage. Humph, it was just a minor injury. Just some nursing was enough. Shintu Nantian's facial muscles twitched. At this moment, it was not a matter of face, but the critical point was that the soul contract had been signed. The condition of them helping Yi Yun to prove the defect in the Great Empress relic was also written in the soul contract. If Shintu Nantian did not fulfill the conditions of the contract, he was not sure if Yi Yun could find a loophole causing the soul contract to end up being void, then he would lose greatly. As such, Shintu Nantian had to force himself in doing so. Then that's great. Yi Yun gave a malicious smile. He gently touched the Great Empress relic with the tip of his finger. My abilities are lacking, so although I may be able to form the mystic crystal hand seals, it is impossible for me to control the energy in the Great Empress relic from the seals I form. Hence, I will need to use your strength. All of you just need to form the seals. There is no need to control them, for I will take the lead. Actually, with the purple crystal, Yi Yun could extract the energy from the Great Empress relic himself, but it would be too shocking. It was more reasonable to use the 1,000-hand granny's and the long-browed elder's strength. Has the desolate beast arrived yet? Yun looked at the Lin family. An elder stood up and took a desolate beast out of a spirit beast pocket. It was Fire-Eyed Wolf. It was about the size of a dog and had very weak attacking powers. Typically, it would only attack mortal blood realm warriors and eat their organs. At this moment, the Fire-Eyed Wolf was being restricted by a seal. It gritted its teeth as it continuously struggled. It is this Fire-Eyed Wolf. It was chosen according to your requirements. The elder threw the Fire-Eyed Wolf towards Yun. All right, let's begin. Yun gave a satisfied nod. The three of you, please begin forming the seals. The Mystic Crystal Hand has a total of 100 seals. You just need to do it from the beginning. I believe that with the standard of the three of you, the seals formed will be perfect. Yun was not afraid that these people would secretly make any trouble, for there were so many people looking. Naturally, they would not form the wrong seals. Humph. You have only about an hour of your life left. Enjoy it while you can. The 1,000-hand granny sneered as her thin fingers moved. The first seal of the Mystic Crystal Hand was nearly instantly completed. It was flawless. For her, a seal at this level was child's play. Yun opened his energy vision and observed the 1,000-hand granny's seals. He knew that under the focus of so many people and the constraints of the soul contract, the 1,000-hand granny would not dare to mess around. However, as he was naturally cautious, Yun still used his energy vision to inspect it to make sure that the seal did not have any traps like a spiritual attack embedded within it. Only then did Yun use his mental energies to pull the seal towards him. Next, Yun pulled the seal from the long-browed elder. With the two seals in hand, one on the left and one on the right, Yun looked at Shintu Nantian. Young Master Nantian, it's your turn. Yun said those words with deep meanings. Everyone's eyes also began turning toward Shintu Nantian. Shintu Nantian's expression looked ugly. He grunted before beginning to form the seals, hiding the difficulty he felt behind a calm face. However, this seal had affected his soul. Shintu Nantian immediately felt the pain in his soul. It was like a needle pricking him, and the pain was excruciating. Shintu Nantian gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Bit by bit, he completed the seal. The Mystic Crystal Hand, which could not have been any simpler, now caused Shintu Nantian great pain. Kid, I'll let you be arrogant for a little while. After you fail, you will fall into my hands, and I will let you know what it means to lead a life worse than death. With this thought in his mind, Shintu Nantian managed to use it as support to complete the first seal with great difficulty. Finally, the seal was considered to be perfect, allowing Shintu Nantian to maintain his image. Yun pulled the seal towards him and scanned the seal with his energy vision. His mouth curled slightly. Young Master Nantian is indeed awesome. I believe the remaining 99 seals won't be a problem. Yun's words nearly made Shintu Nantian gasp. Shintu Nantian looked grimly at Yun, wishing to skin Yun alive. This kid. He clenched his fists tightly, with his heart burning with rage. You can only live for another hour. So what if I tolerate you for just a moment? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 415, Extracting a Black Gas. Chapter 415, Extracting a Black Gas. The seals that Shintu Nantian, the 1,000-hand granny, and the long-browed elder formed landed in Yun's hands. Yun opened his energy vision up, and in the energy vision, the great Empress relic remained bright. The little black snake was like a scar that made the perfect great Empress relic exude a dangerous and evil aura. Yun injected his mental energy into the purple crystal, and using the purple crystal's powers, he carefully isolated the evil aura. Before making the bet, Yun had attempted and proven that the purple crystal was effective on the great Empress relic. When the purple crystal's powers came into contact with the evil aura, Ian felt a jolt. It was like a frost chi had moved along his meridians, spreading across his entire body, making him feel cold to the bone. Hiss. The little black snake constantly hissed as it was being surrounded by the purple crystal's powers. It struggled with all its might, trying to break out of the shackles enforced by the purple crystal. This stunned Yi-Yun. This black chi could already instinctively struggle. This meant that a spirit would soon evolve from it. An intelligent spirit could evolve from some elixirs and relics after a long time when a large number of invaluable high-grade materials were used. At the instant a warrior swallowed it, it would fly out. Seeing that the Great Empress relic had almost formed a spirit after having been recently refined, it was quite formidable. If the Great Empress relic were to possess a spirit, especially with that little black snake having intellect, Yi-Yun would no longer be able to separate it from the relic using the purple crystal. This was because the purple crystal could only affect lifeless energies without an owner. Yi-Yun looked at the 3 mystic crystal hand seals in his hand and without hesitation, he sent the 3 seals onto the little black snake's body. Phew! When the seals pressed down on the snake's body, they caused its struggles to greatly weaken. If this relic was kept in the everlasting purple gold relic box for another 1 or 2 months, the black chi would probably be able to absorb heaven earth yuan chi, becoming even harder to control. When that happens, my purple crystal would be helpless against it. Previously, Shintu Nantian said that even with the Great Empress relic sealed in the everlasting purple gold relic box, it would slowly lose its medicinal properties, completely disappearing after a year. It looks like he was just fabricating it just to force the Lin family into deciding on the marriage alliance early. These thoughts flashed in Yun's head as he looked at Shintu Nantian with a smile. Young Master Nantian, it's time for the second seal. Shintu Nantian's face sunk as he snorted. He endured the pain in his soul as he began to condense the second mystic crystal hand seal. At this moment, many people were looking at Shintu Nantian, including the upper echelons of the Lin family and Lin Shintong. How could Shintu Nantian, who treasured his reputation greatly, allow himself to be made a fool of in front so many people? However, to act as a fatty, one had to endure the pain of the beating required to obtain a swollen face. Shintu Nantian was already beginning to regret it. Why did he have to hide his injuries and forcefully pretend to be indifferent about it? The second seal, the third seal, the fourth seal, all the way to the 20th seal. Shintu Nantian managed to complete them barely. However, upon reaching the 20th seal, Shintu Nantian began to feel the strain. The veins on his forehead bulged. As his mental energy were being overdrafted, his eyes turned red. He no longer looked anything like the carefree gentleman he usually acted like. And of all things, Lin Shintong was still looking at him. Shintu Nantian was insistent on not appearing weak in front of his future woman. What Shintu Nantian was persisting on was the thought of being able to kill Yi-Yun as he wished once Yi-Yun failed. However, there was no doubt that Shintu Nantian felt that every second in the 1-hour period was like a year. At this moment, Yi-Yun had already used the mystic crystal hand seals to completely restrain the little black snake. After all, to extract the black snake, it was not using the mystic crystal hand but the power of the purple crystal. If he wished, he could easily extract the little black snake anytime. However, seeing Shintu Nantian in that state, Yi-Yun felt that if he did not drag this to the last moment, he would certainly let down the hard work Shintu Nantian had put in thus far. Young Master Nantian, you seem to be suffering? Is your soul hurting? Actually, you have only completed less than half of the mystic crystal hand seals. There is still another 60-odd more left. Actually, for things like pain, you will slowly get used to it as the pain goes on. When the 40th seal was condensed, Yi-Yun looked at Shintu Nantian as he said with concern. Shintu Nantian's face turned gloomy as he endured the throbbing pain in his soul. He gritted his teeth, you better mind yourself. You only have 30 minutes left to live. At this moment, there was an hourglass erected by the side of the venue. Grain by grain, the sand flowed down silently from top to bottom, just like the flow of life. After another 15 minutes, 80 mystic crystal hand seals had been formed. Shintu Nanchan's expression was ferocious as his forehead was covered with sweat. His facial features were all twisted together. At this moment, he could no longer pretend anymore. Even a 7-year-old could see that Shintu Nantian was a spent force. The seals that Shintu Nantin formed now were no longer perfect. Although he had lost all of his face, Shintu Nantian continued to try his best to keep going on. After all, him helping Yi Yun to search for the flaw in the Great Empress relic was written in the soul contract. Shintu Nantian was worried that something would go wrong with the soul contract. Tianer, endure a little more. Just a little while longer. At this moment, the 1,000-hand granny's Yuan Qi transmission rang in Shintu Nanchan's ears. Shintu Nantian nodded his head with effort as he took a soul-nurturing pill out of his interspatial ring and swallowed it. Following that, his face flushed with an unnatural red color. Originally, the injury to his soul was recovering, but after today's ordeal, he would probably take another few more months to recover. He really hated Yi Yun. The amount of sand in the hourglass had depleted, there was only a tiny bit left. Nearby, Su Jie, Matriarch Lin and Lin Xintong were all worrying for Yi Yun. There was only about 5 minutes left. However, there was no obvious development with the Great Empress relic. Lin Xintong clasped her hands together and she intercrossed her fingers. Lin Xintong, who was always as nonchalant as the wind, could no longer remain calm. Master. Lin Xintong transmitted her voice to Su Jie, but Su Jie only shook his head. I cannot see anything either. Maybe only the kid's mutated eyes can see such things. To the people present, Yi Yun's mutated eyes were mysterious and incomprehensible. They were completely unaware of what the mutated eyes could see, nor did they know their effects. No one had guessed the existence of the purple crystal as it exceeded their knowledge of the world. In fact, there were already members of the older generation from the Shintu family clan who had used their heaven's eyes to completely scan Yi Yun. However, they did not detect anything unusual. As a result, they could only accept the fact that Yi Yun had mutated eyes. 240 seconds, 210 seconds, 180 seconds. Time passed as seconds changed to minutes, leaving only a small handful of sand left in the hourglass. Realizing that there was not much time left, Lin Xintong and company had their hearts in their mouths. As for Shintu Nantian, although he was suffering from extreme pain, a grin of pleasure suffused on his mouth. For a small fry to cause him to feel so much hate, other than Yun Yantian in front of him, the only other person to do that was Yi Yun from a few months ago. Yi Yun had already been maimed by him. As for this kid, he would brutally kill him using the most horrific methods. Another 90 seconds. Shintu Nanchan's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Yi Yun before looking at Lin Xintong. As his soul was on the brink of tearing apart, Shintu Nantian was nearly going insane. He no longer concealed the way he looked at Lin Xintong as it became that of coveting desire. In fact, compared to killing Yi Yun, obtaining Lin Xintong was a greater motivation that allowed Shintu Nantian to persist on. The pleasure obtained from this was better than killing Yi Yun by 1,000 times or more. Lin Xintong's expression remained still as water as she kept silent. Seeing that there were less than 60 seconds left and the 100 mystic crystal hand seals completed, the Lin family held their breaths. One could have heard a pin drop. As for the Shintu family clan and company, they expressed pleased smiles. Especially Shintu Nantian and the 1,000-hand granny, who did not hide their ferociousness in pleasure. Kid, I'll see how you shall die. The 1,000-hand granny cackled like an old witch. For Shintu Nantian and Lin Xintong's marriage, she had endured it for 2 years. Now she had endured this little bastard peeing an S***** ting on her head. She had had enough of it. Once Shintu Nantian married Lin Xintong and cultivated the Great Empress Heart Sutra, he would eventually become a top-grade emperor. Then, the Shintu family clan would not only be able to ride out the crisis, they would also become the family clan that would rule over the Tianyuan world. 30 seconds. One could count the number of sand particles left in the hourglass with their naked eyes. The thousand-hand granny and Shintu Nantian watched the hourglass closely. Once the final moment passed, they would obtain everything they wanted. And at this moment, something out of the ordinary happened. The great Empress relic under Yi Yun's hands suddenly shook. The bright light emitted by the relic dimmed and a black gas flew out of the relic into Yi Yun's hands. This black gas looked hideous and evil. Even with the numerous mystic crystal hand seals restricting it, it still struggled violently. It was like an evil black worm that gave people the chills. Yi Yun used the purple crystal to extract the black gas hidden in the Great Empress at the final moment. People could only stare widely as the sudden appearance of the black gas was completely unexpected. What's that? Other than the elders from the Lin family, even the elders from the Song family and the Shintu family clan were shocked. The black gas in Yi Yun's hand made them feel uneasy. That was extracted from the Great Empress relic? Why did it seem to have a life of its own? If one ate the Great Empress relic, wouldn't that black gas be hiding in their body? People did not have time to figure out what the black gas was as Yi Yun flicked his finger, shooting the black gas into the fire-eyed wolf beside him. This fire-eyed wolf was the desolate beast that Yi Yun had selected for the experiment. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 416, The Relic's Secret. Chapter 416, The Relic's Secret. Ao Wu. With the black gas suddenly entering its body, the red-eyed wolf's body twitched, before it began convulsing violently. The moment the black gas entered its body, the red-eyed wolf felt a biting chill that irritated it. At this moment, the thousand-hand granny and Shintu Nantian were completely stunned. Besides knowing that the Great Empress relic possessed a flaw, the ancient recipe they had obtained also described the flaw in detail. However, even the thousand-hand granny did not know that there was a black gas hidden in the relic. What was it? The kid has really found the defect? Shintu Nantian coldly stared at the red-eyed wolf with his bloodshot eyes. Impossible. The thousand-hand granny suddenly burst out hysterically as her old facial features contorted. Her thin, arched body began to tremble. The black gas he found is still of dubious origin. Victory has not been determined. At this moment, everyone present was watching the red-eyed wolf. This weak desolate beast, that had the strength equivalent to an ordinary purple blood realm warrior, suddenly turned frightened due to the combination of it being stared at by so many strong figures and the frost chi that had just entered its body. Its body began to shiver. About 10 seconds later, the red-eyed wolf's body suddenly quivered as it let out a scream. Its fur began to grow longer at a perceptible rate. The red-eyed wolf began to struggle violently as its wails sounded more painful than the previous wails. Its eyes were turning redder and redder. They went from pale red to deep blood red. Ao Wu. The red-eyed wolf's muscles began to crackle with explosive sounds as it crazily smashed its head on the ground and its fur grew longer and longer. It was restricted by seals and it had no way of breaking the seals with its strength. However, now with its muscles expanding, the seals on its body were being destroyed one after another. Careful! Matriarch Lin immediately stood up. The red-eyed wolf was not a powerful desolate beast, but it was not necessarily the case when the black gas entering it. The matriarch's mental energy locked onto the red-eyed wolf, and with a flick of her finger, a few energy beams shot out, enclosing the red-eyed wolf in a yuan chi cage. The red-eyed wolf seemed to go mad as it desperately slammed into the cage, causing its head to bleed. And people could see a chilling look of hate and evil in the red-eyed wolf's eyes. "What's the matter?" the matriarch asked angrily. She greatly cherished Lin Shintong, and now with the relic having a problem, she was furious. What? What's strange about this? The thousand-hand granny immediately calmed down and snorted. The Great Empress relic's medicinal efficiency is extremely strong, so how can a red-eyed wolf withstand just a tiny bit of it? It would not be odd if the red-eyed wolf dies? There's nothing you can tell from that. Just as the thousand-hand granny finished speaking, the mutated red-eyed wolf let out a blood-curdling howl. Its fur had grown to 2 feet long and its abdominal hair was already touching the ground. It began to convulse crazily and one could visibly see its muscles shrinking rapidly till they formed a lump. Following that, its fur began to shed as its eye sockets sank. Its eyes were no longer scarlet red, they had turned dim, as if it had gone blind. It is aging, an elder from the Lin family said in horror. The red-eyed wolf was rapidly aging to the naked eye. A red-eyed wolf could live for hundreds of years, but it seemed like hundreds of years were compressed into a few seconds. Soon, the red-eyed wolf had lost all of its vitality as it slumped to the ground. All of its fur had shed, leaving behind a dried-out piece of skin. However, this was not the end. It was like the wolf's skin had been buried for hundreds of years as it slowly rotted away. And what was left of the red-eyed wolf was just a pile of nearly weathered bones. This is... Seeing the red-eyed wolf's final outcome, the matriarch's pupils constricted as her face paled. It was terrifyingly toxic. If Shintong had eaten it, what would have happened to her? Not only the matriarch, even Iyun was stunned. Although he could tell that the black energy was a form of evil energy, he had not expected the red-eyed wolf to die like that when the black energy entered its body. Impossible. The thousand-hand granny's face paled as well. It was like the paper dolls that were burned for the dead. It was the type that had been torn apart too. Beside her, Shintu Nanshan's face was even more contorted. His temples were bulging and his brain was buzzing like 1,000 drums were being beaten beside his ears. This was not what was described in the ancient recipe. If eating it would reduce one to a pile of bones, how could they have given it to Lin Shintong? This was the territory of the Lin family, did they not want to live any longer? According to what the ancient recipe said, once the 12 relics were eaten by a woman with naturally terminated yin meridians, she would be cured, giving her peerless talent, and her cultivation would rapidly advance. However, the relic had a very strong side effect. It would harm the woman's lifespan. Although women with naturally terminated yin meridians would be healed, their bodies would be poisoned. Their life essence would be eroded by the poison, and it would limit her lifespan to 2,000 years. 2,000 years was enough for the Shintu family clan. Shintu Nantian would marry Lin Shintong and obtain her primordial yin, which would greatly benefit him, allowing his cultivation to rapidly improve. Furthermore, with Lin Shintong's help, Shintu Nantian would be able to cultivate the Great Empress Heart Sutra. 2,000 years was enough for Shintu Nantian to master the Great Empress Heart Sutra. In addition, with the Lin family's help, the Shintu family clan would be able to ride out the crisis, allowing the Shintu patriarch to completely heal. Finally, with Lin Shintong dying 2,000 years later, it would also end the possibility of her becoming a peerless Great Empress. Once a woman with naturally terminated yin meridians was healed and she became a Great Empress, she would become an existence that could lord over the entire Tian Yuan world. No one would be her match. Although Shintu Nantian would also become a great emperor, his strength would be too weak compared to Lin Shintong. The Shintu family clan was afraid that Lin Shintong might have nefarious thoughts, causing the Lin family to swallow the Shintu family clan. This was something that the Shintu family clan did not wish to see. By letting Lin Shintong die 2,000 years later, Shintu Nantian would then become the #1 person in the Tian Yuan world. Hence, this move by the Shintu family clan achieved many things with one stroke. However, now with the appearance of Iyun, this fabulous move was completely destroyed. With this sudden turn of events, it was something the thousand-hand granny and Shintu Nantian had never expected. They simultaneously felt a biting cold. This chill came from Matriarch Lin. It was her killing intent. The thousand-hand granny was feeling the chills all over as she felt her neck was being squeezed tightly, preventing her from breathing. Pang! At this moment, there was an explosion. Not far from the thousand-hand granny, the Great Empress relic had exploded. What? People were all surprised. The Great Empress Relic's explosion was no trifling matter. Seeing the strong shockwave sweeping over, the long-browed elder, who was closest to the relic, and other elders from various family clans made a move to block the surging energy. Boom! 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 The strong energetic impact caused a few of the elders, who were shielding the blast, to waver. A few of their expressions slightly changed as it was clearly taxing on them. The Great Empress Relic's explosion was extremely strong. Furthermore, most of the explosive energy had surged up into the sky, leaving a tiny amount to surge to the sides. If not, they would have spat blood out from the blast. After nearly 30 seconds, the shockwave dissipated. A few elders wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads as they felt a lingering fear. Why did the Great Empress Relic explode? People were confused, but the Thousand-Hand Granny and Shintu Nantian knew the reason. The Great Empress Relic's flaw could not be removed. When the Shintu family clan obtained the Great Empress Relic's ancient recipe, this information was written in the ancient recipe by an ancient desolate heaven master who was a contemporary of the Great Empress. This ancient desolate heaven master was a peerless genius. As he fell for the Great Empress, he wished to join the Great Empress naturally terminated in meridians up. He had gone through tremendous efforts just to write out the ancient recipe that could join up the Great Empress's terminated meridians. However, after he completed the recipe, the refined relic had an evil energy that could not be removed. The ancient desolate heaven master had tried various methods hoping to extract the evil energy. However, once the evil energy was extracted, the energy structure in the relic would collapse, and it would result in an explosion. Hence, the Great Empress Relic was an utter failure in itself. In the end, even the peerless ancient desolate heaven master had to give up. Although she knew this, the Thousand-Hand Granny would never dare to admit it. She suddenly turned crazy. Due to her emotional upheaval, her body's yuan qi surged wantonly. The hairpin on her head dropped off as sparse gray hair dropped down like a patch of wild grass. She suddenly looked at Yi Yun with eyes full of bloodlust. Little bastard, you destroyed my Shintu family clan's Great Empress Relic and had prepared poison beforehand. You planted this on the Shintu family clan. I'll take your life. The Thousand-Hand Granny suddenly imposed herself as she charged towards Yi Yun. She stretched her skinny claws out which transformed into a huge, black hand shadow that traveled towards Yi Yun's neck. Yi Yun's was shocked as he quickly retreated. Of course, he could not evade the Thousand-Hand Granny's attack, but at this moment, how could Matriarch Lin, Su Jia and company sit on the sidelines? The both of them and a few elders from the Lin family made their moves. Boom! With gorgeous rainbow beams flashing, the combined strengths of a few people devastated the Thousand-Hand Granny's black claws easily. Following that, the rainbow beams did not diminish as they slammed heavily on the Thousand-Hand Granny's chest. Pwah! The Thousand-Hand Granny's thin body suddenly halted as she spat out a mouthful of black blood, before she flew backwards. Like a dead dog, she slammed heavily into a furnace used by the Lin family to suppress the mountain peak's yuan qi. Ding dang! The large furnace shook vigorously as it emitted a metallic roar. The back of the Thousand-Hand Granny's head was covered in blood. She slid down slowly like a piece of dough. Little bastard, I will grind you to dust. The Thousand-Hand Granny shouted fiercely, but the moment she opened her mouth, she spat out another mouthful of black blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 417, Shintu Nantian, the boy who gives treasures. Chapter 417, Shintu Nantian, the boy who gives treasures. Granny. Shintu Nantian hurriedly helped up the Thousand-Hand Granny. The sudden turn of events had completely exceeded his control. Seeing Matriarch Lin full of killing intent, Shintu Nantian could not help but feel a deep sense of fear. He really began to suspect that Matriarch Lin would annihilate the Shintu family clan including him. The Thousand-Hand Granny struggled to get up as a bitter smile appeared on her old face. 10,000 years ago, she had once sparred with Matriarch Lin. Back then, she was no match for Matriarch Lin, and today, the gap between them was even greater. Furthermore, with a few of the Lin family's elders attacking together, her meridians had already gotten injured. As for the other elders of the Shintu family clan, none of them dared to help the thousand-hand granny. At this moment, they were all dumbstruck. They never knew that the great Empress relic possessed such a major flaw. There was no more possibility for excuses with the matter reaching such a situation. If the red-eyed wolf's body had exploded to its death, they could even say that it was because it was too weak to withstand the powerful energy within the great Empress relic. However, for it to age and die, reducing it to dried bones, there was no way to explain it. Only evil energies could lead to such consequences. The Shintu family clan's elders were all worried about being implicated. This was the home turf of the Lin family. It was not hard for Matriarch Lin to kill them all. The outcome would only be the complete breakdown of decorum between the Lin family and the Shintu family clan. It would be all-out war. Many of the Shintu family clan elders were trying to think of a way to separate themselves from the situation and clarify their stand, but at this moment, Shintu Nantian was the first to speak. Matriarch Lin. This junior did not know the great Empress relic had such a flaw. I did not know this would have happened. This has nothing to do with this junior. Upon hearing Shintu Nantian's words, Lin Xintong frowned. This person was shameless to the core. Matriarch Lin walked towards Shintu Nantian as she held her dragon-headed cane. Shintu Nantian held his breath. Just as he was about to add on, Matriarch Lin suddenly shot out her arm and her wrinkled palm came striking down like lightning. Pa! With a clear slapping sound, Matriarch Lin had slapped Shintu Nantian right on the face. This slap completely contorted Shintu Nantian's face. More than 10 teeth flew out as Shintu Nantian spun in the air at least 10 times like a top before slamming heavily to the ground. Ah! Shintu Nantian clutched his face as he trembled. His extremely handsome looks and great demeanor could no longer be seen as his face was now mangled with blood. Matriarch Lin's strike had repercussed the injury to his soul. As Shintu Nantian had gone through the ordeal with a yun, and was like a flickering candle, this major blow made Shintu Nantian feel like a heavy hammer was constantly striking his head. His brain was in a buzz as he felt excruciating pain. Shintu Nantian looked up. Blood was pouring out from his nostrils and ears. The killing intent Matriarch Lin expressed nearly made him think he was going to die. This woman, who had been in charge of the Lin family's internal affairs for 10,000 years, may look amiable, but once she was angered, she was extremely frightening. Dawn! Matriarch Lin's dragon-headed cane slammed heavily to the ground, producing a loud thud. The bricks made of heavenly formation mud underneath her feet turned to dust with her strike. Don't think I'm a 3-year-old child. You are a wolf with savage ambitions. Your intentions on Shintong were never pure. Old me was dim-sighted from old age, and was nearly fooled by you. If not for little friend Yun, I would have made a terrible mistake. After I die, I would have no face to meet the Lin family's ancestors. Matriarch Lin had taken on a high position for a long period of time, so with her rage, the pressure and killing intent she forced on Shintu Nantian was something his injured soul really could not handle. Hand over the great Empress ancient recipe. Say the secrets and location of that mystic realm. Under Matriarch Lin's oppressive aura, Shintu Nantian found it hard to breathe. At this moment, the thousand-hand granny gave a wry smile and said, "So what if we say it? It's just a soul contract. Death awaits if I don't say, but even if I say it, would you let us off?" The thousand-hand granny was on the brink of despair. She had nothing to say if she had lost to Matriarch Lin, but today, she had lost to a teenage kid. She could not accept it. The thousand-hand granny looked towards Yi Yun with extreme hate. Everything that happened today was because of that little bastard. The great benefits that awaited the Shintu family clan had now led to a disaster. You may not want to say it, but someone else will say it. Not everyone is like you who wishes to die. As Matriarch Lin spoke, she looked towards Shintu Nantian. She had not killed Shintu Nantian with her strike because she wanted to know the location of the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Shintu Nantian's mouth twitched as all sorts of thoughts flashed past his mind. He was in the worst of situations. Even if he revealed the whereabouts of the Mystic Realm, the chances of him getting out alive were slim. The only way was for him to sign another soul contract with Matriarch Lin, with the condition of him being able to leave the Lin family if he revealed the location of the Mystic Realm. Shintu Nantian had always led a smooth life. When had he ever encountered a scenario that was a threat to his life? This trip to the Lin family would have been the greatest opportunity in his life. A beauty, a top-grade cultivation technique, and it would all be his, but in the end, it had become his nightmare. As Shintu Nantian was facing the threat of death, and enduring the physical and spiritual pain, Yun looked up towards the sky. In the sky, there were heaven-earth yuan she gathered from all corners of the world, forming an enormous cloud. This cloud was more than 5 kilometers wide. Its perimeter was golden in color, while the center was filled with all sorts of colors. It was extremely beautiful. From the cloud, Yun could feel the extremely pure yang qi. Yun knew that this yuan qi cloud was formed after the Great Empress relic exploded. The Great Empress relic was made from a pure yang elemental primordial true spirit's life essence bone. With all sorts of invaluable materials, a pure yang divine item was refined. The ancient desolate heaven master who had written the Great Empress Relic's recipe had theorized that injecting the unadulterated form of pure yang qi into the Great Empress body would complement yin with yang and make her meridians open up. However, refining a relic that contained such strong and unadulterated pure yang qi was extremely difficult. When pure yang reached an extreme, it would explode. As such, the ancient desolate heaven master had added an extreme yin and evil energy to balance the relic's energy structure. Now with the yin and evil energy having been extracted by Yun, the pure yang energy exploded. However, it had not disappeared. It had gathered in the sky above, forming a huge rainbow-colored yuan qi cloud. In a few more hours, the yuan qi cloud would dissipate, but before that, this place would be a treasured ground that could be used to cultivate pure yang cultivation techniques. However, even the most powerful pure yang elemental warrior could only take in a limited amount of pure yang energy in a few hours. It was at best a drop in the bucket. However, Yun was different. With the purple crystal, Yun could absorb all the pure yang energy into the purple crystal and store them without anyone noticing. The yuan qi cloud was like a great treasure for Yun. Upon thinking of this, Yun felt extremely excited. The purple crystal could absorb energy without leaving any traces. In a few hours' time, people would only think that the pure yang yuan qi had dissipated by itself. No one would know that it had been swallowed by the purple crystal. With this thought, Yun immediately proceeded in carrying out his plan. He controlled the purple crystal and began pulling the pure yang qi in the sky towards him. The pure yang qi was extremely clean and pure. Yun had never come into contact with energy of such a grade. Furthermore, this energy was not as chaotic as he imagined. The ancient desolate heaven master who had invented the ancient recipe had used some method to transform the pure yang energy into a gentle state which made it easy to absorb. After all, in ancient times, that peerless great empress, who had healed her own naturally terminated meridians, was still young. Her cultivation level was naturally limited, so how could she endure chaotic pure yang energies? Phew. In Yun's vision, he could see countless numbers of light dots surging towards him. Other than Yun himself, no one could see the light dots. Yun felt like his body had transformed into a sponge, those light dots being the sweetest spring water that he greedily absorbed them. There were more and more light dots as they became denser. In Yun's energy vision, his body had become like a sun, exuding colorful beams. Yun suddenly felt extremely refreshed. The warm energy cleansed Yun's body from head to toe. The energy entered deep into his bone marrow, meridians, and organs. Yi Yun felt an indescribable comfort. This feeling made Yi Yun feel like his entire body had turned sublime. He could clearly feel that every cell in his body was breathing the pure yang energy as they grew and evolved while bathing in the pure yang energy. His cells became more and more energetic as if they had a life of its own. The ordering of the cells became even more perfect, following certain laws of nature. The change to his cells made Yi Yun feel that his body had gone through a subtle change. Could it be? Yi Yun suddenly realized the possibility that his pure yang body had undergone another evolution. When Yi Yun first obtained the pure yang spirit, his body became a pure yang body of the earliest grade. Now, it had evolved to a higher level. Although it was not a perfect pure yang body, he was getting closer to it. Upon thinking of this, Yi Yun's mood turned exceedingly serene. Shintu Nantian was practically a boy who gave out treasures. He sure was too much to cheat Shintu Nantian so terribly when he had come to give him treasures. Yi Yun stroked his chin as a smile suffused on his lips. Clearly, he did not feel one bit guilty about this. Shintu Nantian's face was currently covered in blood. Of course, he did not know what Yi Yun was thinking. Neither did he know that Yi Yun was currently wolfing down on the great Empress Relic's energy that his Shintu family clan had paid a terrible price to refine. Furthermore, the evil energy had been discarded by Yi Yun. What he was absorbing was the essence of the essence. There was no side effects at all. If he knew this, Shintu Nantian would probably have died from exploded lungs. Author's note: some readers might ask, why can the thousand-hand granny attack Yi Yun with the soul contract's bondage? Is it a bug? Actually, I had thought about this question while I was writing. The soul contract was set to punish after the contract was violated. It would not give any advance protection as that would be too intelligent. Furthermore, the thousand-hand granny's attack on Yi Yun was not a violation of the contract. The contents of the contract was that if Yi Yun found the flaw in the relic, the thousand-hand granny would have to tell the secrets of the great Empress Mystic Realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 418, The Final Outcome of the Medicine Trial. Chapter 418, The Final Outcome of the Medicine Trial. As Yi Yun was single-mindedly absorbing the energy from the great Empress's relic's explosion, Shintu Nantian was approaching the gates of hell. In this world, few people were not afraid of death, and Shintu Nantian was apparently not one of them. Matriarch Lin. Beads of sweat began oozing out of Shintu Nantian's forehead. They were forced out by Matriarch Lin's killing intent. I can tell you all the secrets of the great Empress Mystic Realm, including the experience gained from sacrificing so many Shintu family clan experts. But, I plead that you let the people from my Shintu family clan leave. Shintu Nantian intended to sign another soul contract with Matriarch Lin. Let you go? Matriarch Lin sneered, you schemed to harm Shintong with evil intentions, and now, you want old me to let you off? If old me did not guess wrongly, if Shintong had swallowed that great Empress relic, the evil energy would greatly shorten her lifespan. By the time my Lin family knew the truth, your family would have gained all sorts of benefits, and it would have been too late. And all these benefits would all be yours, Shintu Nantian, alone. How can I let you go? You are using the great Empress Mystic Realm as a chip, so how would I know if the great Empress Mystic Realm was really left behind by the ancient great Empress? Maybe, it was just a mystic realm left behind by an ancient desolate heaven master. There would be no way of finding a method to join Shintong's terminated meridians up. Matriarch Lin expounded pressure. After all, she was a grandmaster in the desolate heaven technique. Although she had been tricked by the great Empress relic, she could roughly guess the great Empress relic's trap. An elixir like the great Empress relic made of extremely pure yang energy was definitely useful for Lin Shintong's natural meridians. However, the dangerous potential was not easily detected. However, as the red-eyed wolf was too weak, and with it swallowing the evil energy and not the beneficial portion of the relic, as such it was suppressed by the evil energy, leading it to rapidly age. Shintu Nantian knew that Matriarch Lin would definitely not let him off today. He was distraught, for in this situation, the news about the Great Empress Mystic Realm was the only card he had that was keeping him alive. Matriarch Lin. This junior can swear on my life that the Great Empress Mystic Realm is truly extraordinary. It is definitely closely related to the Great Empress. This point can be written in the soul contract. It is just that my Shintu family clan does not have the ability to fully open and explore the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Amongst all of the Shintu family members present, only Thousand Hand Granny and I know everything about the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Shintu Nantian began to speak factually. What he said immediately shocked everyone present. The Great Empress Mystic Realm had not been fully explored by the Shintu family clan. Even the Shintu family clan did not have the ability to fully open the Great Empress Mystic Realm, so what was inside the areas that were not fully opened? There was no doubt that the more inaccessible the place was, the more extraordinary it was. The parts explored had produced the ancient desolate Heaven Master heritage that made many people envious. There was also the extraordinary Great Empress ancient recipe that had been proven to be defective. The places that had not been opened in the mystic realm definitely had amazing opportunities. People were tempted. Other than the upper echelons of the Lin family, even the upper echelons of the family clans that had allied with the Shintu family clan were envious. The Shintu family clan may not be able to enter those areas, but they might be able to do so? Although it was unlikely, it was not entirely impossible. That ancient great empress was not someone that someone like the Shintu patriarch could compare with. There was even the possibility that she had long surpassed the usual definitions of the great emperor realm, and she had reached a higher realm that they did not understand nor have a name to. Matriarch Lin narrowed her eyes. If there was an area in the mystic realm that had not been opened up, that would be an opportunity for the Lin family. Furthermore, what Matriarch Lin was most concerned with was finding a method to join up Lin Shintong's terminated meridians within those areas. The situation had progressed into a dilemma. Matriarch Lin may be having a powerful stance now, but she too did not know how to handle it. On one hand, she did not wish to let Shintu Nantian off, and on the other hand, she wanted to obtain the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Since we have made enemies with the Shintu family clan, it will only lead to endless adverse consequences if Shintu Nantian was let off. Matriarch Lin knew that despite Shintu Nantian's poor character, he was extremely talented. Even now, Shintu Nantian's talent far exceeded anyone in the Lin family's younger generation. As for Lin Shintong, she may possess great talent, but she had the critical problem of her naturally terminated meridians. Matriarch Lin sighed and suddenly, she turned her head towards Yun. Little friend Yun, how do you think this matter should be dealt with? Matriarch Lin's sudden words made everyone present surprised. Even Yun, who was focused on absorbing the pure yang energy, was stunned. It was shocking to consult a junior on such a huge matter. There was no doubt that with Yun's performance over the past few days, and having revealed the Shintu family clan's evil scheme, Matriarch Lin no longer looked at Yun in an ordinary manner. She had completely distinguished Yun from the other juniors, and she had treated him as one of the members that could discuss in their family matters. This, Yun smiled bitterly. He scratched his head and shirked. This is a matter that the upper echelons of the Lin family needs to decide. It might not be suitable for me to give my opinion. Matriarch Lin shook her head. This is not only a matter for the Lin family, it is also a matter for you. This matter is closely related to you. There is no way of reconciling your relationship with the Shintu family clan, especially Shintu Nantian. If I were to let him off today, aren't you afraid he will seek revenge in the future? Matriarch Lin had asked because she wanted to respect Yun's wishes. By letting Shintu Nantian off, the harm to the Lin family could be far off into the future, but the harm to Yun would be immediate. Once Yun lost the protection of the Lin family, he would suffer the vengeful attacks of the Shintu family clan. About this, Yun stroked his chin. He was already far from reconciliation with Shintu Nantian a long time ago. Just as the saying goes, one isn't afraid of being bitten by lice once there were too many, so one matter more or less did not really mean much. Actually, since Matriarch Lin has asked me, you already have the answer in your heart. This junior feels that healing Miss Lin of her naturally terminated yin meridians is more important. Ian knew that Matriarch Lin was not willing to miss the opportunity to heal Lin Shintong, despite the threat of Shintu Nanshan's future revenge if he was let off. Matriarch Lin was just taking into account Ian's feelings. Seeing Ian so considerate for Lin Shintong, Matriarch Lin was touched. Little friend Yun, as long as old me still has a breath left in me, and as long as Shintong still holds a spot in the Lin family will definitely not let you down. Once Matriarch Lin finished speaking, Ian said, Matriarch Lin, this junior did not say that young Master Nantian should be let off. Oh? Matriarch Lin's eyebrows raised as she was slightly surprised. It's this. The soul contract's curse will take a few days, right? Ian knew that the ghost head in the soul contract was actually a curse. Once the contract was signed, and until the contract was nullified, the ghost head would slowly eat into the signee's soul, till they died a painful death. Only by fulfilling the contract would the ghost head disappear. This process varied depending on the person. Those with high cultivation levels could last for 70 to 80 days, while those with low cultivation levels could only last slightly more than 10 days. Matriarch Lin gently nodded. Right. Young Master Nanshan's strength is good, and he can definitely endure it for a long time. Ian smiled gently as he praised Shintu Nantian. However, this praise made Shintu Nanshan's heart freeze. As he looked at Ian's cold mask and the two red bloodlines where the eyes should be, a sense of foreboding was felt by Shintu Nantian. What was this kid going to do? It's this. This junior has heard that the Shintu family clan has a form of torture, called the dismembering the heart punishment. In a period of 36 days, a red-hot blade would be slashed on the criminal 36,000 times. After each day's slashing, a heart-dismembering worm's egg would be placed in the wounds. The eggs would then slowly hatch and eat at the flesh and blood. Finally, when the 36,000 slashes were completed, the heart-dismembering worms would follow the blood vessels and meridians all the way to the heart. There, tens of thousands of worms would bite at the heart, eventually leading to one's death. The dismembering the heart punishment was what Shintu Nantian had told Ian a few months ago. Back then, Shintu Nantian wanted to use dismembering the heart as a way to deal with Ian, to force the shepherd boy to save him. However, now, it had switched to Ian talking about the dismembering the heart. Shintu Nanshan's face immediately turned as white as paper. As a member of the Shintu family clan, he had witnessed with his own eyes how the dismembering the heart punishment was carried out by the Shintu family clan. The slashes were nothing much, but once the heart-dismembering worm's eggs were placed in one's body, the feeling of the larvae crawling inside one's body was a pain that was worse than death. Back then as a spectator, Shintu Nantian felt some pleasure seeing people suffer this punishment. However, if it was him suffering it, he could not imagine it. Torture? Matriarch Lin asked. She was surprised that Ian was so vicious in his methods, even though he was so young. To get truths out of torture, that would be the best. If it is useless, we can release news that the sentencing will happen in 10 days later to allow the Shintu family clan to come and redeem him. Of course, the price of redeeming him is the information of the Great Empress Mystic Realm. The Shintu family clan would probably not give up on Shintu Nantian, right? After all, the Great Empress Mystic Realm cannot be opened by the Shintu family clan. So things they cannot obtain can't be more important than the future successor of the Shintu family clan. Shintu Nantian was extremely important for the Shintu family clan. His importance far exceeded the importance of Lin Shintong in the Lin family. Matriarch Lin would not give up on Lin Shintong. Then, the Shintu family clan's Shintu patriarch would also not give up on Shintu Nantian. He was the most favorite and beloved junior. This, Matriarch Lin felt suspicious. Then, wouldn't Shintu Nantian be let off? What's the difference? The difference is, we can use these 10 days to take care of young Master Nantian well. After all, young Master Nanshan's injuries are quite severe. If we can treat his wounds, such as feeding him some poisonous items that might affect his future cultivation, then. When Yun said this, Matriarch Lin's eyes twitched. This little rascal sure wasn't any goody two-shoes. Seeing Matriarch Lin look at him with disbelieving eyes, Yun scratched his head sheepishly. This junior is just letting him have a taste of his own medicine. Yun had said that with his Yuan Qi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 419, Thank you. Chapter 419, Thank you. Put everyone from the Shintu family clan into custody. Matriarch Lin ordered. Not only Shintu Nantian, none of the other Shintu family clan elders were allowed to leave either. The people from the Shintu family clan looked at each other, unsure of what fate lied ahead of them. Shintu Nantian was horrified at this moment. He had only heard the dismembering the heart punishment Yin mentioned. As for the rest of Yin's words, they were all said to the matriarch in a Yuan Qi transmission. He did not know what the matriarch would do to him. Matriarch, can you please restrain their cultivation level? Yun said out loud. Matriarch Lin nodded as she stood in front of Shintu Nantian and the thousand-hand granny. Both of their faces were covered in blood. Their situation was terrible. Hearing that his cultivation level would be restrained, Shintu Nantian looked hatefully at Yun as his mouth curled. At this moment, he wished that he could tear off Yun's flesh bit by bit. The eyes of Matriarch Lin flashed a cold beam as she tapped Shintu Nanshan's and the thousand-hand granny's bodies as quick as lightning. Pang! With a loud explosion, Shintu Nanshan's body trembled as he was sent rolling on the ground a few times. Matriarch Lin had restrained Shintu Nantian by sealing his meridians. Shintu Nantian was now suffering from his injured soul as well as the suppressed cultivation level. He was no different from an ordinary person now. Actually, Matriarch Lin greatly desired to smash Shintu Nanshan's Dantian, directly crippling him. However, as the Lin family was hoping to use Shintu Nantian to exchange for the method to enter the Great Empress Mystic Realm, the matriarch could not torture Shintu Nantian too terribly. At least, it should not be visible when negotiations with the Shintu family clan was held. If the Shintu family clan knew that Shintu Nantian had already become a cripple, they would give him up immediately, and go to war with the Lin family. Little friend Yun, I will give you full autonomy in handling this matter. I believe you have your discretion. Matriarch Lin was very assured when it came to Yun. This astonished many from the upper echelons of the Shintu family clan. All of them were usually a famous name in the Tian Yuan world. They could easily cause a commotion upon visiting a small family clan, with the family clan's head personally welcoming them. Now, however, their fate was to be decided by a junior. It was such a great ridicule. 2 administrators of the Lin family were assigned to listen to Yun's orders. Yun did not stand on ceremony and simply said, for the Shintu family clan guests, find a clean and decent guest house for them to stay in. As for these 2, Yun looked towards Shintu Nantian and the thousand-hand granny, find a dungeon and simply lock them up. Dungeon? The 2 Lin family administrators were shocked upon hearing this. This kid sure did things seriously. Both Shintu Nantian and the thousand-hand granny were members of the upper echelon of the Shintu family clan, but this kid was actually planning on imprisoning them in a dungeon. Little bastard, you better not fall into my hands. I will let you live a living death. The thousand-hand granny cursed. Yun waved to the administrator, hey brother, stuff her mouth. The 2 Lin family administrators were speechless and turned to look at Matriarch Lin. Matriarch Lin nonchalantly said, just follow the instructions. After all, the Lin family had already lost all decorum with the Shintu family clan, so there was not much left to be considered. The 2 family clans were originally enemies. Now, with the Lin family knowing that the Shintu family clan had been scheming against the Lin family, how could they not sound out after being stabbed by a knife? In the warrior world, one could only survive well by being more ruthless. Only then would one not be humiliated. If everyone were to just endure and put up an attitude of not minding incursions from others just because they were a super family clan, then this sort of large family clan would eventually be eaten up by others. It was not enough to just verbally condemn. Seeing the bloodied Shintu Nantian and the thousand-hand granny being carried away like dead dogs, many of the elders from the large family clans, who had good relations with the Shintu family clan, broke out in cold sweat. Amongst them, the Song family's long-browed elder, who had strongly supported the Shintu family clan, was feeling most nervous. He had said, in a matter-of-fact manner, that the great Empress relic did not have any problems. To prove that, he had used the mystic crystal hand to aid Yi Yun, along with Shintu Nantian and the thousand-hand granny. However, now, amongst the three who aided Yi Yun, he was the only one left standing there. Shintu Nantian and the thousand-hand granny had already been dragged off to the dungeons. The long-browed elder wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "I was dim-sighted from old age. Although I did participate in the refinement of the great Empress relic, I only saw a tiny portion of the recipe. I really did not see problems with the relic." The Song family, which the long-browed elder belonged to, was much weaker compared to the Lin family. Furthermore, with him at fault, the Lin family could easily count the Song family as accomplices. That would be no simple joke. Yi Yun had guessed that the long-browed elder really did not know much. This included a large majority of the Shintu family clan's elders, as they too did not know anything about this matter. After all, it was better when less people knew something to ensure the secrecy of the matter. For Elder Song to explain it away with the reason of being dim-sighted from old age, this junior really has nothing to say against that. However, Elder Song, you should know that just now, when this junior was risking his life to stand out and question the Shintu family clan, I was looked down upon and suspected by others. Elder Song, you stood up for the Shintu family clan and was so sure of yourself, pushing me into an extremely unfavorable situation. If I did not gain the opportunity to prove myself, or failed to perform well due to experiencing too much pressure, resulting in me failing to extract the evil energy, then me dying would not have been a big deal, but the Shintu family clan scheme would have succeeded. Many years later, when Miss Lin then died as a result, it is not unlikely that the Lin family would have been swallowed by the Shintu family clan. That would then have been irreversible. Yi Yun was not a magnanimous person. Yi Yun still held the long-browed elder accountable for his actions, even if he was not aware of the truth. Although Yi Yun would not put the long-browed elder through a terrible situation, rattling him up was not a bad idea either. The long-browed elder bitterly cried in his heart. This little rascal was the kind of person who did not let one off easily. He could remain so calm even in front of all the mighty figures of the Shintu family clan, so how could he fail to perform well due to experiencing too much pressure? This was clearly Yi Yun trying to con him. Of course, he could not say this out loud. He was smart and knew the underlying meaning in Yi Yun's words. He said, "I was foolish and nearly made a grave mistake. Little friend Yun is right. Just my apology is not sincere enough. I will give a satisfactory answer to the Lin family. Also, I will make reparations to little friend Yun." The long-browed elder did not mind compensating Yi Yun using material goods because this youth was just too terrifying. He was still so young, yet his desolate heaven technique talent had reached such an extraordinary level. Furthermore, he had just now single-handedly destroyed the Shintu family clan's machinations. So many mighty figures had fallen into his hands. Shintu Nantian and the thousand-hand granny even nearly died from his schemes. If he was this brilliant at such a young age, he would become even more so when he grew up. The Song family may have allied with the Shintu family clan, but that was just due to their mutual interests. Although they usually followed the Shintu family clan's lead, it would be a joke if they were to help the Shintu family clan bear the brunt force of an attack. Long-browed believed that Yi Yun would accomplish much in the future, so he was happy to get the chance to befriend Yi Yun. Hearing the long-browed elder's words, Yi Yun was satisfied. He would be a fool if he did not collect benefits. It was also absolutely legitimate for him to obtain those benefits. Little friend Yun, this matter was settled all thanks to you. The Lin family has stood in the Tian Yuan world for so many years. Our family's rules are also very clear with its rewards and punishments. You must be tired after extracting the evil energy. Go take a rest. Come see me in the Jade Bamboo Peak early tomorrow morning. Matriarch Lin gave Yi Yun an affable smile. She suddenly thought of something and spoke to Lin Xintong, who was beside her. Xintong, you should come too. Yes. Lin Xintong nodded slightly. Before she left, she glanced deeply at Yi Yun. A strange light flickered in her eyes. Although she had said that she believed in Yi Yun, Lin Xintong still felt deeply touched when Yi Yun actually managed to complete what seemed like an impossible task. She had seen Yi Yun remain extremely calm, despite the dwindling amount of sand left in the hourglass. When he extracted the evil energy, without feeling any need to rush, and sent it into the desolate beast's body, proving the toxicity of the evil energy, a strange and wondrous feeling surged in Lin Xintong's heart. This was mainly because she had seen this youth walk out from the vast wilderness. She had witnessed his incredible growth process, so this wondrous feeling was even stronger. Thank you. Lin Xintong's lips gently moved as the soft and sweet words entered Yi Yun's ears. Yi Yun felt his ears itch with the young girl's whispering words. He slightly smiled and said, "Thank you too, for believing in me by betting your dignity and innocence." Lin Xintong said, "My dignity and innocence cannot compare to you betting your life." Well, of course it cannot be compared for me. However, for Miss Lin, it is completely different. Yi Yun knew that a speckless girl like Lin Xintong would never have given up her own dignity just to carry on living. Lin Xintong gave him a gentle smile and did not speak any further. She accompanied the matriarch and left silently. Her beautiful figure disappeared into the green sea of bamboo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 420, How the Tides Change. Chapter 420, How the Tides Change. After Matriarch Lin left with Lin Xintong, Yi Yun remained on the mountain peak as he absorbed the pure yang qi in the rainbow-colored Yuan qi cloud. Some of the Lin family elders also cultivated pure yang laws. They too coveted the Yuan qi cloud, however, they could only cultivate under this cloud for about 3 hours, which would not benefit them much. These people simply gave up. Little friend Yun, you practice a pure yang cultivation technique too? A Lin family elder noticed that Yi Yun seemed to be cultivating under the Yuan qi cloud, so he came over and asked. After the medicine trial session, Yi Yun's status in the Lin family had sharply risen. Hence, the elders in the Lin family were much more polite with Yi Yun. Yes. Yi Yun nodded and the Lin family elder smiled. We Desolate Heaven Masters actually do not really need to hone our combat skills. Pure yang laws are too profound. Practicing the Desolate Heaven technique already takes up a large portion of our time. If a law is to be cultivated, choosing something simpler like the 5 elemental laws would do. For example, the fire elemental laws are pretty good. In terms of fighting, the fire elemental laws are similar to the pure yang laws. Although it is weaker in strength, the fire elemental laws are much easier to learn. With this comparison, the fire elemental laws are much better. As he had a good impression of Yi Yun, this Lin family elder began to give him some pointers. In his opinion, youths inevitably were overambitious. They would be too naive regarding martial paths, and they would recklessly choose profound and difficult to learn laws like yin-yang or spacetime, eventually causing them to go through many detours. Thank you for the senior's advice. Yi Yun said modestly, before carrying on absorbing the pure yang qi. Seeing Yi Yun's actions, the Lin family elder turned speechless. Clearly, the youth in front of him was not listening. By choosing pure yang laws, this kid probably wanted to accomplish a lot in the martial path too. He was too greedy. For example, even Shintu Nantian and Lin Xintong, who were proud children of heaven, would not attempt to master both aspects to an extreme. Although they had pretty good accomplishments in the Desolate Heaven technique, the two of them were more focused on their martial path. They would give up learning most of the complicated sealing technique in the Desolate Heaven technique while cultivating profound martial laws. The old man shook his head and left. And at this moment, Yun had already absorbed about a third of the Rainbow Yuan Qi Cloud's pure Yang Qi. This absorption rate was about the same speed as the dissipation rate of the Yuan Qi Cloud itself. Yun did this just to be careful. He specifically used the purple crystal to absorb the pure Yang Qi that was about to disperse away. By doing so, even if a great emperor were to stare at the Yuan Qi Cloud, he would not be able to know that the purple crystal had magically absorbed it. At this moment, Yun's body was already full of energy. No matter how gentle the pure Yang Qi in the Great Empress relic was, Yun's body had its limits. The remaining pure Yang Qi was stored inside the purple crystal. As the pure Yang Qi was highly compressed, it had now liquefied into golden droplets. It looked like melted gold and it was extremely pure. Seeing the golden droplets, Yun was extremely delighted. With them, his cultivation level could rapidly increase in a short period of time. Yun had already been stuck at the early stages of the Yuan Foundation realm for quite some time. Other than the golden droplets, the purple crystal contained two other energies. The first was the pure Yang spirit, which was what Yun had obtained in Fallen Stargate. The second was the extremely cold Yin energy. Back when Yun was thrown into a cell by Shintu Nantian force-fed Yun a 7 noxious divining pill. The 7 noxious divining pill contained an extremely cold Yin energy. If not for the purple crystal absorbing and compressing its energy, Yun's cultivation would have been destroyed. Thinking about this, a playful smile suffused on Yun's lips. It was time to visit young Master Nantian. How Shintu Nantian treated him back then, it was time to return it to him in the same way. After absorbing all the pure Yang Qi, Yun was not in a rush to leave. He glanced at the pile of bones left behind by the red-eyed wolf and put them away. With the purple crystal's energy vision, Yun knew that the black evil energy was still hidden amongst the bones. After carefully examining the black gas, Yun realized that not only did it not have any signs of deterioration after swallowing the red-eyed wolf's vitality and flesh, it had actually grown stronger. Of course, as the red-eyed wolf was too weak, the evil energy did not become that much stronger. However, this discovery alarmed Yun. What was this evil energy? It seemed like it could grow. It sounded too fantastic and it was extremely creepy. Could it be that this evil energy could grow indefinitely? Upon thinking of this, Yun shook his head and rejected the idea. It was unlikely, as the Shintu family clan probably used primordial true spirit grade treasures as materials to refine the Great Empress relic. They would not have been able to find materials more precious than that. Under these circumstances, the evil energy that resulted from the Great Empress relic would not have been able to grow indefinitely. But if it was used against Shintu Nantian, it would be enough. The corners of Yun's lips suffused a smile as he headed towards the dungeon. The Lin family's dungeon was itself a strong fortress. The dungeon was constructed from a special metal. The engraved runic arrays made it indestructible. People who were thrown into the dungeon would have their cultivation level restricted. Even a figure like the 10,000 Imperial King would not be able to do anything once he was thrown into the dungeon. The Lin family's dungeon had previously imprisoned a demonic person who had stirred up a lot of trouble in the Tian Yuan world. He was imprisoned until his death. The dungeon was located in the Death Hell Peak, one of the Lin family's 18 main peaks. From the peak of the mountain, there was a passageway that was thousands of meters long. The dungeon was located at the other end of the passageway, deep inside the mountain. Open the door. Yun easily entered the dungeon with the warrant matriarch Lin gave him. Shintu Nantian and the 1,000-hand granny were imprisoned inside a large cell. Shintu Nantian's hands and legs were bound with chains. This scene was too familiar with Yun. How the tide changes. Yi-Yun had been chained in a cell a few months ago by Shintu Nantian. Now, the situation had reversed. The world was indeed unpredictable. Beside Shintu Nantian, the thousand-hand granny was suspended in the air with chains. Her hair was disheveled and she looked like a ferocious ghost. When she saw Yi-Yun appear, she immediately struggled towards Yi-Yun. Crash! The chains tightened, and no matter how much the thousand-hand granny struggled, she was unable to grab Yi-Yun. Her gaze looked like she wanted to tear Yi-Yun's flesh off with her mouth, bit by bit. Little bastard! Remember this day, for I will make sure you lead a living death. The thousand-hand granny hated Yi-Yun so much. Everything that had happened today was all thanks to Yi-Yun. Seeing that hateful and wrinkled old face, Yi-Yun shook his head. It seems that you have not accepted the reality of having your powers sealed. Now, you can no longer threaten me. As Yi-Yun spoke, he suddenly lifted his hand and mercilessly slapped down. Pa! With a clear slapping sound, the thousand-hand granny heavily slammed into the wall. Her face was covered with dry black blood that seemed to be smeared with mud. However, this was not a result of Yi-Yun's blow. It was a consequence of the combined attack of Matriarch Lin's and a few Lin family elders' attack. Little bastard? Tisk! Yi-Yun took a towel out of his interspatial ring and wiped the black blood stains off his hand before throwing the towel on the ground. How many times have you cursed me? Probably 10 or 20 times. My temperament sure is good to endure it up to now, you old witch. As Yi-Yun said, he sent another merciless punch at the thousand-hand granny's right eye. Yi-Yun felt pleased with the feeling of fist-meeting flesh. The thousand-hand granny gritted her teeth while staring at Yi-Yun. She was greatly maddened, but she could not do anything to Yi-Yun. She had never been in such a cowardly state in her entire life, to be brutally beaten up by an ant-like person. Yun! Shintu Nantian stared at Yi-Yun. Do not forget that in a few days, I will walk out of here. The elders in my family will trade the information about the great Empress Mystic Realm in exchange for me. I will remember how you treat me today. One must be sparing in his ways. I advise you to give yourself a lifeline. Shintu Nantian was smart. He knew that if he were to revile Yi-Yun, he would only be subjected to physical pain. As a wise man does not fight when the odds are against him, he used the fact that he would eventually leave the Lin family as a threat to warn Yi-Yun not to mess around. Yi-Yun stroked his chin and nodded. That's reasonable. However, according to what you say, I should cherish whatever time I have now. I should abuse you to get back my capital. As Yi-Yun spoke, he sent a big slap at Shintu Nantian. Pa! Yi-Yun's palm fully came into contact with Shintu Nantian's face, and accompanying the slapping sound, Shintu Nantian snorted before being sent flying by Yi-Yun. He was riddled with injuries, so he was already on his last breath. With his cultivation level suppressed, Yi-Yun's slap made Shintu Nantian feel like 1,000 drums were being banged beside his ear. He began retching while sprawled on the ground. The damage to his soul was too life-threatening. Just using a bit of his mental energy or receiving any external physical attacks would cause a repercussion to his injuries, giving him a terrible headache. You, Shintu Nantian's eyes turned red as he deadly stared at Yi-Yun. I have no grudge with you. Why are you treating me this way? Shintu Nantian no longer dared to say any unyielding words. The thousand-hand granny had been slapped when she reviled Yi-Yun. His outcome was the same when he threatened Yi-Yun. In that case, he could only take a soft stance. No grudge? A mocking smile appeared on Yi-Yun's lips. Yi-Yun's words made Shintu Nantian think. There was a grudge? Upon careful thought, why was this kid wearing a mask to hide his looks? Besides, it sounded like his voice was not his original voice. He was clearly trying to hide his identity. An uneasy sense of foreboding rose in Shintu Nantian's mind. He stared at Yi-Yun's eyes. Yi-Yun's mask could not cover his eyes, but it was very difficult to recognize a person just from his eyes. Shintu Nantian only felt that Yi-Yun's eyes looked familiar. As to where he had seen them before, he was unable to remember. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 421, Taking Advantage of Their Perilous State. Chapter 421, Taking Advantage of Their Perilous State. Who the hell are you? Shintu Nantian was beginning to feel suspicious about Yi Yun's identity. It was no longer a surprise that Yun Yintian had a grudge against him. Shintu Nantian did not believe a 15-year-old child would have any close connections with him. Maybe Yun Yintian's family had been killed by him. Unfortunately, as Shintu Nantian was ruthless, he had killed a lot of people. Hence, he had grudges with many people, so he could not immediately figure out who Yi Yun was. Yi Yun ignored Shintu Nantian's words. With a stroke of his chin, he leaned over and grabbed Shintu Nantian's hand. What are you doing? Shintu Nantian was powerless at this moment, and he was like a flickering flame. How could he resist Yi Yun? He only felt pain in his fingers as Yi Yun took his interspatial ring off. Yun. Shintu Nantian's interspatial ring contained a large portion of his wealth. As the heir to the Shintu family clan, Shintu Nantian naturally had tremendous wealth. Back then, when Yi Yun was captured by Shintu Nantian did not even take a look at Yi Yun's interspatial ring as Yi Yun was too poor compared to him. But now, with the tables turned, it was completely different. Shintu Nantian's interspatial ring was very attractive to Yi Yun. He could not waste whatever good things there were in the ring. In for a penny, in for a pound, Yi Yun also took the 1,000-hand granny's interspatial ring. The two rings were extremely high in quality. Their interior spaces were more than 10 times larger than what Yi Yun was wearing. And the ring Yi Yun was wearing was given to him by Lin Xintong along with the soul nurturing pill. If Yi Yun wore that ring back in the Taiya Divine Kingdom, the difference would be even greater. Nice ring! Yi Yun praised with glee. At this moment, Shintu Nantian and the 1,000-hand granny were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. However, they could do nothing. When the Lin family locked them up, they would not take advantage of their perilous state and steal their interspatial ring. In the Tian Yuan world, powerful families had to care for their face, so they did not do such things. However, this so-called powerful family vibe clearly did not exist in Yi Yun's eyes. Shintu Nantian and the 1,000-hand granny had a mental connection with their respective rings. If anyone touched their interspatial rings, they would feel it. If the other person's mental powers were not as strong as theirs, they would not be able to open the interspatial ring. Of course, it was completely different for the current Shintu Nantian. Shintu Nantian's mental state was terrible. He could not even complete a single seal of the mystic crystal hand properly. Yi Yun sank his mental energy into Shintu Nantian's interspatial ring in a no-holds-barred manner. He ruthlessly wiped the spiritual connection. Ah! Shintu Nantian let out a scream. He clutched his head and painfully fell to the ground. At the moment Yi Yun wiped the mental connection, Shintu Nantian felt as if a chunk of his brain had suddenly been sliced off. It was so painful that it made him break out into cold sweat. Boundless hatred rose up within Shintu Nantian's heart. He had never felt so much hate in his life. His body was seriously injured, his cultivation level was suppressed, and he was locked in a dungeon. A top-grade woman that was about to be his was gone. He was then brutally beaten by an ant-like person who later stole his interspatial ring and wiped away his mental mark. At this moment, Yi Yun was casually rummaging through Shintu Nantian's interspatial ring. When Shintu Nantian looked at his ring being rummaged through, this humiliation made him feel like his eyes were bursting. Yi Yun quickly finished sweeping through Shintu Nantian's interspatial ring. He made a few discoveries. First was a pile of jade scrolls. Inside them were all sorts of cultivation techniques and heritage. Some of the heritage was extremely valuable in the Shintu family clan. It required a sufficient number of family contribution points to exchange for them. There were about 4 to 5 of those heritage scrolls. There was also an ancient jade scroll that had complex runes engraved on it. With a simple search, he confirmed that it was the ancient Desolate Heaven technique heritage. Without a doubt, this jade scroll was taken out of the Great Empress mystic realm by the Shinto family clan. Other than the jade scroll, Iyun also found a large bunch of elixirs. Inside all these exquisite elixir bottles were soul-nurturing and wound-healing medicines that were top grade. Besides these elixir bottles, there were 3 big chests. These chests were made of a special metal. There were even seals on the exterior of each of them. Iyun took the chests out and used the sonic deathblade to open the lock. With a kick, he opened the lid. Immediately, a pure and powerful heaven-earth yuan qi surged out, filling the entire dungeon. Within the chests were neatly arranged desolate bone relics. These desolate bone relics were extremely pure in quality and they were uniform. Although they weren't that precious, they were after all 3 huge chests worth. In the warrior's world, a uniform quality of desolate bone relics were often used as common currency to purchase all sorts of items. These 3 chests were not used by Shinto Nantian for cultivation. Instead, it was his wealth. He could use it to splurge when he was out in the city. Iyun did not stand on ceremony as he kept the 3 large chests of relics. Finally, it was weapons. Shinto Nantian was a sword user. Iyun took an azure sword out. It was Shinto Nantian's companion sword. Seeing his companion's sword in Iyun's hands, Shinto Nantian's eyes turned red. This was the item that was worth the most in his interspatial ring. It was given to him by the Shinto patriarch when he came of age. A gift from the Shinto patriarch would be obviously valuable. Fine sword. Iyun pulled the azure longsword out. As he brandished it, Shinto Nantian's body trembled as he clenched his fists. His fingernails sank deep into his palms. His beloved sword was now nonchalantly being held in Iyun's hands. This feeling was like his most beloved woman that was dedicated to him was now being blasphemed by Iyun. Yunyan Tian, you deserve a horrible death. Shinto Nantian sent a nasty curse out, but at this moment, he felt some pain in his soul. It was like a 10,000-pound sledgehammer had slammed on it. His face went pale like a sheet of paper. Taking advantage of Shinto Nantian's weak mental state, Iyun ruthlessly wiped his mental connection with the azure sword. Iyun did not stand on ceremony as he kept Shinto Nantian's sword. He was just in need of a sword. Previously, in the Taya Divine City, the Taya Divine City elders had promised to give Iyun a sword and saber set. However, as the Taya Divine Kingdom was attacked by a desolate beast horde, the matter of giving him the weapon set was put on hold. As for the sword and saber sets that Iyun had, other than the mysterious rusted sword, the rest were extremely common. Unfortunately, despite finding so many treasures in the ring, Iyun did not find any records regarding the Great Empress Mystic Realm. This was reasonable as the Great Empress Mystic Realm's secret was not a cultivation technique manual. It could not be encoded in a jade scroll. It was meaningless to let Shinto Nantian carry it around with him. After rummaging through Shinto Nantian's ring, Iyun decided to rummage through the Thousand-Hand Granny's ring. However, despite having her cultivation level restricted, the Thousand-Hand Granny's mental energies were still fine. Her soul was not damaged. Iyun attempted once, but he was unable to wipe the Thousand-Hand Granny's mental connection. He actually felt a spiritual backlash, causing a dull pain in his soul. Iyun clenched his eyebrows and turned to look at the Thousand-Hand Granny. She looked hatefully at Iyun and sneered, "Little bastard, do you think you are able to wipe my mental connection? Dream on." Before she finished her words, Iyun had already raised his feet as he kicked the Thousand-Hand Granny's face with all his strength. Boom! With an explosive sound, Iyun's kick had slammed the disheveled Thousand-Hand Granny's head into the dungeon's stone walls. Ah! The Thousand-Hand Granny screamed as the chains binding her body began to clink and clank. Iyun had no mercy as he kept sending out his right foot. Every attack targeted the thousand-hand granny's face. Without any cultivation and any yuan qi protecting her body, the thousand-hand granny was just an ordinary granny. How could she withstand Yi Yun's stamping on her? The thousand-hand granny was trampled by Yi Yun till she was dazed, and at this moment, the thousand-hand granny felt a terrible pain in her head. At the moment when her thoughts were in a state of confusion, her mental connection mark on her interspatial ring had been ruthlessly wiped by Yi Yun. Yi Yun held the thousand-hand granny's interspatial ring and shook his head. Why do you make things so hard? You are already locked in here and your cultivation has been suppressed. Why are you trying to withhold a ring? Yi Yun rummaged through the thousand-hand granny's interspatial ring, completely ignoring her ferocious eyes. There was even more good stuff in the thousand-hand granny's interspatial ring. There were 5 large chests of desolate bone relics in it. There were plenty of cultivation technique manuals, weapons, and medicines. Their grades were even higher than those in Shintu Nanshan's ring. And Yi Yun found a saber in the thousand-hand granny's ring as he wished. This saber was not used by the thousand-hand granny as it was just part of a collection of hers. The saber was blood red in color. There was a lifelike ghost head engraved on the saber handle, which made it look extremely evil. On the saber blade, the words Blood Red Lotus were inscribed. Red Lotus Saber. Yi Yun casually brandished the saber and the blood-colored beams looked like a blood-infused storm was surging over. This saber had clearly drunk a lot of fresh blood as it had killed countless times. Just the killing chi gathered on the saber was enough to make it as a murderous weapon. Fine saber. Yi Yun was very satisfied. This saber was just a collection of the thousand-hand granny, so it did not have any mental marks left behind by the thousand-hand granny. Yi Yun very happily imprinted his mental mark on the saber. Little bastard, I swear I will grind your bones to dust. The thousand-hand granny shouted hoarsely. She was so angry that her entire body was trembling. The chains were also clinkering around. Yi Yun ignored the old hag and carried on rummaging through the ring. He opened every elixir bottle and gave a sniff. Suddenly, the corners of his lips formed a little arc. He had found it. She really had it. Yi Yun opened a blue jade bottle. As he gently overturned the bottle, a full-bodied ice blue pill that emitted a biting chill rolled out. It could be said that this pill was something unforgettable for Yi Yun. This was because he had been force-fed one before. Its name was the 7 Noxious Divining Pill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 422, Helping You Heal. Chapter 422, Helping You Heal. The 7 Noxious Divining Pill was actually not a poisonous item. It only contained an extremely colding energy that was very oppressive. If a person with lacking a cultivation base swallowed it, it could cause the person's meridians to break, crippling one's cultivation base. Seeing Yi Yun hold the 7 Noxious Divining Pill, the mouths of the thousand-hand granny and Shintu Nantian twitched. However, they did not believe that Yi Yun would be able to identify the pill. This was because this pill was extremely valuable. It was a secret concoction made by the Shintu family clan. A junior like Yi Yun would never have come into contact with it. Yi Yun played with the pill. Just holding it made Yi Yun feel the cold biting into his body. Yi Yun could still clearly remember the feeling of the frost chi entering his bone marrow from 2 months ago. Back then, when the frost chi rushed into Yi Yun's dantian and all of his blood vessels, it had made him feel an extreme cold that came from deep within his soul. Following that, even the pure yang yuan qi that Yi Yun cultivated was rapidly eroded by the frost qi. As a result, his face had turned pale and his body trembled. Icicles then formed on his eyebrows and hair. Following that, even his black hair had turned white. Yi Yun's back faced Shintu Nantian as he held the pill in between his index finger and thumb. In front of the dungeon's candle light, he could see through the crystal clear pill. The flickering candlelight looked unreal and beautiful through it. Yi-Yun squinted his eyes. This pill was the one that Shintu Nantian had fed him, leading him to feel endless pain, nearly pushing him to the brink of his death. Yi-Yun spent quite a long period of time admiring this pill. Behind Yi-Yun, the thousand-hand granny and Shintu Nantian looked each other in the eye. None of them knew what Yi-Yun was doing. This kid, why is he so interested in the 7 noxious divining pill? He cannot be, Shintu Nantian was feeling alarmed. To have such a dangerous pill fall into this kid's hands, and having his life completely in the grasp of another person did not feel good when he was completely unable to put up any resistance. Impossible. This little bastard is not from some famous family that can be seen at a glance. He must be some bumpkin that Su Jie found in some remote region. With his experience, how can he recognize the 7 noxious divining pill? He may even think that it is some treasure. The thousand-hand granny dismissed Yi-Yun's origins. In the Tian Yuan world, those from big family clans tended to have a form of superiority complex. The big family clans had such immense amounts of heritage that it made it hard to comprehend. So how could a warrior from humble origins compare to them? Hence, the thousand-hand granny completely despised Yi-Yun. In her eyes, Yi-Yun was just a small, ant-like figure. She was just feeling extremely pissed that she was now in his hands. As Yi-Yun admired the 7 noxious divining pill, he suddenly opened his mouth. I cannot find any news of the great Empress Mystic Realm in neither of your interspatial rings. Upon hearing this, Shintu Nantian sneered. He was thinking, was that not obvious? Of course, he would never say those words out aloud. This was definitely not a good time to agitate Yi-Yun. It seems the both of you have no intentions of revealing information of the great Empress Mystic Realm? Yi-Yun also said. Another obvious pile of bullshit. Shintu Nantian knew that the great Empress Mystic Realm was the only trump card keeping him alive. He definitely would not reveal it. For this young kid to say something so idiotic, he must have intelligence problems. As Shintu Nantian was having these malicious thoughts, Yi-Yun suddenly turned around as he gave Shintu Nantian and the thousand-hand granny a playful look. Shintu Nantian's heart sank. He did not know what the meaning of Yi-Yun's gaze was. At this moment, the thousand-hand granny's face was sullen as she said with her husky voice, Junior, return the Eternal Frost Sword to Tiana and the Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill to me. These 2 items should not be defiled by you. If you do not, then when my Shintu family clan comes to negotiate, it will not be something let off that simply. The Eternal Frost Sword was Shintu Nantian's companion sword, which was also the azure sword Yi-Yun had kept. It was the most valuable thing Shintu Nantian had. It would be very normal if the Shintu family clan wanted back the sword when the Shintu family clan began negotiations. As for the Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill? Yi-Yun hesitated for a bit. He was holding a Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill? Seeing the thousand-hand granny's muddy eyes looking at the 7 noxious divining pill in his hand, Yi-Yun suddenly understood the intentions of the old hag. You say I am holding a Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill? Yi-Yun seemed slightly stunned as he looked at the pill in his hand. What do you think? The thousand-hand granny smiled disdainfully. What a bumpkin, not from a good family. So what if you have some talent? You can't even identify precious items. You can't even identify the Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill. The thousand-hand granny mocked Yi-Yun with a queer voice. The Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill she mentioned was much more famous. Besides, in the thousand-hand granny's interspatial ring, there was a jade scroll that introduced the Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill. This Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill looked extremely similar to the 7 noxious divining pill. Even an experienced alchemist would not be able to distinguish between the 2 at a glance. However, the effects of the 2 pills were extremely different. The Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill was an extremely good medicine. Ignoring the difficulty at refining it, just the ingredients needed to refine it were just slightly inferior to the materials needed to make the Great Empress Relic. The Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill is not something a person with your cultivation level can use. You are a desolate heaven master apprentice, whose combat power is not even worth a glance. That pill you have is useless. Return it to me, or in the negotiation in a few days' time we would definitely talk about this. Your Lin family will definitely be put in a negative position. You still want to stay in the Lin family. Do you think Matriarch Lin will condone of you messing around? The thousand-hand granny's words were extremely reasonable, so much that they nearly made Yi Yun believe them. However, Yi Yun shook his head gently. Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill? 7 Noxious Divining Pill? If it were juniors with limited insight, they would not have been able to distinguish between the two extremely similar pills. However, Yi Yun had personally eaten the 7 Noxious Divining Pill before. That pain due to the biting cold that reached the bone was how he remembered this pill. So how could he misidentify the 7 Noxious Divining Pill? You are saying this is the Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill? Yi Yun smiled. The Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill was a treasured medicine. The Thousand-Hand Granny's act was purposely done to make him misidentify it. Seeing Yi Yun's cold mask and teasing tone, the Thousand-Hand Granny's heart skipped a beat. Could this kid know something? She wanted to let Yi Yun think that he was holding on to the Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill. If Yi Yun carried on rummaging through her interspatial ring, he would see the jade scroll introducing the Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill, which was almost identical to the 7 Noxious Divining Pill. As such, Yi Yun would then definitely believe in her words. And in the Jade Scroll, it had introduced how juniors with weaker cultivation levels could use the Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill. One could drink the soup made from melting the Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill with water. Once a Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill was made into a soup, its medicinal properties would slowly disperse, then, even a junior at the Yuan Foundation realm would be able to intake it. The Thousand-Hand Granny believed that with Yi Yun's greedy character, the more she pretended the preciousness of the pill, the more she said that the Shintu family clan would pursue the matter of the pill, the more he would not hand the pill back. He would deceive the Lin family and secretly take the pill and intake it after smelting it with water. In that case, he would be swallowing a 7 Noxious Divining Pill. Finally, when the frost chi entered his body, his meridians would be damaged, crippling his cultivation. This result was what the Thousand-Hand Granny was dreaming to see. Impossible, with his knowledge, it is impossible for him to distinguish the difference between the 7 Noxious Divining Pill and the Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill. As the Thousand-Hand Granny was thinking, Yi Yun began speaking slowly. I see, the Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill. I definitely would not dare to take such a precious pill. If I were to take it, then the Shintu family clan would definitely insist on this point during the negotiations. Then, I will not be able to withhold my face and this would affect the smooth negotiations. If I cannot obtain any news of the great Empress Mystic Realm, then I would have sinned greatly. Yi Yun's willingness to admit his mistake shocked the Thousand-Hand Granny and Shintu Nantian. The Thousand-Hand Granny was afraid of Yi Yun's suspicions, so she had acted out in that way. She never expected it to be counterproductive. This kid was too flippant in his attitude. How could he change his attitude that easily? Shintu Nantian and the Thousand-Hand Granny quickly tried to think of something in the hopes of luring Yi Yun into swallowing the 7 Noxious Divining Pill, without making him suspicious. However, at this moment, Yi Yun had already walked before Shintu Nantian and smiled. Actually, both of your wounds are indeed quite terrible. You are both guests of the Lin family, yet you are so badly injured. I feel sorry about it. Since this Frost Soul Chill Silkworm Pill is so precious, then I will feed it to you. This way, you can nurse your wounds, lest the Lin family gets criticized for its poor hospitality. As Yi Yun said this, he pinched open Shintu Nantian's mouth. Shintu Nantian's expression immediately changed. What are you doing? Shintu Nantian was inexplicably horrified, but Yi Yun pretended to look puzzled. Helping you heal. As Yi Yun said this, he placed the 7 Noxious Divining Pill into Shintu Nantian's mouth. The moment the pill touched Shintu Nanshan's tongue, the biting cold entered his body, scaring Shintu Nantian silly. His lips turned pale, his expression ashened. He was nearly scared out of his wits. For a person like Shintu Nantian, death was not as terrifying as the damaging of all his meridians and losing his cultivation. That was 10,000 times more terrifying than death. No! Stop! Shintu Nanshan's eyes turned bloodshot as he struggled with his life. However, how could he resist Yun when his cultivation level was completely suppressed? The 7 noxious divining pill began to melt in his mouth. Traces of the medicinal essence began to enter Shintu Nanshan's meridians and blood vessels. Kid, stop! The 1,000-hand granny was also terrified as she shouted loudly. However, Yun simply turned a deaf ear. Little bastard, I will kill you. The 1,000-hand granny charged forward, but Yun gave a sidekick, sending her flying backwards. Pang! The 1,000-hand granny slammed into the wall in a pathetic manner. Seeing her beloved grandchild about to lose his cultivation, her face turned ashen. You know what pill this is? The 1,000-hand granny said with a trembling voice. At this moment, she finally realized this possibility. I can recognize the 7 noxious divining pill even if it turned into water. Yun said nonchalantly as the 1,000-hand granny turned dumbfounded. How did he recognize it? He had even accurately called out the name of the pill. And at this moment, the 7 noxious divining pill was still in Shintu Nanshan's mouth. He was struggling not to swallow it as he felt full of despair. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 423, So It Was You. Chapter 423, So It Was You. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Shintu Nantian had never felt so helpless before. In the past, he was the beholder of the fate of others. He enjoyed the feeling of having absolute power in deciding a person's life and death. No matter how the person in his hands pleaded, he would do as he pleased. However, now his life was in the hands of another. No matter how he begged or took on a soft stance, the other party could decide on his fate as he wished. This feeling was pushing Shintu Nantian to the brink of collapse. No! No! Shintu Nantian said with difficulty. He was arrogant by nature, and was greatly hallowed while he grew up. He had never felt this humiliation before. However, now he had to give in. With his present injuries, swallowing the 7 noxious divining pill would definitely cripple his cultivation. There was no doubt about it. Yun looked deadpan. As he grabbed the thin air, just the mental energy of him being a desolate heaven master could allow him to control the 7 noxious divining pill telekinetically. Stop, quickly stop. The 1,000-hand granny was greatly worried. She did not want to see her most talented grandchild be crippled by Yun. This pill will cripple Tianer's cultivation. If Tianer were to be crippled, he will lose his value. The Shintu family clan will definitely not give you the information of the great Empress Mystic Realm if that were to happen. And I will rather die than tell you. If you do this, you will not be able to achieve anything. The 1,000-hand granny hurriedly said. According to Matriarch Lin's intentions, she would not kill or cripple Shintu Nantian. They still needed him to exchange for the information about the great Empress Mystic Realm. Shintu Nantian and the 1,000-hand granny knew this, hence they believed Yun could at most just cause suffering of the flesh, and would not do anything else to them. However, now, with more and more medicinal essence entering Shintu Nanshan's body, the 1,000-hand granny became terrified. As Yun controlled the pill, the corner of his lips curled. Do not worry. How can I really cripple him? I am still counting on young Master Nantian to exchange for that great Empress Mystic Realm. With Yun saying this, the 1,000-hand granny heaved a sigh of relief. At least this little bastard had not lost his rationality. However, seeing Ian not letting go, the thousand-hand granny angrily said, "Then quickly stop. If this carries on any further, Tianer will really be crippled of his cultivation. When that happens, if that little witch girl's terminated meridians cannot be joined up, the Lin family will hold you responsible. Do you really think that with your contributions, they will allow you to misbehave? That little witch girl is the person that the Lin family cares about the most. If you spoil the Lin family's plans, no one can save you." "Right, what you say makes sense," Yun said slowly. However, while he spoke, the medicinal essence of the 7 noxious divining pill carried on slowly entering Shintonanshan's body. Shintonanshan's face was white. He could no longer say a single word. His body was beginning to tremble slightly from top to bottom. Bit by bit, the frost chi surged inside Shintonanshan's body. His eyebrows were beginning to form icicles. Ian carried on, "To let the Shinto family clan believe that Shintonantian still is of value, I have already decided to at most cripple a tiny bit of his cultivation. In the meantime, I will leave some internal injuries in his meridians. Then, it should be no problem." When Ian said this, the thousand-hand granny's heart skipped a beat. As for Shintonantian, who heard this, he felt like he had crashed down from a pinnacle. For a peerless genius like Shintonantian, if an internal injury was left in his meridians when he was still young, then no matter how much of a genius he was, he would no longer be the top genius of his era. In that case, his status in the family clan would greatly be reduced. "Little bastard, you are crazy." The thousand-hand granny quivered with rage. "Do you think that by crippling a portion of Tianer's talent, the upper echelons of the family will redeem him with the information about the great Empress mystic realm? The Shinto family clan would greatly value a peerless genius who could be the heir. However, if Shintonantian could be replaced, then his value to the Shinto family clan would be greatly reduced. The Shinto patriarch would not hand over something as important as the great Empress mystic realm just because of his personal preference. Of course, I will not go too far. I will just leave a tiny internal injury that will affect a tiny bit of his talent. It would not be easy to tell. Besides, would not the both of you help me conceal this fact?" When Ian said this, the words that entered the ears of the thousand-hand granny and Shintonantian were like the diabolical laughter of a demon. Getting them to help Ian conceal it. Ian had stabbed them with a knife, yet did not allow for them to tell anyone of it. To think he could think of this. However, in the present situation, they really had to help Ian conceal the fact. This was because they were afraid that the Shinto family clan would give up on them. Be it Shintonantian or the thousand-hand granny, they did not wish to die. They wanted to escape the Lin family. They may sound unyielding, but they were afraid that the Shinto family clan would choose the information of the great Empress mystic realm over their lives. In this situation, the thousand-hand granny and Shintonantian naturally could not let the family know that they had already been internally injured. Furthermore, taking a step back, since the 7 noxious divining pill was not completely swallowed, with just a tiny portion taken in, then the hidden injuries would not be too severe. They could still use a certain amount of resources to completely heal it. Of course, it would still affect Shintonanshan's cultivation speed. It would severely impact his future achievements. Just thinking of this made Shintonanshan's heart bleed. He had suffered terribly under this kid, yet he had to help him conceal the fact. This was like having one's teeth being knocked out, but still having to swallow it. The endless pain and hatred consumed Shintonantian. He knew that the medicinal essence of the 7 noxious divining pill he had taken in up to now had already caused irreversible damage to his dantian. And at that moment, Ian suddenly let go. The 7 noxious divining pill was no longer controlled by Ian's mental energy. Shintonantian felt his jaw loosen. He immediately rolled on the ground and spat out the pill. "You!" Shintonantian grabbed at his neck as he retched while sprawled on the ground. He was trying to vomit out the medicinal essence that had entered his body. However, once the 7 noxious divining pill's medicinal essence entered the body, the frost chi would enter deep into the meridians in Dantian, so how could he vomit it out? After retching for a long while, Shintanantian was still unable to get anything out. He sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. You! Shintanantian suddenly looked up. His eyes exuded boundless hatred as he looked at Yi Yun. He had never hated a person this much. Even the hatred for the shepherd boy was just 1% of the hate he felt for this youth. When he thought about the shepherd boy, Shintanantian's heart suddenly sank. Oh! A few months ago, Shintanantian had set a trap to deal with the shepherd boy. In the end, the shepherd boy ended up killing the myriad imperial king. This caused people within the Shinta family clan to oppose Shintanantian as they criticized him. As a result, Shintanantian bore a lot of pressure. However, the Shinta patriarch had come forward to suppress the matter. Shintanantian naturally hated the shepherd boy to the bone. And all of this was due to another youth. It was because of him protecting that little witch girl time and again. He had distracted Shintanantian, giving the desolate race spy an opportunity. If not, Shintanantian would not have needed to lay a trap to deal with the shepherd boy. Now, Shintanantian recalled the process in which he dealt the youth. He had first thrown him into the dungeon and set a 10-day period. He then spread the news that he would use the dismembering the heart punishment 10 days later to lure the desolate race to come save him. In the dungeon, the youth had been locked in chains and was force-fed a 7 noxious divining pill. Shintanantian wanted to cripple the youth's cultivation, so as to prevent him from becoming a future threat even if he was saved. The 7 noxious divining pill was able to do this perfectly. It was not something that anyone should be able to tell and was thus the perfect choice. Thinking carefully about all this, his current experience was very similar. It was as if it was identical. The incredible coincidence of history had been reproduced on himself. Could it be? Shintanantian suddenly looked at Yi Yun with bloodthirsty eyes. It was full of killing intent. The two eyes in front of him slowly overlapped with the hatred-filled eyes of the youth from a few months ago. They were both 15 years old, and this youth recognized the 7 noxious divining pill. Right, with his humble origins, how was he able to recognize the 7 noxious divining pill? How could he be so sure at distinguishing it from the Frost Soul Chill Silkworm pill? It was because he had eaten it before. He remembered all the hate he had in the past. Now, with his schemes, he had perfectly reconstructed them, step by step, to make Shintanantian realize it. Back then, what Shintanantian did to the youth had been completely reproduced. It's you are that little bastard. Shintanantian seemed to go crazy as he howled crazily. He charged at Yi Yun as he lost his mind. However, what met him was a punch from Yi Yun. Pang! Yi Yun's punch hit Shintanantian in the face. His face was like an open dye house. His face was completely blue and black, while his nose was bleeding profusely. Shintanantian slammed to the ground once again as he fell on his back. He began to laugh bitterly. It's you, that little bastard. It's you. If I knew this earlier, I would have strangled you. No. If I knew this would happen, I would not have used you to lure out the desolate race. I would have dismembered your heart on the spot. I would not have let you die. I would treat you again and again for 1,000 times, for 10,000 years. I would make you wish you could die. I hate you. Hate. Shintanantian was like a madman as he scratched crazily at the ground. His knuckles turned white as the flesh of his fingers tore. Pwah! Without any warning, Shintanantian spat out a mouthful of blood. His body began to tremble violently. He was nearly on the brink of insanity. He was already full of serious injuries. With Ian force-feeding him a small portion of the 7 noxious divining pill, the frost chi had already entered his body. With anger then burning his heart, the combination had caused him to vomit blood. This was really vomiting blood from anger. When mortals encountered something that made them enraged, they could die from anger. Typically, a warrior would reach such a stage. They would end up with mental demons. It would become an obsession due to the anger, influencing their cultivation. Now, Yi Yun had become Shintunanshan's mental demon. As long as Yi Yun did not die, that anger would scar Shintunantian for life. Yi Yun, I Shintunantian swear that I will make you suffer a living death. Yi Yun looked at Shintunantian. Shintunantian had finally recognized him. He did not find it surprising, nor did he mind it. This was because the hatred Yun Yentian had brought forth had far exceeded that which he brought forth as Yi Yun. As such, it was no longer a big deal for Shintunantian to recognize him. With a hand pressing on his chin, Yi Yun slowly lifted off the mask. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 424, Planting the Evil Energy. Chapter 424, Planting the Evil Energy. With the mask removed, Shintunantian saw a very familiar but hated face. Yi Yun. It's really you. Shintunantian clenched his fists. His nails pierced his palms till they bled. You clearly swallowed the 7 noxious divining pill. Why? Why isn't your cultivation crippled? Shintunantian could not believe that although Yi Yun had been saved a few months ago, Yi Yun should have been a cripple in Shintunanshan's opinion. Living like that would have been worse than death. However, he never expected that a trivial figure like Yi Yun, that he could crush to death any time, was now standing in front of him, with the control of his destiny. Back then, whatever he did to him had been exactly returned. It was as if an ant he had nonchalantly stepped to death a few months ago had now stepped on him a few months later. An ant stamping a human to death. This was completely an inconceivable matter. Back then, in the Chu royal residence, when Shintunantian was disposing of Yi Yun, he never dreamed that there could be such a shocking reversal. Impossible, impossible, how can this be possible? Shintunantian repeated this again and again as if he was possessed. Yi Yun squeezed his wrist gently and said lightly, Senior Shepherd Boy has a unique healing method. Furthermore, with me using my mutated eyes, I guided Senior Shepherd Boy so he could heal my meridians. Although there were some twists and turns during the process, it left no lingering side effects. As for you, that might not necessarily be the case. Yi Yun easily pushed the matter of him being healed on the Shepherd Boy. The Shepherd Boy had extraordinary means. For him to be able to come in and out of the battle formation that the Shintu family clan elders had set up even after he was suffering from the Death Heavenly Revolution, it was not surprising that he could heal Yi Yun. Besides, Yi Yun's energy vision was something very mysterious to others. He could say it as he wished. After knowing Yi Yun's true identity, Shintunantian was fully set back. His mouth turned agape as his face paled. He fell into a lifeless state. Previously, with the series of severe injuries, and after the series of provocation and torture, Shintunantian already was in an extremely provoked state. And now, with the final life-threatening blow hitting him, it made Shintunantian unable to accept reality. He could not accept the reversal in destiny. It was a simple matter for an emperor to sentence a beggar to be beheaded. There was nothing much to think about, but who knew that a few months later, the beggar had managed to revolt, imprisoning the emperor and wantonly torturing him. What would the emperor think? It was not enough to describe it as a mental breakdown. The 7 noxious divining pill isn't finished yet. Yi Yun ignored Shintunantian as he looked at the 1,000-hand granny. The 1,000-hand granny was alarmed. The white hair on her head began to stand up. Little bastard, you. Before the 1,000-hand granny finished her words, Yi Yun had flicked his fingers, sending this 7 noxious divining pill with his mental energy straight into the 1,000-hand granny's mouth. Ah! The 1,000-hand granny screamed as she lay prostrate on the ground. She desperately tried to vomit, but the 7 noxious divining pill had already flew into her stomach. The terrifying frost cheese slowly began to seep into the 1,000-hand granny's blood vessels. The moment the medicinal essence entered her body, the 1,000-hand granny began to tremble. Her dried lips turned white, while a thin layer of ice formed on her eyebrows and face. The 1,000-hand granny ate even more of the 7 noxious divining pill than Shintu Nantian. However, the 1,000-hand granny's foundation was much better than his. Ian kept his energy vision open all the time as he oversaw the 7 noxious divining pill's medicinal essence being circulated in the 1,000-hand granny's body. Soon, he realized that the medicinal essence was just right. It took some of her lifespan, but it did not completely cripple her cultivation. However, with the frost chi entering her vessels, a residual effect had been left behind, causing her strength to be greatly damaged. You will die a horrible death." The 1,000-hand granny gasped. Every breath of hers released icy particles. However, this cursing was no different to a mosquito bite for Yun. Only a bitch would begin to use nasty words to condemn the other party when she could not beat someone in a fight. Seeing the medicinal essence begin to erode the 1,000-hand granny's cultivated yuan qi, Ian touched his interspatial ring and took out a pile of nearly weathered beast bones. There was still one final matter. Ian held the red-eyed wolf's bones, which contained that black evil energy, in his hands. With a thought, the dark energy was extracted by the purple crystal. While the 1,000-hand granny and Shintu Nantian were busy struggling, Ian controlled the black energy and caused it to fly straight into Shintu Nantian's heart like a ghost from the back. Phew! The black gas seemed to be like a ghost as it silently pierced straight through Shintu Nantian's flesh. That second, Shintu Nantian's body felt a sudden tremble, but then, there was not much change. Ian did not want Shintu Nantian or the 1,000-hand granny to see the black gas entering Shintu Nantian's body. If they knew that he could control the black energy as he wished, it would be too outrageous. After finishing everything, Ian let out a long sigh of relief. He felt extremely good. Although he was good at enduring and hiding his intentions, it did not mean he liked it. He liked to end grudges quickly, living a carefree life. Ian never thought of himself as a gentleman. If he had a grudge, he would definitely seek revenge. He would not pretend to be magnanimous, even though he clearly hated the other person. As for the saying for a nobleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too long, Ian felt it was quite a tragic thing. If revenge could be accomplished in a short period of time, who would endure for 10 years? Ian walked out of the dungeon with his mind at ease. At the dungeon's entrance, he saw a girl, Lin Shintone. Lin Shintone was as usual, wearing her spotless white dress. She clearly looked out of place in the dark dungeon entrance. She looked like a fairy who had strayed into hell. Seeing Ian's look, Lin Shintone's lips curved slightly. "You went to see Shintu Nantian?" "Yes." Ian nodded. Matriarch Lin originally intended to spare Shintu Nantian in exchange for information about the Great Empress Mystic Realm. However, with Ian's sinister idea, he first tortured Shintu Nantian before they let him go. Lin Shintone was also aware of this. Lin Shintone noticed that Ian had already taken off his mask. It was apparent that Shintu Nantian now knew Ian's true identity. She did not know what thoughts Shintu Nantian had as a result. Upon thinking of this, Lin Shintone revealed a rare playful smile as she said, "Whoever offends you would surely have bad luck befall them. They would definitely not have a good ending." Iyun awkwardly frowned. Although he had done things which he was not ashamed of, having Lin Shintong realize it still made him feel like he had been caught doing something bad. "Am I that evil?" Lin Shintong chuckled, "Of course not. There is no need to show mercy against an enemy. Whatever you did was right. Actually, with a friend like you, I feel at ease. You can do many things that I'm unable to do, and some of them might be things that I would not have thought of. My strength is clearly higher than yours, but yet, I feel like I am being protected by you." As Lin Shintong said, she gave a knowing laugh. This was an uncanny feeling. She had an unfortunate life growing up by being left out. Although the matriarch was good to her, the matriarch was in a high position. She was the decider of the internal matters of the Lin family, so there was a sense of distance felt by Lin Shintong. The matriarch had too many grandchildren, and Lin Shintong was just one of them. This made Lin Shintong behave very carefully, even in front of the matriarch. Only when Su Jie appeared did Lin Shintong first feel that she could rely on someone. However, Su Jie was after all an elder. It was normal for her to be protected by him. And now, this sense of protection had appeared from a youth that was in the same generation as her. This was her first time, which made it feel very wonderful. When the Lin family first came into contact with Yun, Lin Shintong was actually very surprised. Back then, she had never expected that she would be protected by Yun, allowing her to get out of the crisis and her tragic fate. It was like a dream. This time, you have completely offended Shintu Nantian. He can't wait to drink your blood and eat your flesh. You need to be careful in the future. Lin Shintong turned serious as she warned Yun. Yun knew this of course as he said, "I know, but there is no other way. Just from me disrupting their medicine trial, it is enough for them to want to kill me. Even if I don't do anything in the future, it would be useless." However, this time, Shintu Nantian sure has suffered a great deal. For him to carry on being a leader amongst the younger generation would be no easy task. Shintu Nantian's tragic state was a long story. His soul was damaged, his body was damaged, and the frost poison had entered his body. From the poison and the anger forming a mental demon in him, he had vomited blood out in anger. All of these added up would definitely affect Shintu Nantian no matter how determined he was. Let's go. Follow me to Jade Bamboo Peak. You might as well live in Jade Bamboo Peak for the coming days. The matriarch wants to chat with you. Besides, people from the Shintu family clan will soon arrive. They should be planning on bringing information about the great Empress Mystic Realm. Lin Shintong's words made Yun think. For the information regarding the great Empress Mystic Realm, the Shintu family clan sure was fast. This also showed how important Shintu Nantian was to the Shintu family clan. This was good news. Could they really discover a good solution to heal Lin Shintong in the Great Empress Mystic Realm? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 425, Slander. Chapter 425, Slander. Jade Bamboo Peak was covered in lush green bamboo trees. Inside the bamboo forest stood a tower named Jade Bamboo Little Tower. It did not have a large area, but it was extremely exquisite. It was where Matriarch Lin stayed. Other than a few grand elders who dedicated themselves to cultivating so they could extend their lifespans and did not question worldly matters, Matriarch Lin was actually in charge of the Lin family. Jade Bamboo Little Tower became the spot where the highest power resided in the Lin family. At this moment, in the Jade Bamboo Little Tower, Matriarch Lin was sitting on her chair. Two maidservants were standing beside her, massaging her shoulders. Her eyes were slightly closed, as if she was about to fall asleep. On the surface, Matriarch Lin looked like an ordinary old granny from a rich, noble family. It was as if because an old person was lacking in mental energy, they would doze off from time to time. Matriarch Lin. A woman dressed in a palatial gown entered and bowed to Matriarch Lin. She was Lin Shintong's grandaunt. Oh. Fingu. Matriarch Lin opened her eyes slightly. After glancing at her, Matriarch Lin nodded, motioning her to take a seat. Lin Shintong's grandaunt, Lin Fingu, had previously pushed for the Lin family and Shintu family clan marriage alliance. Although it was proven that the Shintu family clan had nefarious motives, people like Lin Fingu were not punished, they were only reprimanded. After all, there were too many people who sided with the Shintu family clan. Even the matriarch herself had ordered Lin Xintong to eat the relic at the final moment. For this, Matriarch Lin had self-reflected for 3 days, so as to remember this lesson. Matriarch, it's about that Yun Yin Tian. The woman in palatial gown said distastefully. She still had a lot of prejudice towards Yi Yun. Oh? Matriarch Lin frowned slightly. She had a hunch that Lin Fenggu would not say anything good. What about him? It's this, I received some information regarding him. His true name is Yi Yun and he was born in the eastern regions. Furthermore, even in the backward eastern regions, he was an extremely normal civilian. His background could not be any humbler. And this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he has an elder sister of a different surname. His sister is actually from the Desolate race. Furthermore, she is a very important figure in the Desolate race. After his sister's identity was exposed, this Yi Yun had actually desperately protected his sister to let her escape. He gave a Desolate race spy a chance to launch a sneak attack. And because of this, he was imprisoned. However, it seems that this Yi Yun has something to do with the shepherd boy. A few days later, the shepherd boy came personally, risking being besieged by humans. He saved Yi Yun and took him away, and because of this he had paid quite a sizable price. Hence, I suspect that Yi Yun is actually a Desolate race spy. He has nefarious motives coming to our Lin family. Lin Fenggu gave a series of deductions, making Matriarch Lin's frown grow tighter. Where did you hear that from? That. Lin Fenggu hesitated before saying, I went to the dungeon to visit Shintu Nantian. It was Shintu Nantian who told me. Shintu Nantian. Matriarch Lin's eyebrows ticked upwards. She would not easily believe Shintu Nantian's words now. However, if he had lied, it would be easily exposed. After all, there was Yi Yun's master, Su Jia, who could be questioned. Furthermore, sending someone to the eastern regions would allow them to easily find out. He has a Desolate race sister. Matriarch Lin knew that this was likely true. As for Yi Yun covering for the Desolate race spy, Matriarch Lin believed this was likely Lin Fenggu or Shintu Nantian deliberately distorting the facts and making embellishments. Back then the person who imprisoned Yi Yun was Shintu Nantian, right? Matriarch Lin understood the crux of the matter quickly. She knew that Shintu Nantian was in the eastern regions some time ago. Since he knew so much about Yi Yun and in such clear detail, obviously Shintu Nantian was personally involved in it. I see. Shintu Nantian has a feud with Yi Yun. No wonder he changed his name, and even wore a mask. Matriarch, you are indeed prophetic. That's how it was. Lin Fenggu quickly continued while flattering her. Hence, Yi Yun is using our Lin family to get his revenge on Shintu Nantian in their personal feud. He isn't dedicated to the beneficial outcome of the Lin family. His motives are not pure. That evil little creature's ties with the Desolate race isn't clear. He might even betray the human race in the future. If you were to ask me, we should quickly chase him out of the Lin family. If I had my say, crippling his cultivation would be best to prevent any repercussions. But then, I know Matriarch is kind. So although this evil little creature has ulterior motives, the Lin family is slightly indebted to him, so we can't do anything to him. However, if we were to chase him out of the Lin family, Shintu family clan will naturally deal with him. At that moment, we will not be criticized, and it would also prevent any repercussions. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Besides, that evil little creature is very greedy. He took Shintu Nantian and the 1,000 hand grannies interspatial rings. He pocketed all the good items in them for himself. Amongst the items included Shintu Nantian's companion sword, and the ancient Desolate Heaven technique manual. If we are to chase him away, we need him to leave those behind. Actually, Shintu Nantian and the 1,000 hand granny were captured by our Lin family and their cultivation was restrained by our Lin family. The evil little creature had only provided a little information, so he has no right to get all those benefits. Matriarch, you should also know that the desolate race has always been eyeing the human race. The moment we go to war, who knows what kind of sabotage that evil little creature will commit. If at that moment, our Lin family is still retaining the evil little creature, we would become a sinner of the human race. Lin Fenggu tried her best to let her imagination run wild as she described various serious consequences to the matriarch. This caused the matriarch's expression to sullen slightly. Did Shintu Nantan tell you all of this? Lin Fenggu's heart sank as she did not know how to respond. From the way the matriarch's face had turned sullen, she did not know what the matriarch was thinking. No. Of course not. Lin Fenggu quickly shook her head. Although Shintu Nantian is of poor character, he was involved in it himself after all. What he said is worth exploring. But if you didn't hear them from what he said, then all of what you said was just your imagination. The matriarch's tone changed, causing Lin Fenggu to jump with fright. She hastily said, "But what I said isn't impossible." The matriarch looked at Lin Fenggu with cold eyes. "The bunch of you only gossip behind others' back, and speak badly of someone in front of me. Other than slandering talent, what else can you do? If the family only had people with such gossipy tongues, and no one with ability, the Lin family would have fallen in the hands of the Shintu family clan this time. In 10,000 years, our family could have been annihilated." Lin Fenggu's words seemed stuck. She opened her mouth, but she did not know what to say. The matriarch usually had extremely strong stances, so before she raged, no one would know what she was thinking. If one said words in a muddle-headed fashion that did not agree with her thoughts, the outcome would be terrible. Go face the wall and ponder over your misdeeds for 10 days. Matriarch Lin's voice was cold. Lin Fenggu wanted to say something, but eventually, she swallowed her words, before obediently leaving. After Lin Fenggu left, the matriarch's expression still didn't look good. In her heart, she was naturally biased towards Yi Yun. In fact, she really liked Yi Yun. He was young and had excellent talent in the Desolate Heaven technique. His future prospects were immeasurable. His personal relations with Lin Xintong were also good. Such a person would provide a lot of help for Lin Xintong in the future. The matriarch did not mind that Yi Yun had a desolate race sister of a different surname. However, she was afraid that he really was involved with the desolate race. Then, it would be like a precious piece of jade that had a fatal flaw in it. Hence, even though the matriarch had reprimanded Lin Fenggu, she still needed to investigate the matter regarding Yi Yun. Lin Fenggu's words were not enough to make her gullibly believe in them, but she too would not gullibly believe Yi Yun just because of her personal preference. "Send the order, get someone from the family rules hall to see me," the matriarch said to a maid servant. The Lin family's family rules hall was responsible in maintaining the family's domestic discipline. Most of the time, they would also be sent out to perform some missions. The matriarch had planned to let people from the family rules hall travel to the eastern regions to investigate what had happened. She wanted to know if Yi Yun's actions had been anything out of the ordinary. Yes. The maid servant retreated. The matriarch could not feel relaxed. She did not mind Yi Yun taking Shintu Nanchans and the 1,000-hand granny's items. She was afraid that because of his relationship with the desolate race, Yi Yun would favor the desolate race. That night, people from the Lin family's family rules hall set off. The matriarch did not summon Yi Yun to meet her, so Yi Yun carried on staying on the Jade Bamboo Peak. However, 3 days later, people from the Shintu family clan came. They were here to negotiate with the Lin family. They had also brought the information regarding the Great Empress Mystic Realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 426, Negotiation. Chapter 426, Negotiation. The atmosphere surrounding the arrival of the Shintu family clan was completely different from the previous one. For a large family clan of the Tian Yuan world to have its successor captured and nearly given an extreme punishment like dismembering the heart, it was a heavy smack in the Shintu family clan's face. What made it even more tragic was that they had no choice but to come. For this matter, the Shintu family clan was originally in the wrong. The Lin family had even purposely publicized this matter. With their nefarious schemes exposed, the Shintu family clan had lost face. Now, many Shintu family clan elders, the thousand-hand granny, as well as the most important genius in the family, Shintu Nantian, were in the hands of the Lin family. With so many Tian Yuan family clans as witnesses, the Shintu family clan could only suffer in silence. These people had to bring Shintu Nantian back, or people in the Shintu family clan would find the act too heartless. They would also be criticized as being too ruthless and cold-blooded by the Tian Yuan world families. As for the revenge on the Lin family, that was a matter for the future. In the martial ground of the Lin family, people from the Lin family and the Shintu family clan were facing one another. Their gazes clashed, as if they were forming sparks. This martial ground was ordinarily filled with killing intent, and since the Lin family had lost all decorum with the Shintu family clan, Matriarch Lin had not prepared a guest hall for the Shintu family clan's arrival. She had arranged for the meeting to be held at a martial ground. The martial ground was about 1,000 feet long. In the middle, there were tables and chairs placed without much attention given to them. There sat elders from the two family clans. And surrounding the martial ground were young disciples and children of the Lin family and Shintu family clan. These young geniuses also stared at each other fiercely. To be chosen to appear to help the family's forceful stance in this negotiation, it was an honor for these juniors. So although they were high-spirited, these juniors gave envious and complex looks towards the sides of Matriarch Lin. There stood two people. One of them was the Lin family's proud daughter of heaven, Lin Shintong. The other was Yi Yun. They already knew that Yi Yun was Yun Yin Tian and that he had previously changed his identity for some reason. They stood around the martial ground, while Yi Yun was standing by Matriarch Lin's side. He was standing side by side with Lin Shintong, so this difference in status with them was evident. Lin Fenggu sat not far away. She looked at Yi Yun with an ashen expression. Her confinement had just ended, and the moment she came out for the negotiation, she saw Yi Yun standing beside the matriarch. She felt extremely depressed. Matriarch Lin clearly knew that Yi Yun had ties with the desolate race, yet she treated Yi Yun with such favor. The venue's atmosphere was heavy. It could be said that they were ready to jump at each other's throats any moment. Especially with the martial ground as the background, people began to suspect that both sides might come to blows at any time. Yi Yun could feel that in this negotiation, other than the elders who were responsible for the negotiation, he had suddenly become the focus of attention. There was no concealing of the truth. The Shintu family clan already knew Yun Yentian was Yi Yun. This was the kid who had completely destroyed the Shintu family clan's plans, causing them to lose all face. The elders from the Shintu family clan could suppress their hostility, but many juniors gave murderous looks at Yi Yun without a second thought. That's him. A thin youth stared at Yi Yun like a venomous snake with the martial ground separating them. His skin was sallow, and he looked sickly. However, his drooping eyes were extremely sharp. His entire person was like a sinister condor. If an enemy, who had impaired Shintu Nantian, fell into my hands, then it would greatly enhance my prestige within the family. Unfortunately, he is too young, and focuses on the desolate heaven technique. His combat powers aren't worthy of mention. Defeating him is nothing to be proud of. The thin youth lightly used his thumb to rub his nose. This person was named Shintuya. He was a strong competitor to Shintu Nantian in the Shintu family clan. Although Shintu Nantian was pretty much designated to be the family's heir, unexpected events could always happen. Ya, who was younger than Shintu Nantian, had a frightening reputation. He was completely different from the usually mild-mannered Shintu Nantian. Shintuya was bloodthirsty. He began taking on family missions at the age of 12. His first mission was to wipe out a small bandit sect. No one out of the hundreds of people from the sect was spared. Later on, Ye embarked on the extreme path of murder. Those he killed could hardly keep their corpses intact. Yeah, don't be negligent. Hearing Ye's words, an elder leading the Shintu family clan said softly. Shintuya stared at Iyun as he licked the corners of his mouth. I know. The matter ordered by the patriarch will definitely be done well by me. At this moment, Iyun, who was standing beside the matriarch, could clearly feel that a pair of eyes that resembled a serpent's was staring at him. Iyun tilted his head slightly and saw Shintuya. Shintuya's eyes squinted slightly as he grinned. This guy, Iyun frowned slightly. He sure received the attention of the Shintu family clan. Ignoring the hate Iyun had gathered for himself, just him putting down Shintu Nantian had caused many Shintu family clan disciples to be greatly interested in putting down Iyun. It was particularly even more so for those people who coveted Shintu Nanshan's spot. At this moment, there was a sudden overwhelming pressure that befell the venue. No one knew where this pressure came from. They only felt their bodies turn heavily suddenly, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. People were alarmed. Many weaker juniors nearly fell to the ground. People looked up into the sky and saw a dark cloud slowly gathering. This overwhelming pressure seemed to come from the dark cloud. Shintu Patriarch. Matriarch Lin took in a deep breath. She knew that the Shintu Patriarch was here. Indeed, for such an important negotiation, how could he not come here to hold the ground? If he did not come, once the Lin family had any intention to kill, they could wipe out everyone who had come to negotiate. Then, the Shintu family clan would be severely weakened. As the dark cloud's overwhelming pressure was transmitted, a few strong Yuan Qi beams surged up from a few Lin family main peaks to meet this overwhelming pressure. The two auras clashed in the sky. Immediately, a strong wind sent the clothes of everyone fluttering and their hair flying. These were the Lin family's grand elders. This meeting may be a negotiation in name, but it was actually a contest between the top figures of the Shintu family clan and the Lin family. The juniors present felt their hearts stir as they saw the effects of the wind and the clouds gathering together. With the Lin family's grand elders helping them withstand the pressure, they immediately felt much better. At this moment, Matriarch Lin said, "Where's the information for the Great Empress Mystic Realm? Where's the people?" The Shintu family clan's elder in charge retaliated with a question. "Bring them." A Lin family elder clapped. Soon, a few Lin family guards brought the elders from the Shintu family clan over. In front of them were two people, Shintu Nantian and the Thousand-Hand Granny. They were in chains, their hair was unkempt and messy. Their faces were stained with blood. They looked no different from prisoners on death row. Upon seeing the Thousand-Hand Grannies and Shintu Nanshan's appearances, the faces of people from the Shintu family clan twitched. The elder in charge's eyebrows jumped, as his expression turned cold. What is the meaning of this? The Thousand-Hand Granny and Shintu Nantian were in a very terrible state. It was equivalent to smacking their Shintu family clan's face. To imprison them, we naturally needed to restrain their cultivation. Locking them up was just to make them suffer a tiny bit. If that were not the case, others will think that my Lin family is a place that you can come and go as you please. Matriarch Lin said coldly. Whatever Iyun had done was tacitly permitted by Matriarch Lin. She was, after all, unwilling to release Shintu Nantian in the first place. At this moment, not even the Shintu family clan, even people from the Lin family felt their hearts jump. This Iyun sure was cruel. In the elder gallery, Su Jie's mouth could not help but twitch. He choked back his laughter as he felt extremely good seeing Shintu Nantian and that old hag in such a state. This cheap disciple of his sure was good at letting people suffer. Well done. He had never liked the Thousand-Hand Granny due to a myriad of reasons. Suffer a tiny bit? The Shintu family clan's elder in charge's face turned dark. He took a step to stand before the thousand-hand granny and Shinto Nantian. As fast as lightning, he grabbed their wrists. Oh? The elder carefully probed. The thousand-hand granny and Shinto Nantian were both injured. Their meridians were damaged. These injuries were not light, but if they used good medicine, these were not irreparable injuries. However, this was clearly not just suffering a tiny bit as Matriarch Lin described. Did they do anything to you? The elder asked. Shinto Nantian and the thousand-hand granny looked each other in the eye. Both of them hated Yun to the bone. Shinto Nantian gritted his teeth. A man who loses position and influence may be subjected to much indignity. That Yun is a despicable person, however, he did not dare do anything to us. We only suffered some physical pain and there is no damage to our core. As Shinto Nantian said this, he felt his anger rising. He had been forced to eat the 7 noxious divining pill, yet he can only say that he had suffered some physical pain. It was such a humiliation. This feud was truly irreconcilable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 427, Murderous Intent and Will. Chapter 427, Murderous Intent and Will. Just some physical pain. The elder in charge looked deeply at Shinto Nantian, Niantian. Your spirit might have been too abundant. So with this setback, it might not be a bad thing for you. The elder in charge could only give some consolation. Shinto Nantian clenched his fists tightly, with his nails nearly piercing his flesh. However, he could only say, Nantian understands. He did not have any way of telling the elder in charge of the experiences he had in the dungeon. If other people knew, other than letting him lose face, there were no other benefits. Furthermore, it would show the people who were eyeing his status that his meridians were damaged. By knowing that his future achievements would be affected, their ambitions would increase as a result. This humbling feeling made Shinto Nantian's intestines form knots. He could only suffer in silence. Since you have seen them, where is the information of the great Empress Mystic Realm? Matriarch Lin said coldly. At the same time, a Lin family elder beside her took a soul contract out. This soul contract had even more complicated engraved runes. The quality was even higher. It was used to bind the Shinto family clan, so as to ensure that the Shinto family clan would give them a jade scroll with genuine contents. It also bound the Lin family, ensuring that Shinto Nantian's and the thousand-hand granny's lives weren't in peril. The Shinto family clan's elder in charge coldly snorted. He used a dagger to slit his finger, and with a flick of his finger, a drop of blood flew onto the soul contract. For you. Following that, a jade scroll flew out from the elder in charge's hands. This jade scroll flew very fast, and it was almost like a beam of white lightning. It contained the Shinto family clan's elder in charge Yuan Qi. The explosive sound it made while flying was shockingly powerful. There was no doubt that just this jade scroll could threaten any ordinary sage's life. This was a contest between the Shinto family clan and the Lin family's upper echelons. Even a negotiation was extremely tense. Matriarch Lin stretched her hand out and grabbed it. A soft white glow wrapped around her old hands as she easily clasped the jade scroll. After confirming the contents of the jade scroll, Matriarch Lin nodded. Looking at the soul contract had begun burning by itself. Soon, it turned into a ball of flames. One could see the blood-colored ghost head burning as it slowly died and disappeared. Once the contract was fulfilled, the soul contract would destroy itself. Once the ghost head was destroyed, the curse would naturally be lifted. This proved that there were no problems with the contents of the jade scroll. Since the negotiation was completed, Matriarch Lin said bluntly, "Send them off." She did not wish for the people from the Shinto family clan to stay in the Lin family area for a second longer. There will be retribution. Today, you might have gotten the upper hand, but our Shinto family clan will take it back in the future. As a great elder said that, he turned and walked towards their airship. Behind him, the crowd of Shinto family clan family members began to depart. In the clouds, the immense pressure that flooded the venue also slowly faded. And at the moment the pressure disappeared, Iyun, who was standing next to Matriarch Lin, suddenly felt a deadly chill flash through his heart. A massive amount of killing intent had swept across him that instant. Ah! Iyun's face went pale as he held his breath. He knew clearly that in the dark clouds far into the distance, there was a pair of cold, ruthless eyes that had glanced deeply at him. This glance had caused his limbs to feel numb and cold. Shinto Patriarch. This was an old guy who even the shepherd boy, back in his heyday, coupled with a primordial divine lion, could not completely beat. And now, he had specifically glanced at him. Just that glance was penetrating into the heart. It was as if just before the glance, he had returned to the time when he was still a mortal. It was like he was standing naked in a snowy environment. The biting chill that was impossible to defend against made people flustered. Iyun. Matriarch Lin, who was standing guard beside Iyun, quickly put her hand out as she supported Iyun's heart from the back. A stream of warm yuan qi was injected into Iyun's body. With that, Iyun's complexion turned better. "Are you all right?" Matriarch Lin asked with concern. "I'm fine. Thank you, Matriarch." Iyun shook his head. A glance from the Shinto Patriarch was enough to cause his forehead to release microbeads of sweat. Even his soul felt extremely tense, and there was a tingling pain. So this was the power of the top figure in the Tian Yuan world. That old monster. To actually do that to a junior. Matriarch Lin looked hatefully at the dark cloud that was fading into the distance. The final glance the Shinto Patriarch had given contained his will. Although he could not kill Iyun here, that glance was enough to send a murderous warning. To make the Shinto Patriarch behave like that clearly meant that the Shinto Patriarch was really angry about this matter. The Lin family and the Shinto family clan were large family clans in the Tian Yuan world. If both sides really fought without considering anything else, they would both end up suffering. No one wished to see such an outcome. Under the circumstances, the Shinto Patriarch had to endure this. The Shinto Patriarch was forced to back down. But for a person like him to back down, that was a great price in itself. Iyun, you must be careful. Because you offended the Shinto family clan, you must be careful when you tour the Tian Yuan world. However, if you are in the Lin family, it is absolutely safe. My Lin family will protect you well. Matriarch Lin said to Iyun. At that moment, many of the Lin family's elders had left with their disciples. There were only a few people that included Lin Xintong and Iyun, left beside Matriarch Lin. Iyun heartfeltly said, "Thank you, Matriarch. This is to be expected. The reason why you offended the Shinto family clan is largely because of my Lin family. If it was not for you, I would have suffered from being dim-sighted from my old age. I nearly fell for their schemes. For the great Empress relic to turn the red-eyed wolf into bones, it has the side effect of affecting one's lifespan. If I were to agree to the Shinto family clan's proposal, I would have harmed Shintong, and I would also have harmed the Lin family. Iyun, you could be said to be our Lin family's benefactor." Originally, the marriage alliance was beneficial to both the Lin family and the Shinto family clan. However, with the relic being flawed, only the Shinto family clan would gain the benefits, while the Lin family would have mistakenly fell for the trap. They would have ruined their family's heir, and their resulting future could be predicted. Matriarch, you make it sound too serious. This junior is not worthy of that. Iyun clasped his fists and said humbly. The matriarch smiled. She was very satisfied with Iyun's attitude of not being arrogant, despite having accomplishing something. Iyun, I heard that you have not decided on your marriage matters. If you do want to marry, you can choose any girl in the Lin family that you like. When the matriarch said this, Iyun felt speechless. He awkwardly touched his cheek and said, "This junior is still young, so this is not an urgent matter." Clearly, the matriarch still wanted Yun to have his roots in the Lin family. Not far away, Lin Shintong's grandaunt felt unhappy hearing this. "Matriarch, how can you?" She was worried about the matter regarding Yun and the desolate race. How could the matriarch let a person whose identity was unknown, and his motives impure, take root in the Lin family? Then, wasn't what she said in the past for nothing? Oh? The matriarch's eyebrows knitted as she gave Lin Fenggu a staring glance. Lin Fenggu suddenly stopped speaking. Although she extremely disliked Yun, she did not dare to go against the matriarch's wishes. The matriarch turned back towards Yun and her expression changed into a pleasant smile. "You aren't young anymore. Many mortals get married when they were 15 years old. For warriors, they may get married later, but it is also alright to have an early engagement. On the road of martial arts, there are some cultivation techniques that allow for cultivation intercourse, which will help give fast improvements in cultivation. My Lin family also has such cultivation techniques. You can choose any of them as you wish. Of course, you can also choose who will be your companion. As long as you choose one, I will personally help you in the matchmaking process." There were not many people around, so the matriarch said all that without any inhibitions. This made Lin Shintong, who was standing beside her, blush slightly. She was still pure, so hearing the matriarch say things like this openly made her unsure on what her reaction should be. The matriarch really is thinking seriously about Yun's marriage. Lin Shintong muttered to herself. For the matriarch to be a matchmaker herself, no junior in the Lin family could enjoy such a treatment. And if the matriarch had any intention for a marriage to happen, how could it not succeed? Besides, in the family, there would be no girl who would dislike Yun. When this thought appeared in her mind, Lin Shintong secretly glanced at Yun. Now, Yun had grown up into a bright young teenager. His childish looks no longer existed, and he looked more wise and he had a restrained air to him. Furthermore, with his outstanding talent and bright future, which girl wouldn't feel tempted? Thinking about the celebration party a month ago, the young girls that had surrounded Yun were like fluttering birds. These girls were obviously not following the instructions of the elders to approach Yun, but they wanted to get to know Yun well themselves. With this thought, the corners of Lin Shintong's mouth suffused a faint smile. Back then, when she met Yun in the cloud wilderness, how would she have known that he would become such an admirable youth? Yun, think about it. If you wish, you can also go into our Lin family's cultivation technique library and choose a cultivation technique you want. The people from the family rules hall, who were sent out by the matriarch, had investigated everything that happened to Yun in the Chu royal residence a few months ago at the fastest speed possible. After matriarch Lin had heard it, she was already sure that Yun was risking his life to stop Chintu Nantian because of his relationship with his sister. Not only did this not decrease matriarch Lin's impression of Yun, it in fact made matriarch Lin think that Yun was a person who set high values on relationships. Such a person was even more worthy of being trusted. On the contrary, if he ignored his sister's life, and assumed a stance of placing righteousness before family to appear dignified, such a person needed to be watched out for. This was because this meant that they would do anything to reach their goals. Yun was a genius that was worthy of being trusted and nurtured. Hence, matriarch Lin decided to hold on to Yun's heart. If she could get Yun to find a girl that he liked in the Lin family, it would be even better. The girl will slowly take up a spot in Yun's heart. As such, there would be no fear in Yun leaning towards the desolate race. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 428, Pulling Off Its Veil. Chapter 428, Pulling Off Its Veil. Under the companionship of Yun and Lin Shintong, matriarch Lin headed to the Jade Bamboo Peak. When they stepped into the airship, the matriarch suddenly stopped and handed the Great Empress Mystic Realm's Jade Scroll to Lin Shintong. "Shintong, take a look." This sentence made many people pause in their thoughts as they too stopped in their footsteps. Everyone looked towards Lin Shintong. Great Empress Mystic Realm. The trade between the Lin family and the Shintu family clan was not only limited to the Great Empress Mystic Realm's location. It also included the experience the Shintu family clan gained within the Great Empress Mystic Realm. It gave a general outline of what the Great Empress Mystic Realm had as well as the potential opportunities and risks. Only the matriarch had seen the Jade Scroll. As for what it was inside and whether it had something that could cure Lin Shintong of her naturally terminated meridians, was still a mystery. If even after they had worked so hard and given it so much thought, the Great Empress Mystic Realm proved to be of no value to Lin Shintong, then it would be meaningless. Lin Shintong took the Jade Scroll as she gently touched the corners of the Jade Scroll's smooth edges. Her expression remained calm. Only her long eyelashes trembled slightly as she read. What was written in the Jade Scroll? Could it provide an opportunity to change her own destiny? With her perception sinking into the Jade Scroll, Lin Shintong read the contents within. She remained silent for a long while as everyone around waited as they observed Lin Shintong's expression. Old man Su Jie's hands were clasped together. He was clearly very nervous and looking forward to it. There was no doubt that whatever easily obtained or valuable within the Great Empress Mystic Realm had already been taken away by the Shintu family clan. What remained would only be extremely dangerous things that might not even be obtainable. This was as Shintu Nantian had said, the Shintu family clan had only explored a tiny portion of the Great Empress Mystic Realm. There were even more opportunities that the Shintu family clan could only lament at after seeing its inaccessibility. After Lin Shintong finished reading it, she did not say anything. She returned the Jade Scroll to the matriarch. Neither excitement nor frustration could be seen from her face. Let me see. Su Jie could not bear it further. Although Su Jie was an outsider, the matriarch absolutely trusted him, so she naturally did not mind letting him see the contents of the Jade Scroll. After Su Jie finished reading, his expression turned odd. Yi Yun, who was watching by the side, was also curious. What was in the Jade Scroll? The matriarch could tell what was on Yi Yun's mind. She handed the Jade Scroll to Yi Yun. You take a look too. Me? Yi Yun was slightly stunned. He never expected that the matriarch would specially give a junior like him to read the Jade Scroll firsthand. Beside Yi Yun, Lin Fenggu was angered. She had not even seen it as an elder, yet Yi Yun got it before her. Could her position in the matriarch's heart be less than this kid Yi Yun? To be able to obtain this Jade Scroll was all thanks to you. Although there is hope, this hope is quite slim. The matriarch shook her head gently. After Yi Yun received the Jade Scroll, he sank his perception into it. As such, this mystical land that had been left behind a long time ago finally pulled off its veil in front of Yi Yun. The first thing Yi Yun saw was the location of the Great Empress Mystic Realm, as that was the most critical information. Upon seeing it, Yi Yun gasped. The Great Empress Mystic Realm was located near to the God Burial Abyss. When Yi Yun first arrived at the Tian Yuan world, he had heard from Su Jie that the surroundings of the Tian Yuan world was blocked off by the untraversable sea. This untraversable sea was infinitely vast, and its heaven-earth yuan qi was sparse. It was dead silent and no one had managed to cross it. And below the Tian Yuan world, deep in the untraversable sea, there was a huge black whirlpool named the God Burial Abyss. This God Burial Abyss had an incomparable terrifying suction force. Once someone was sucked into it, they would fall deep into the endless abyss, with no way of returning. It was said even immortal gods could not return. Hence, it was called the God Burial Abyss. This was the most terrifying place in the Tian Yuan world. Even a mighty figure like the Shintu Patriarch did not dare to enter. Now, only peerless figures would consider entering the God Burial Abyss when the end of their lifespans was getting close. Some wanted to see with their own eyes what was inside God Burial Abyss. Others held out for the 1 in a trillion chance for an opportunity within God Burial Abyss that could extend what was their tiny amount of lifespan left. The Great Empress Mystic Realm was not inside the God Burial Abyss. Because if that was the case, then no one could enter it. It was located near to the humongous whirlpool in the God Burial Abyss. There was still quite a distance, but even so, the mystic realm's main body was still affected by the God Burial Abyss's terrifying suction force. This shocked Yun. One had to know that the spatial dimension around the God Burial Abyss was extremely unstable. For such a large mystic realm to exist under the terrifying suction force and the spatial warping for such a long time, what sort of power was needed to make this a reality? There was no doubt that the Great Empress mystic realm was indeed left behind by the ancient peerless Great Empress herself. It was not necessarily the Great Empress's grave, but a heritage ground left behind by the Great Empress. In the history of martial arts, peerless Great Empyrean ranked figures like the ancient Great Empress was extremely few in number. Historical records did not specifically indicate how long their lifespans were. There was just a vague estimation. They might have existed in this world for hundreds of thousands of years, and might have died or broken through into the void, leaving the world of Tianyuan. In history, there had never been two peerless great emperors that existed in the same era. Hence, a peerless great emperor was destined to solitude and loneliness. In the eyes of these peerless figures, the geniuses of their era were not considered geniuses. Hence, many peerless great emperors would never be able to have a true disciple which could inherit their mantle. It was not that they did not wish to take in disciples, it was because they could not find one. The elites in the same era could not catch their eye. As the saying goes about rather going without than be contented with anything less than satisfactory. If they had really taken in a personal disciple who was unable to continue their brilliance and was unable to push the inheritance they created to its peak, then they would rather not take in a disciple. But a warrior always tended to want the laws and heritage they created in their lives to carry on. The lifespan of people were limited. Mortals wished to have children so as to continue their bloodline after they died. It was the same with warriors. If their heritage could continue, then it was like them living on. If they could not find a suitable successor in their living years, then these peerless great emperors would establish lands with their heritage. Inside these lands, there were all sorts of opportunities. Those who were destined could obtain the complete heritage they left behind. Many mighty figures even began forecasting the future, and used the final years of their life to search for the possible time and location of their future heir's appearance in the rivers of fate. And they would use this information to leave behind a heritage mystic realm. The value of the peerless Great Empress's heritage was self-evident. Furthermore, there might even be treasures left behind by the Great Empress. Once the heritage and treasures appeared, it was sufficient cause for the large families of the Tianyuan world to go mad. However, the Shintu family clan had handed over the location of the Great Empress mystic realm to the Lin family. The reason behind this was because the Shintu family clan could not enter the core of the mystic realm no matter what methods they had used. They naturally had no fate with the heritage and the treasures. As for the exterior perimeter's opportunities, the Shintu family clan had already taken whatever they could take. Hence, the jade scroll in Yun's hands may be valuable, but the premise was that the Lin family had to be able to take the items out from the Great Empress mystic realm. This was too difficult. Since the Great Empress mystic realm was a land of inheritance, then it naturally was the stage for young people. As a land of inheritance, the main reason for its existence was to pick a successor. The ancient Great Empress would not choose an old man as her successor. According to the records in the Jade Scroll, there would be many channels to choose from upon entering the Great Empress mystic realm. These channels would screen one's bone age. The difference in bone age would result in different channels. The Great Empress mystic realm also had treasures which was left behind by the ancient Great Empress as gifts for the world. These treasures did not have any age restrictions. People like Su Jia could also compete for them. These were all channels that had no bone age restriction. As for the remaining core channels, there would be bone age restrictions. There was no doubt the treasures that was up for grabs were trivial. The really precious treasure was the Great Empress inheritance that only juniors could obtain. To leave behind the best things for one's selected heir was human nature. Have you finished reading it? That's about it. Everyone present had taken a look at the contents of the Jade Scroll before it finally returned to Matriarch Lin's hands. At this moment, Matriarch Lin's expression did not look relaxed. The bunch of us old people can also enter this great Empress mystic realm, but we would not have any fate with the core land of inheritance. That is to say, this exploration of the great Empress mystic realm will depend on our family's juniors. Actually, the number of people entering the mystic realm is not limited. However, the Jade Scroll given to us by the Shinto family clan has said that the entrance to the great Empress mystic realm is near to the God Burial Abyss. There, the suction strength is extremely terrifying. An ordinary junior has no hopes of nearing it, or their bodies would be torn to pieces. When the matriarch said this, her expression turned odd. This did not make sense. Since the ancient great empress had established this land of inheritance, then the main goal was to select a heir. A heir that could really catch her eye would not be too old. The person wouldn't have a very high cultivation level, but would have extremely high talent. However, with the mystic realm's entrance being so dangerous, how could young people with lacking cultivation levels enter with their own strength? This made the matriarch suspect that when the ancient great empress established the inheritance mystic realm, the God Burial Abyss was not in such a state. There might have been some changes later on that resulted in the current situation. Or maybe, with the drifting of spatial dimensions, the entrance of the great Empress mystic realm had slowly moved to the entrance of the God Burial Abyss over a long period of time. This also caused the great Empress mystic realm that was supposed to be presented to everyone in the world to become extremely secretive and difficult to discover. There was no meaning in trying to figure out the reason. What was important was that due to the location of the great Empress mystic realm being near the God Burial Abyss, there was a limited number of people allowed to enter. This was because the juniors of the Lin family could not use their own strength to approach the God Burial Abyss. They needed a mighty figure of the Lin family to bring them in. To bring a weak live person that close to the God Burial Abyss without harm was easier said than done. The Lin family did not have many people with such abilities. Tonight, we will discuss in detail the candidates who will enter the great Empress mystic realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 429, Fixing the Spots. Chapter 429, Fixing the Spots. The great Empress mystic realm was not only a great opportunity, it also concerned the fate of Lin Shintong. The current situation of the Shinto family clan exploring the great Empress mystic realm was that the elder generation was not able to explore the deepest parts of the mystic realm, while the younger generation did not manage to enter the mystic realm's core. Under these circumstances, the Lin family was unsure of what else could be in the great Empress mystic realm. And the method to cure Lin Shintong of her terminated meridians may seem very promising, but it would be extremely difficult to obtain. The Lin family conceded that their strength was not much stronger than the Shinto family clan. The Lin family would also face the same difficulty exploring the places that the Shinto family clan was unable to explore. Hence, the people who were to be chosen had to be very carefully selected by the Lin family. Sending everyone out was not realistic. The Lin family had 3 grand elders. The strongest one of them had to remain in the family to hold the ground, so as to prevent the Shinto family clan from taking advantage of this opportunity to destroy the Lin family's territory. With the Shinto patriarch's strength, he would just need 2 hours to crack open the Lin family's mountain protective array. He could then lead the Shinto family clan elites and annihilate the Lin family. For a large family clan like the Lin family, they would not let the grand elders that held the ground leave under normal circumstances as it was too dangerous. As such, the Lin family only had 2 grand elders for this expedition. The 2 of them could jointly escort the younger generation into the mystic realm without a problem. According to the records in Shinto Nanshan's Jade Scroll, the great Empress mystic realm was fraught with dangers. The channels that the younger generation faced were gentler. Typically, there would not be too many injuries or deaths. In contrast, the older generation would face dangers that could kill at any moment. They might not even obtain a single opportunity there and end up dying. I want to go in. In the Lin family's internal meeting, Su Jie was the first to speak. This great empress mystic realm had been searched over once by the Shintu family clan, so all the easily obtainable opportunities were already gone. So it was not necessarily a good thing for the older generation to enter it. Su Jie was worried over Lin Xintong's naturally terminated meridians, which was why he personally wanted to explore the mystic realm. Matriarch Lin nodded. Elder Su, there is no rush to decide the spots for the older generation. Now, we need to look at the spots for the younger generation. They are the most important ones. Compared to the older generation, the younger generation entering the Great Empress Mystic Realm was definitely a great assignment. The dangers they would face would be much lower compared to that of the elders. Even if they couldn't find any opportunities, it would still be a valuable chance to train. By broadening their horizons by seeing the arrays and heritage left behind from ancient times, they could gain a lot and break through bottlenecks. The matriarch spoke. The entrance to the Great Empress Mystic Realm is in a spatial crack near the God Burial Abyss Whirlpool. If we want to enter, we will need to choose a period when the whirlpool's tidal power is at its weakest. If not, even our family's grand elders will find it difficult to withstand the God Burial Abyss' terrifying suction power and be able to bring our juniors in or open the door to the mystic realm. It is very difficult to determine when it will happen. It might be in a few months, and it might even be 1 or 2 years from now. For this, we will need to make a lot of preparations. And the spots to enter the mystic realm are currently fixed at 10. These 10 people must be the elites of our Lin family's younger generation. Your mission is extremely critical, as the greatest opportunities within the Great Empress Mystic Realm will be in the areas that you will be exploring. As Matriarch Lin spoke, she looked at the juniors sitting behind the many elders. This family meeting also had juniors participating. And those juniors that were qualified to sit here were only about 20-odd in numbers. They were the proud children of heaven amongst the Lin family's younger generation. Usually, they would enjoy the best resources of the Lin family. Now, the 10 people would clearly be chosen amongst them. These juniors all turned nervous. Amongst the 20-odd people, other than Lin Xintong, the differences between them were not too great. Those who were hovering around the passing mark held their breaths as they waited for the choice that would determine their fate. Who amongst these juniors did not wish to see the heritage left behind by the ancient Great Empress? Maybe they would even be selected through great luck? Even if they were not chosen, just getting some benefit would be quite something. The chances of the older generation gaining some opportunity to make a breakthrough were low, but it was different for the younger generation. They were still young, so they had plenty of opportunities and ambition. For this matter, I think we can determine 6 people immediately. A black-robed, middle-aged man beside the matriarch said slowly, Lin Xintong, Lin Qingyun, Lin Lang, Lin Xiaodai, Lin Fengyue, and Li Daoxian. The names the middle-aged man named were indisputable elites in the Lin family's younger generation. Amongst them, Li Daoxian was a disciple who did not share the same family name. His father's surname was Li and he had married a woman from the Lin family. As his father's strength was extraordinary, the Lin family would not let Li Daoxian change his surname to Lin. For him to be considered one of the best 6 geniuses in the Lin family's younger generation despite his different surname, it was obvious how strong Li Daoxian was. Yi Yun's gaze swept the 6 people. Other than Lin Xintong, he did not know any of them, nor had he ever seen them before. In the few months Yi Yun was in the Lin family, the elites he had seen were only the geniuses in the Desolate Heaven technique. Desolate Heaven technique apprentices who would mainly focus on the Desolate Heaven techniques. Their achievements in martial arts would no doubt be affected by that focus. They could not compare to the geniuses who specialized in martial arts like Lin Qingyun or Lin Lang. Since the Great Empress Mystic Realm was to choose an heir to the ancient Great Empress heritage, it was natural to look at one's martial art accomplishments. It was useless just being good at the Desolate Heaven technique. In fact, Although the Shinto family clan had obtained a lot of ancient desolate heaven technique recipes in the Great Empress mystic realm, these were not left behind by the ancient Great Empress, they were left behind by an ancient desolate heaven master who admired the Great Empress. The ancient Great Empress undoubtedly focused on martial arts, and she was a woman who had gone to the extreme on the martial path. "I have no objections," the matriarch said lightly. These 6 people were indeed outstanding. The middle-aged man added on, "There are still 4 more places. Everyone can try nominating. Firstly, we need to see their talent. Secondly, we need to see their cultivation level. The higher the cultivation level, the more pressure they can handle, making it easier to bring them into the Great Empress mystic realm. It will also alleviate some pressure for the family's elders." Just now, amongst the 6 people that has been decided, Xiao Dai and Yefeng are relatively younger. Bringing them along will require quite a lot of energy. We can only choose one more person whose cultivation level is below the late stages of the Yuan Foundation realm. There cannot be any more. The middle-aged man had seen the Shinto family clan's Jade Scroll, and had assessed the situation of the God Burial Abyss. In his opinion, 2 of the Lin family's grand elders could each bring an older junior and a junior whose cultivation level was below the late stages of the Yuan Foundation realm. Other than that, there was also Matriarch Lin. She had the ability to bring one junior whose cultivation level was below the late stages of the Yuan Foundation realm. In total, there were 3 people. This was the maximum they could do in order to ensure safety. "Matriarch, what do you think? Who will you choose?" the middle-aged man asked. The moment he said that, all the juniors present, who were below the late stages of the Yuan Foundation realm, immediately looked nervous as they held their breaths. Those older disciples still had hope. As 16 to 17-year-olds, they only had one spot. Everyone wished they would be the one selected. 16 to 17 years old was the crucial age for a warrior's growth. To enter the ancient mystic realm at this time for training experience would give a lot of benefits. Who could know when the tidal flows of the God Burial Abyss would lessen in strength? At this moment, Lin Xintong's grandaunt, with a smile, said, "In my opinion, the spot for someone below the late stages of the Yuan Foundation realm would be suitable for Yuer. Yuer's strength can be said to be at the top amongst the juniors in the late stages of the Yuan Foundation realm. I think that no one will have any objections to this, right?" As Lin Fengdu said this, her gaze swept across the elders present with a smile. These elders did not make known their positions. As a result, Lin Fengdu felt very pleased. Subconsciously, Lin Fengdu glanced at Yi Yun. Although Lin Fengdu disliked Yi Yun, she had to admit that Yi Yun's talent in the Desolate Heaven technique was extraordinary. To compare her nephew's Desolate Heaven technique to Yi Yun would be a terrible sight. Thankfully, this great Empress mystic realm was not dependent on one's Desolate Heaven technique talent. What was considered was one's martial arts talent. This was a weakness of Desolate Heaven technique apprentices. Lin Yu was one of Lin Fengdu's grandnephews. Lin Fengdu was very pleased with him, so she naturally wanted her own progeny to obtain this opportunity. Upon hearing Lin Fengdu's words, those juniors who were nervous and highly anticipant of the outcome felt their heart skip a beat. Lin Fengdu had a certain position in the family, and with Lin Yu's exceptional abilities, these juniors felt that they had no hope. They were inferior, be it strength or background, so how were they to compete? And amongst these juniors, a blue-shirted youth looked straight ahead. He did not look around as his expression was very calm. Sitting at his spot, the corners of his mouth could not help but suffuse a smile. He was Lin Yu. Seeing Lin Fengdu advocating him, he was naturally happy. "Matriarch, what do you think? This matter should be fixed, right? If Yuer is not suitable, then no one else is suitable." Yuer. Lin Fengdu signaled Lin Yu, indicating for him to quickly stand up to accept it and give his thanks. Lin Yu suppressed the excitement in his heart as he calmly stood up. Clasping his hands, he tried to calm his voice, "Matriarch. Just as he opened his mouth, Matriarch Lin said lightly, "I already have someone in mind for this spot." The matriarch's words were like a sudden bolt from the clear skies. Lin Yu, who was smiling, suddenly froze. His expression was frozen onto his face. Lin Fenggu's smile also stagnated as her expression turned ugly. After dazing for a while, she said, "Who does the matriarch have in mind? If it is another good talent, I naturally have nothing more to say." At this moment, Matriarch Lin turned towards Yi Yun, although the Great Empress Mystic Realm is an inheritance land for martial arts, I find your foundation very solid. You must have been having a secondary focus in martial arts while concentrating on the Desolate Heaven technique. Do you want to go in and take a look? The matriarch's tone was friendly. Standing beside the matriarch, Lin Fenggu's facial muscles twitched. Her face seemed to turn livid. She had stood up to say something that had been rejected by the matriarch. And in a blink of an eye, the matriarch had used such a negotiative tone to ask if Yi Yun wished to enter. This feeling was like she had been smacked twice in the face in public. She was dumbfounded. Yi Yun, it was Yi Yun again. The matriarch actually chose Yi Yun to go to a martial arts mystic realm, something that had nothing to do with the Desolate Heaven technique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 430, The Matriarch's Decisiveness. Chapter 430, The Matriarch's Decisiveness. At this moment, Lin Fenggu was feeling pangs of anger burning in her heart. If it was a Desolate Heaven technique mystic realm, she would not have anything to say about the matriarch choosing Yi Yun. However, this was a martial mystic realm, so on the basis of reason, the spot should have been given to Lin Yu. Matriarch. Lin Fenggu gritted her teeth, however, the matriarch's was expressionless. She did not care about Fenggu as she had obviously already decided this matter. Lin Fenggu could only put her hopes on Yi Yun. To her, Yi Yun was a Desolate Heaven master, so it would be meaningless for him to search for martial arts inheritances. Yi Yun, think over the matter. The Great Empress Mystic Realm is useless to you. Even martial arts geniuses might not obtain any benefits by entering there, what more you? Besides, the Mystic Realm is fraught with danger. You should just stay in the family and train your Desolate Heaven technique, then your future accomplishments will be inconceivable. If you were to risk it by going to the Great Empress Mystic Realm, and meet some unfortunate circumstances, then it might be too late to be sorry. If you do not go, I can pass you some Desolate Heaven technique manuals. I can also prepare Desolate Heaven technique disc arrays for you. Lin Fenggu had used a Yuan Qi transmission to speak to Yi Yun. Yi Yun smiled. Desolate Heaven technique manuals? Giving him Desolate Heaven technique disc arrays? For an old woman like Lin Fenggu, her items might not even make Yi Yun covet them. Besides, even if she really did have good items, it was unlikely that she would give them to him. Yi Yun knew that if he were to reject the offer at this family meeting, Lin Fenggu would probably just use some low-grade items to brush him off, treating him as some bumpkin. Yi Yun slowly stood up and bowed at the matriarch. This junior thanks the matriarch for her care and concern. This junior is indeed interested in the Great Empress Mystic Realm and hopes to explore it. Yi Yun's words were slow and gently, but when they entered the ears of Lin Yu and Lin Fenggu, it made their expressions turn extremely ugly. All right. The matriarch gave him a benevolent smile. Then that spot will be reserved for Yi Yun. This opportunity in the Great Empress Mystic Realm is originally all thanks to Yi Yun, so it is reasonable to leave one spot for him. The matriarch was in charge of the internal affairs of the Lin family, so her words were final. She was not negotiating with the other elders in the family, but informing them. Immediately, the elders present had all sorts of different expressions. Many of them had a more suitable person in mind for the spot. Everyone wanted to advocate their direct descendants, but with Yi Yun taking one of the spots, it undoubtedly left one spot less for the rest. Everyone knew that Yi Yun had made a great meritorious service for the family at the relic trial, so giving him one of the spots as an award was reasonable. The point was that these people felt that it was a waste to give the spot to Yun. Matriarch. Lin Fenggu could not resist. I know that Yun managed to prevent a disaster for our Lin family at the relic trial, but I will not agree that the opportunity of entering the great Empress Mystic Realm is thanks to Yun. The Lin family was the one who captured Shintu Nantian and the Thousand-Hand Granny. The people who negotiated with the Shintu family clan was also our Lin family. Even if Yun managed to see through Shintu Nanshan's malicious schemes as a junior, what could he have done with his strength? If not for our Lin family's strength, he would already have been killed by the Shintu family clan. Only with power do you have the capital to be unyielding. It is our Lin family obtaining the location of the great Empress Mystic Realm at the cost of offending the Shintu family clan. This has nothing to do with Yun. Lin Fenggu's words were agitated, but the reasoning within them were agreed upon by the other elders of the Lin family. However, the matriarch's expression turned cold upon hearing this. She only looked at Lin Fenggu with a cold stare. Those elders who were familiar with the matriarch's personality knew that by giving off that gaze, it meant that she was extremely displeased with Lin Fenggu. Lin Fenggu's voice cut off, no longer daring to make a sound. Against the matriarch, a figure who had helmed the Lin family for so many years, she was extremely afraid. If the Lin family only is people like you, treating enemies as family, backstabbing talented people, and only trying to swallow any interests you see into your own pockets, then the Lin family would probably not be that far off from destruction. Impotence, jealousy, greed, selfishness, unable to distinguish between right and wrong, short-sighted. What use is there for the family to keep a person like you? When the matriarch said this, it was like having a sharp knife stabbing into Lin Fenggu's heart. Lin Fenggu was stunned, as her ears buzzed. She felt like all the blood in her body had surged to her face. She had been completely refuted by the Lin family's decision-maker in the Lin family's elders' meeting. As for what the matriarch said, what use is there for the family to keep a person like you? Lin Fenggu's old face flushed and this blood-red color spread to her neck. She stood there without speaking a word. Behind Lin Fenggu, Lin Yu was also standing stiffly at his seat. From the moment he stood up, he had not even finished speaking a sentence, but left hanging there. It was extremely embarrassing. Hearing the matriarch decide on the matter, he felt like his entire self had been emptied. He felt that the gaze from the surrounding juniors had changed from envy and jealousy to sympathy. After all, Yun had the matriarch backing him. He may have strong backing, but it was not stronger than Yun's. I cannot accept it. Lin Yu clenched his fists tightly as his body began to lightly tremble. He did not dare to shout this out and had only transmitted his voice to Lin Fenggu. I want to fight Yun. In terms of martial ability, what is he? I can completely destroy him without a weapon. Lin Yu's Yuan Qi transmission was full of irreconciliation. However, Lin Fenggu only shook her head. So what if you can win against him? Do you think the matriarch does not know that your martial ability far exceeds that of Yun's? However, she will not let you go, as this is a reward for Yun. With Lin Fenggu saying this, Lin Yu felt like a deflated ball. Yes, even if he did defeat Yun in a showdown, so what? So what if he had mercilessly beat down Yun? It was even to the point that the matriarch would not even grant his request to have a martial showdown. In the matriarch's eyes, Yun's value was not something he could compete with. This matter is already decided. Do not think of replacing Yun, however, you can take advantage of the period where the God Burial Abyss's demon-like tidal strength has not weakened, and work hard cultivating. If you reach the peak of the Yuan Foundation realm, then you would not need to compete with Yun for a spot. There are still a few spots left, so maybe you can obtain one of those. Lin Fenggu's transmission meant that they had to take up second best. It was not impossible to obtain a spot for those who were at the peak Yuan Foundation realm and above. Peak of the Yuan Foundation realm. Lin Yu's eyebrows ticked. If the God Burial Abyss could be opened half a year later, then he could indeed break through to the peak of the Yuan Foundation realm before it happened. Even if it was shorter, he could still break through, but it would be inevitable that he would have progressed too fast in his cultivation level. His foundation would be affected by that. To geniuses, rashly breaking through was not a good thing. I understand. Lin Yu endured this grievance and sat back at his seat. At this meeting, there were 8 spots that were temporarily decided upon amongst the 10 spots. There were still 2 spots to be discussed in the future. With the matriarch's backing, Yi Yun had easily obtained one of the valuable spots. For this, it was inevitable that the Lin family's upper echelons and juniors would criticize this matter in secret. Many people believed that a family competition should have been held to decide who was to obtain the remaining spots. That was the most fair way. However, even with a family competition, it was hard to tell whose talent was better due to the differences in age. Some people who had good relationships with Lin Yu felt some injustice for Lin Yu. They felt that a genius like Lin Yu had been repressed by the family, while Yi Yun, of average strength, had obtained this advantage because of his backing. It was too unfair. For this matter, it was easy to cause people to feel a sense of resentment. However, because of this, Lin Fenggu no longer added fuel to the flames. After being harshly reprimanded by the matriarch, Lin Fenggu toned herself down. She knew that if she were to discuss this matter secretly, then it would be equivalent to speaking ill of the matriarch. She no longer dared to do anything that could make the matriarch unhappy, for if this reached the matriarch's ear, the consequences would be disastrous. Time will tell. While people were discussing this matter, Lin Fenggu said with certainty. Her expression was confident, "It is all right even if you did not manage to obtain the spot for those in the late stages of the Yuan Foundation realm and below. As long as Yuer makes a breakthrough, he can still obtain one of the 2 remaining spots. Fire is the test of true gold. Once he enters the Great Empress Mystic Realm, Yuer will prove his worth. When that happens, Yuer will use his results to shut those who were laughing at him. He will also let those without abilities know what a genius is, and what strength is." The "those without abilities" mentioned by Lin Fenggu naturally pointed to Yi Yun. She just did not dare making it clear. As for these discussions, Yi Yun was indifferent. Ever since the meeting ended, Yi Yun had gone into a reclusive chamber for training. There was at most 2 to 3 years for the opening of the Great Empress Mystic Realm, and the shortest time was a few months. No one knew when the God Burial Abyss demon-like tidal strength would reach its nadir. Yi Yun was planning to use this time to properly digest the pure yang energy inside the purple crystal. At the relic trial, Yi Yun had completely swallowed all of the pure yang energy essence that exploded out of the Great Empress relic. Now, the energy was stored in the purple crystal, so it was time to turn it into his strength. He knew that his strength would make a leap in a short amount of time. Not only Yi Yun, the other juniors who had been selected to enter the Great Empress Mystic Realm wasted no time at cultivating. As for the 2 remaining spots, they became something many of the juniors of the Lin family worked hard towards. People knew that this Great Empress Mystic Realm was of great importance. If one obtained a great opportunity within it by luck, then it would be like a carp leaping through the Dragon's Gate. Their future achievements would be limitless. This was an ancient peerless Great Empress heritage. In comparison, many large family clans in the Tian Yuan world were simply not on that level. Besides, if one could obtain an ancient recipe that could heal Lin Xintong, then they would obtain unimaginable honor and benefits. There might even be that slight chance of winning Lin Xintong's heart. In the Lin family, as long as they were separated by 3 generations of blood relatives, they could marry each other. Many of them had no genetic relationship with Lin Xintong. With all the possible benefits, people were all red-eyed. I will make the matriarch regret this. Under the bright moon, a youth dressed in blue clothes stood on a cliff. He inserted the sword in his hand into the rock as his eyes shimmered with non-acceptance. He was Lin Yu. The tides will change, those who despised me, Lin Yu, I will use my results to smack you in your faces. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 431, Planting a Tao Seed on the Yuan Foundation. Chapter 431, Planting a Tao Seed on the Yuan Foundation. The middle and highest peak amongst the 18 main peaks of the Lin family was named Jade Forest Peak. If one looked at the Lin family's mountain range from a height of 1,000,000 feet in the air, one would realize that the Jade Forest Peak was the core of the mountain range, as the rest of the mountains meandered from it. It was like giant dragons surrounding the Jade Forest Peak as its center. 9 dragons surrounding Pearl was what people called this strange landscape. The Lin family used this landscape as its foundation. It had a spiritual vein array so as to ensure the Lin family's prosperity. With its thick Yuan Qi, it transformed this place into the Lin family's treasured ground. People who practiced martial arts needed wealth, land, companion, law. Amongst them, land meant a cultivation ground. As one of the 4 most important factors needed for cultivation, it was easy to see how seriously cultivators treated land. Every family clan in the Tian Yuan world had its own homeland. They had spent large amounts of resources so as to set up their grounds to be flawless. And a lot of the time, the conflicts of interest between family clans tended to revolve around the battle for territory. To the Lin family, the Jade Forest Peak itself was a very important asset to the family. The 3 grand elders of the Lin family would choose the Jade Forest Peak as the location whenever they began a long reclusive retreat. At this moment, Yun was also residing in Jade Forest Peak, cultivating in recluse. The chamber Yun used was named the Heavenly Yang Hall. The Heavenly Yang Hall was a cultivation ground for cultivating pure Yang laws. It was ranked 3rd in the Jade Forest Peak. It was only inferior to the first, which was used by grand elders, and the second, which was used by guest elders of the Lin family. This was the best cultivation ground juniors from the Lin family could use. Typically, very few of the younger disciples in the Lin family received such treatment. A good cultivation ground allowed one's cultivation to have double the results with half the work. Now, Yun had already stayed in the Heavenly Yang Hall for quite a long while. He had absorbed the pure Yang energy within the purple crystal, and was as such transforming his meridians. He was creating a solid foundation step by step. The Yuan Foundation meant to set up a foundation in a warrior's dantian. The next higher realm after the Yuan Foundation realm was called the Tao Seed. The meaning of the Tao Seed is to plant a martial arts seed on top of the Yuan Foundation base. To plant a Tao Seed on the Yuan Foundation was to sow one's path in the martial Tao. What would sprout in the future depended on the warrior. In the Taya Divine Kingdom, many warriors would come to a stop at the Yuan Foundation realm throughout their martial lives. To be able to reach the Tao Seed realm was a great fortune. It was enough for them to lord over people. As such, people who reached the Tao Seed realm were called human lords in the Taya Divine Kingdom. However, in the Tian Yuan world, people at the Tao Seed realm were only people who could travel freely. To lord over others and be called a human lord would only be a joke. With the passage of time, Yun, who was immersed in cultivation, had already entered an ethereal state. Pure Yang Qi was seeping out from the purple crystal origins, entering into all of the corners of Yun's body. As it circulated through his meridians, a large portion of the energy injected itself into Yun's blood vessels. A very small portion of it escaped out of Yun's pores. The pure Yang Qi that was being emitted from the crystal also took along with it slight amounts of impurities within Yun's body. After repeated marrow cleansings, and with the transformation of the pure Yang Qi, Yun really felt as if he was slowly being reborn. Yun's muscles were becoming more toned, but he was not stiff like stout muscular men. His muscles gave off an elegant beauty. They were like a mountain stream and were like nature itself. Yun's air also became more and more restrained. With the grade of Yun's pure Yang body increasing, not only did his body not radiate burning gas, it actually began to seal it within his body's aperture points. He gave off the feeling of a gentle scholar. If one phrase was enough to describe him, it would be jade-like gentleman. A prudent gentleman of a disposition as graceful as the luster of jade may seem restrained, but it had the integrity of jade. Shintu Nantian also chased down the path of being a jade-like gentleman, but that was to give people that impression. He purposely catered to the requirement of being a jade-like gentleman, but his core person was not like that. As for Yi Yun, as his pure yang body was approaching perfection, it naturally allowed him to gain such a temperament, even though he himself was not a true gentleman. It should be said that Yi Yun's core beliefs were that of a gentleman, but what he did would not be restrained by the code of ethics of a gentleman. As he cultivated while losing the sense of time, Yi Yun had already been in reclusive training for 5 months without realizing it. Before this, the only time Yi Yun had cultivated for so long in one seating was back when he entered Fallen Stargate. In these 5 months, while absorbing the pure yang qi, Yi Yun also constantly resolved the problems that were previously caused by hastily improving his cultivation. At the same time, he also made up for his shortcomings in nomological truths. This made Yi Yun's martial arts system become increasingly unassailable. Yi Yun looked within his body and saw that every inch of his bones were as white as jade. His bone marrow had also become like a translucent red crystal. With every breath, Yi Yun could taste the fragrance in his mouth. The saliva in his mouth was as sweet as spring water. The benefits of this body, now with nearly zero impurities, was brought forth from having a pure yang body. This feeling was indescribable. Yi Yun checked the purple crystal, and most of the pure yang energy from the Great Empress relic had been absorbed by Yi Yun. The pure yang spirit had also grown. As for the frost chi condensed from the 7 noxious divining pill, it was compressed and placed in a corner. It was completely under Yi Yun's control. Actually, if Yi Yun wished it, he could easily remove the frost energy, but Yi Yun felt that it might not necessarily be useless in the future, so he kept it. In this period of 5 months, Yi Yun used the pure yang qi in the purple crystal to make his cultivation level reach the peak of the middle stages of the Yuan Foundation realm. He was now closing in on the late stages of the Yuan Foundation realm. The more solid the Yuan Foundation was, the more impressive the martial arts fruits bore from the planted Dao seed would be. With a breakthrough in cultivation level, it also brought an increase in strength. Previously, whenever Yi Yun conjured his aspect totem, his body would be drained of his Yuan Qi in a short period of time. Now, however, Yi Yun felt that even if he conjured his aspect totem, he could still last a short while, even at full combat capability. I have gained a lot from this reclusive training. In this treasured ground in the Jade Forest Peak, I was able to focus, without distractions, on digesting the Great Empress Relic's medicinal essence. With the purple crystal's help, no junior in the Tian Yuan world can possibly have similar conditions like me. It would be hard not to have my strength increase by leaps and bounds. As Yi Yun was thinking this, a flare suddenly lit up before his eyes. It was a voice transmission talisman. Only a few voice transmission talismans could penetrate the chamber, and this came from Matriarch Lin. The voice transmission talisman only had a few words. The matriarch wanted Yi Yun to come out of reclusive training, as the Lin family's grand elder had predicted that in a month, the God Burial Abyss's demon-like tidal strength would weaken. And that moment was the opportunity for the Lin family's disciples to enter the Great Empress mystic realm. After the flare dissipated into the darkness, Yi Yun took a deep breath as his eyes flashed. The Great Empress mystic realm is finally opening. Yi Yun felt like he had unending amounts of Yuan Qi within his body. He was in his top condition, so to enter the Great Empress mystic realm to challenge himself was in line with his wishes. He could not help but feel like his blood was boiling. I want to see, with my own eyes, what sort of things are in this Great Empress mystic realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 432, Desolate Beast Cage. Chapter 432, Desolate Beast Cage. With winter coming, it began to snow in the Jade Spirit Mountains. The Arayan Jade Spirit Mountains did not insulate the land from snowflakes, so the entire magnificent mountain range was covered in snow. the snow-clad Jade Spirit Mountains had another form of beauty. Looking from high in the sky, one could see an endless white snowy expanse. It was like a huge divine pillar made of those white peaks piercing the blue sky. With these peaks stretching together, it looked like an ancient snake dragon that twisted amongst the clouds. And above the mountain peak, there was a spirit spring that never froze all year round. It seemed like a misty jade that scattered over the mountains into countless numbers of pearls, disappearing when they entered the clouds. With the great Empress mystic realm about to open, the first thing Ian encountered after coming out of reclusive training was the snowfall. Seeing this beautiful scene, it felt like he was in a paradise. It was like a poem or a piece of art. Yun had already received the matriarch's voice transmission that all the juniors of Lin family, who were entering the Great Empress Mystic Realm, were to gather at Cloud Protruding Peak. Cloud Protruding Peak was one of the 18 main peaks of the Lin family. It was usually the place for the younger generation of the Lin family to cultivate and grow. Usually, juniors would cultivate at Cloud Protruding Peak, and many of them would end up living on the Cloud Protruding Peak for the convenience of cultivating. Upon reaching Cloud Protruding Peak, Yun immediately felt the vitality in the peak. Ignoring everything else, there were dozens of martial art grounds on Cloud Protruding Peak. On these martial art grounds, there were young elites sparring with each other. Sword and saber beams flashed as Yuan Qi flared. The snow ended up being blown away by the energy surges, causing several parts of the martial art grounds to be void in snow. It looked like pictures of flowers. Yun went straight to the main hall of Cloud Protruding Peak. This main hall was where they were to gather. A distance away from the main hall, Yun suddenly heard the ferocious roar of a beast. This sound caused one's eardrums to tingle. With a thought, he followed the sound and came to a back area of the Cloud Protruding Peak's main hall. Upon seeing the scene, Yun felt slightly apprehensive. On the square in the back area, there was a huge metal cage. The metal cage was 100 meters long and about 3 stories high. The bars of the metal cage were about the thickness of a person's wrist. On these iron pillar-like bars, there were complex runes engraved on them. It was apparently a type of array. Inside the cage, there was a 7 to 8 meters long, ferocious-looking desolate beast. It looked like a hideous saber-toothed tiger. Yun did not know the rank of this desolate beast, but just from the aura it gave off, it was definitely an extremely strong desolate beast. And at this moment, there was a person fighting the desolate beast inside the cage. Yun happened to know this person. He was Lin Yu. Lin Yu was holding a bloody 4-foot-long sword. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were torn. There were even several wounds on his body. Ding ding ding. The sword clashed with the desolate beast's fangs as Lin Yu moved and dodged around in the metal cage. He was looking for the desolate beast's weakness and he was constantly leaving wounds on the desolate beast. With Lin Yu's constant provocation, the desolate beast was extremely enraged. Roar! After its neck was stabbed by Lin Yu, the saber-toothed tiger charged at Lin Yu desperately. Just as its shiny fang about to stab Lin Yu's neck, Lin Yu suddenly crouched down and stabbed with his sword. The sword chi roared. Pwah! The blade pierced the saber-toothed tiger's soft belly as blood splattered. Lin Yu's sword had nearly pierced straight through the saber-toothed tiger. Following that, Lin Yu's body flipped as he kicked his foot upwards, hitting the saber-toothed tiger on its jaw from below. The saber-toothed tiger let out a wail as its body flipped backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Its body was twitching. After being severely wounded, it had apparently no strength left to fight. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Lin family administrator in charge of Cloud Protruding Peak immediately opened the cage. They restrained the saber-toothed tiger and carried it away. This desolate beast was reared by the Lin family. It was specially used to train the young. It was not easy to capture desolate beasts, so typically, they would try their best to prevent killing them when fighting them. They would heal them their wounds and use them again. Fighting a ravaging desolate beast in the cage was itself an extremely dangerous form of training. Most of the time, the one severely wounded was not the desolate beast, but the Lin family disciple. Even with the Lin family's administrators protecting them on the side, sometimes, a young disciple might succumb to the desolate beast during training. It was something that happened occasionally. Brother Yu is so good. Brother Yu managed to defeat a mystic Lin tiger in the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn. It was done in such a relaxed fashion. There were quite a lot of juniors surrounding the cage. These people were apparently Lin Yu's lackeys. Seeing Lin Yu exhibit his prowess, they immediately surrounded him to flatter him. It's just a young mystic Lin tiger, so defeating it is nothing to be proud of. The danger in this great Empress mystic realm exceeds this. My strength is insufficient. Lin Yu inattentively wiped the tiger blood off his blade. He ignored his lackeys, as his eyes drifted to a few youths present. These youths were also cultivators to be sent out to participate in this great Empress mystic realm. These people were his companions, and also his rivals. Lin Yu knew very well that in terms of absolute power, he was far inferior to them. Their cultivation level was, after all, higher than his. However, if their cultivation level was fixed and just from comparing talent alone, he believed his ability exceeded these people. For this great Empress mystic realm, he had worked hard. He was planning to achieve much to prove himself. As he was thinking, the hand that was holding onto the cloth that wiped the blood turned stiff. Both his hands subconsciously moved downwards. The straight blade was now being bent by him. He had seen a person amongst the crowd, Yi Yun. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes as he could not prevent his eyes from having a hint of fighting spirit and provocation. He exchanged gazes with Yi Yun. Beside Lin Yu, the youths who looked like lackeys were still excited. Just as they were about to say something, they saw the expression of their big bro change. They realized something was amiss and they also looked at Yi Yun. Eh? Who is that kid? These lackeys were a bit stunned. They did not know why their big brother was suddenly paying attention to this person. Many of the Lin family disciples present had only seen Yi Yun's masked appearance. Few of them had actually seen Yi Yun's actual appearance. Yi Yun. He's Yi Yun. Someone said in the crowd. Immediately, the Lin family's younger generation were all slightly stunned. They had long heard of Yi Yun's name, and today, they had finally seen him in person. So he is Yi Yun. This is the person who had meritorious contributions at the relic trial, and being appreciated by the matriarch. That's right. I heard Yi Yun comes from a place called the Taya Kingdom in the Savage East. For him to reach such a position in the Lin family is indeed not easy. However, this is also because of luck. To the Tian Yuan world warriors, the remote lands in the East were collectively referred to as Savage East. The Savage East had several countries, and the Taya Divine Kingdom was one of them. Few Tian Yuan world's warriors paid attention to the countries in the Savage East. Be it the Yunlong Divine Kingdom or the Taya Divine Kingdom, they all felt that those countries were just a blob on the map. As for what the names and specialties of these countries were, they had no idea, nor did they bother to find out. Some people present knew the Taya Divine Kingdom only because of Yi Yun. However, the term Divine Kingdom was subconsciously changed by them to Kingdom. In their opinion, the Taya Divine Kingdom was not worthy of the word divine. Yi Yun, we meet again. Lin Yu suddenly spoke. As he walked towards Yi Yun, he slowly wiped the blood off his blade. The scarlet beast blood drops reflected the sunlight as they dropped onto the white snow, making it look more shocking. To Yi Yun, this was a form of demonstrating Lin Yu's strength. I heard that after you obtained a spot to enter the great Empress mystic realm, you went into reclusive training immediately in one go? Lin Yu stopped 30 feet away from Yi Yun. Accompanying him were a few Lin family disciples who had obtained spots to enter the great Empress mystic realm. Yi Yun looked at the people present. Other than Lin Xintong, he did not know many of the top martial arts geniuses of the Lin family. Actually, Yi Yun did not wish to have any contact with these people. However, these people were teammates that would be entering the Great Empress mystic realm with him. Yun also did not want to appear rude and unruly, which would cause their relationship to turn bitter. Yes. I was lucky to gain some insight, so I was in reclusive training until now. Jade Forest Peak's 3rd grade cultivation land, Heavenly Yang Hall. This is a cultivation ground typically used by the family's elders, and yet, you went into reclusive training for nearly half a year. Lin Yu did not carry on his sentence. However, people could tell that he was hinting how the cultivation ground was wasted in Yun's hands. After all, Yun's cultivation level could hardly put the Heavenly Yang Hall's effects to full use. It was a waste of a heavenly treasure. At our age, going into reclusive training for a month or 2 is the limit. Any longer is of no use. Power is gained from actual fighting, not something you gain from just sitting there. Only through battles that let you risk your life would your progress be at its fastest. Don't tell me that you think that going to the Great Empress mystic realm is just playing house? That place can cause people to die if you are just a little careless. None of the Lin family disciples that were chosen to enter the mystic realm dared to slack. They were all fighting for their lives in countless number of times throughout this period. Lin Yu said proudly. His tone had an air to it that came naturally. It was a killing air and fighting spirit that he had gained over prolonged fighting with desolate beasts. With this air infused into his speech, it made his words sound resounding and appealing. His words also gained the acknowledgement of many of the young elites. These Lin family elites advocated strength, and advocated battles that saw blood. This was what a warrior was. It was the expected living situation of young warriors. As for people who went into reclusive training for prolonged periods of time, they were usually middle-aged people who had mostly expended their potential. It was also something liked by old people who could no longer make a breakthrough in their cultivation levels. Yun only smiled after hearing Lin Yu's words. He did not retort. Fighting was naturally the best method to increase one's strength. However, with the purple crystal and the Great Empress relic's pure yang energy combined together, it would allow him to be reborn once. The benefits gained from them was far from something fighting could compare with. In the 5 months of reclusive training, Yun's increase in his cultivation level was not considered much. The greatest benefit was his pure yang body's formation. About 90% of the Great Empress relic's energy had been used by Yun to reconstruct his body. As for the breakthrough in cultivation level, that was something that would naturally follow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 433, Heading Towards God Burial Abyss. Chapter 433, Heading Towards God Burial Abyss. Translator, Seetulin. Editor, Seetulin. Yun's silent response made Lin Yu felt like he was punching into thin air. For people at Yun's age, it was the time when they were the most aggressive. They would not allow others to look down upon them. Lin Yu had originally expected that saying those words would cause Yun to become agitated and begin quarreling with him with his neck red with anger. When that happened, he could then provoke Yun into entering the desolate beast cage and fight with a mystic Lin tiger. With Yun's strength, him facing a mystic Lin tiger would definitely put him into a pathetic state. Even if the administrators of the Lin family helped him, Yun would still be injured, or at least embarrass himself greatly. However, Lin Yu was at a loss with Yun's low-key forbearance. Lin Yu's lackeys had grown up together with Lin Yu, so they understood Lin Yu's mind very well. They wanted to step forward to provoke Yun. However, Lin Yu shook his head. Forget it. Provoking him would be obvious on our part. This kid Yun might not even agree. Even if he agrees, the matriarch would hold us accountable if he gets injured. Lin Yu did not want to complicate things, and at that moment, he felt something as he turned to look far into the distance. People had the same feeling as they all looked into the distance. They only saw a group of people flying towards cloud protruding peaks silently in the snow-filled sky. Yi Yun squinted. Amongst the people, he saw Lin Shintong, Su Jiat and Matriarch Lin. What made Yi Yun slightly surprised was that the matriarch, who was always the head of the Lin family, was currently following respectfully behind two elders. These two elders, both had white hair and beards with slightly yellowish faces. One of them was dressed in gray, while the other was dressed in white. Their face even had spots from age. They did not seem to portray the feeling of immortals, and could even be said to be a bit ugly. The two elders looked very similar, as if they were a pair of twins. When Yi Yun saw these two old people, they were still very far away and their speed seemed very slow, but in just a few seconds, they had already landed lightly, without even stirring the dust on the ground around them. Immediately, the noisy cloud protruding peak quietened down. Everyone was looking at the two elders in a daze. It was as if the snowflakes fluttering in the sky had stagnated. With the two elders in front of him, Yi Yun felt his heart thump heavily. He subconsciously held his breath. Yi Yun felt like he could not look at the two elders' eyes, as if their eyes were light beacons that could see through him. Although Yi Yun knew that the purple crystal's level far exceeded this world's standard and they would not be able to detect it, the pressure emitted by these two elders made him unable to be at ease. The two elders glanced at Yi Yun at the same time. One nodded slightly, while the other remained expressionless. Not far from the two elders was a simple-dressed Lin Shintong. Having not seen her in 5 months, which had only felt like a blink of an eye, Yi Yun felt Lin Shintong's temperament had a subtle change when he saw her again. She seemed to resemble a fairy of heaven even more. With the purple crystal in his body, Yi Yun could feel that Lin Shintong's energy was like a calm lake, without the slightest wave. For her to have such a powerful energy yet it being so calm meant that Lin Shintong's power had reached an unimaginable level. All Lin family disciples present, let me introduce. These two are the two of the Lin family's 3 grand elders, Elder Howen and Elder Tianju. I believe everyone must have heard of them since a long time ago, but few people have actually seen them. After the matriarch finished speaking, she retreated to stand behind the 2 grand elders. Although the people present had some prior suspicions, they still drew a breath of cold air when they heard the matriarch's affirmative response. They found it unbelievable. The 3 grand elders of the Lin family were legends to the juniors present. They were almost never seen. Even some of the ordinary elders in the family would seldom have the opportunity to meet them. These 2 elders were the real pillars of support of the Lin family. For the Lin family to survive in the Tian Yuan world and becoming one of the top family clans and protect its treasured ground, the Jade Spirit Mountains, was all due to the support of these few elders. However, the situation of the Lin family was not at its best. The 2 grand elders present were very old and they did not have much lifespan left. The remaining 3rd grand elder was the most powerful one and was younger. However, it also required the Lin family to produce another grand elder within the next 10 to 20,000 years so as to carry on supporting the Lin family's estate. This was not an easy task. And Lin Shintong was no doubt the candidate the upper echelons of the Lin family paid the most attention to. Once Lin Shintong's naturally terminated meridians was joined up, then she would become a future peerless great empress. Then it could ensure the prosperity of the Lin family for 1,000,000 years. With such great advantages ahead, it was worth it for the Lin family to take the risk. All of you must already know the meaning behind the Great Empress Mystic Realm, so I shall not say any further. For this trip to the Mystic Realm, Tianju and I will accompany you, but the real main characters would be all of you. As it is an inheritance ground, the greatest benefits of the Great Empress Mystic Realm would be definitely left to juniors like you. If you can obtain the recognition of the Great Empress Mystic Realm and obtain the heritage left behind by the Great Empress, or be able to find a method to join up Shintong's naturally terminated meridians, then you would be the person who contributed the most to the Lin family. As long as your future achievement is passable, you will be allowed to helm half of the Lin family's estate. Elder Howen's words were a surprise. It caused all the geniuses present to stare with widened eyes. Helm half of the Lin family's estate. They had originally guessed that the Lin family would reward greatly for this great Empress Mystic Realm trip as it was very important. However, they had imagined that it would be cultivation techniques, elixirs, or relics. They had never expected that Elder Huowen would promise the future ownership of the Lin family. As for why it was half of the estate, it was obvious. The remaining half was reserved for Lin Xintong. If Lin Xintong could really join up her naturally terminated meridians, then it would be reasonable for her to become the person helming the Lin family. However, for them to share power of the Lin family with Lin Xintong, with their status being second only to a peerless great empress, this made many of the Lin family disciples present excited. The Lin family has really invested a lot this time. Behind Grand Elder Huowen, Su Jia was secretly surprised. He was quite impressed with Elder Huowen's drive. Only with great rewards would there be brave heroes. However, Elder Huowen's rewards were reasonable. This was because if someone was able to obtain the great empress heritage, then he would have the sufficient capacity to control half of the Lin family. And if that someone could find a way to heal Lin Xintong, then his credit was even greater. Let's move out. Elder Huowen did not speak any further nonsense. Throwing his hand gently, a beam flew out. It was a mini airship. This small airship began to rapidly grow in size once it was thrown into the air. Soon, it was about 1,000 feet long. Following that, Elder Huowen flicked his long sleeves and a strong force surged over. The juniors present were transported into the airship by this force. Ian felt the space around him transform, and the next moment, he was already inside the airship's hull. This made Ian astonished. Elder Huowen's method clearly contained spatial laws within it, or he would have appeared on the deck and not inside the airship's hull. The airship shot up into the sky and with a blink of an eye, left cloud protruding peak as they flew towards the God Burial Abyss. Along the way, the airship broke through the fog at an extremely fast speed. However, Ian felt it was very stable while on board it. The two Grand Elders were no longer seen. At the beginning, Elder Tianju had nodded at Ian slightly, which was the thanks to Ian for seeing through the Shinta family clan's nefarious plot. Later on, they no longer paid any attention to Ian. Most of their efforts were placed on Lin Xintong. For this expedition to the Great Empress Mystic Realm, the most important person amongst the juniors was of course, Lin Xintong. The person most likely to obtain the Great Empress heritage was also Lin Xintong. The younger generation of the Lin family did not know that in the past 5 months, the 3 Lin family Grand Elders had come forward to give Lin Xintong pointers. Together with the matriarch, they would each teach Lin Xintong something they were good at from time to time. All the experts in the Lin family were revolving around Lin Xintong. All sorts of precious medicines were generously given to Lin Xintong for her usage. The Lin family's nurturing of Lin Xintong could be said to have stopped at nothing. No junior in the long history of the Lin family had received such treatment. And Lin Xintong did not disappoint the upper echelons of the Lin family. In the short period of 5 months, her strength had once again made a leap forward. Her nomological insight had also improved. In the entire Lin family's history, no one had her strength at this age. If it was not for the curse of the natural meridians clouding the hearts of all the elders, then Lin Xintong's current achievements were enough for her to be nurtured as the Lin family's future successor. Now, taking advantage of the time the airship was flying, the 2 Grand Elders meditated beside Lin Xintong, secretly manipulating the heaven-earth yuan qi around her, letting Lin Xintong reach her optimal state in the 3 aspects of essence, qi, and spirit. For this expedition to the Great Empress Mystic Realm, the upper echelons of the Lin family had a great deal of confidence in Lin Xintong. They knew that the reason why the Shinta family clan failed in the Great Empress Mystic Realm was because of Shinta Nantian. He, as the number 1 genius amongst the younger generation of the Shinta family clan, had not been able to gain the recognition of the Great Empress Mystic Realm. If Lin Xintong were to gain the recognition of the Great Empress Mystic Realm, then the Lin family would truly be able to open up the Great Empress Mystic Realm. With Lin Xintong having natural meridians with a perfect purine body, her martial talent was impeccable. If Lin Xintong could not gain the recognition of the great Empress Mystic Realm, then the upper echelons of the Lin family could not think of anyone who had this ability. Matriarch, don't worry. Xintong will be fine. Beside the matriarch, an elder said. The matriarch nodded. The eyes that she used to look at Lin Xintong was filled with love and hope. At that moment, Lin Xintong's eyes were tightly shut. Her eyelashes were gently quivering. She looked like an ethereal fairy while in her meditative state. But underneath her calm as still water energy, there was a hidden thriving fighting spirit burning. It was her declaration of war at fate. She had always wanted to take control of her destiny. And this time, the heavens had placed an opportunity in front of her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 434, Meeting Opponents. Chapter 434, Meeting Opponents. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. The airship traveled at an extremely fast speed. It only needed a day's time to reach the untraversable sea. The untraversable sea surrounded the entire Tian Yuan world. Heading east from the sea, one would reach the border of the land containing the Taya Divine Kingdom. And heading north, one would see seas with no end in sight. The sea would be completely still with no heaven-earth Yuan Qi. Even a great emperor could not cross it. The God Burial Abyss was deep in the untraversable sea, which was also directly below the Tian Yuan world. The airship traveled downwards parallel to the Tian Yuan world's continental cliff. As the sun was obscured, the airship was quickly swallowed by the Tian Yuan world's continental body's huge shadow. What was a 1,000-foot-long airship looked like a speck of dust in front of the huge continental plate. Pwah! The airship entered the untraversable sea, causing a splash. However, looking down from high up in the sky, this splash was completely trivial. Yun stood in front of a window of the airship and looked at the deep and endless underwater world. This sea did not have many fish. Occasionally, biological creatures would appear. They were large underwater fierce beasts. Looking up, Yun noticed that the Tian Yuan continent was actually floating on the untraversable sea. There was no foundational attachment anchoring the Tian Yuan continent to the seabed. Most of it was empty space, and there were countless numbers of large rocky spines protruding through the empty space. These rocky spines covered more than 100,000 feet. It went from the Tian Yuan world's continent deep into the depths of the untraversable sea. They looked like ferocious teeth. Seeing this scene, Ian deeply felt the vastness and mightiness of this world. And in it, he felt very small. People tend to feel tiny when faced with the vastness of nature. This was probably one of the driving forces for people to constantly grow stronger and to explore the mysteries of the universe. At this depth, the water flow became more and more turbulent. The airship was approaching the terrifying vortex in the God Burial Abyss. The airship was large in size, so it was more affected by the suction force. The closer it got to the God Burial Abyss, the more uncontrollable the suction force would become. Even the Lin family's grand elders could not control such a large airship in the turbulent sea. Hence, in another 15 minutes, they had to leave the airship. Then, people would need to approach the God Burial Abyss using their own physical strength. We are almost there. Any deeper and we will lose control of the airship. On the deck of the airship, Elder Holwen was standing steadfastly as he withstood the turbulent waters of the nearby God Burial Abyss. Elder Tianju nodded, "Let the juniors come out. They should be able to withstand a water flow at this level." As Elder Tianju said this, he suddenly noticed something. Turning his head to the side, he looked deep into the depths of the sea. Oh! That is. In the deep depths of the untraversable sea, there was a fuzzy shadow that was approaching the Lin family's airship. Elder Tianju squinted his eyes. His eyesight was excellent, so he could clearly see in the dark sea depths. It was a giant sea turtle. On the sea turtle, it had a barrier. And in that barrier sat a group of people. Despite the distance, Elder Tianju could see their clothes clearly. On their clothes, there was a flame-like emblem. It was a kind of coat of arms. Among those people, there was an elder who clearly felt the gaze of Elder Tianju. He tilted his head slightly and exchanged gazes with Elder Tianju. A smile formed on his lips. Li Fire sect. Elder Tianju frowned. The uninvited guests in front of him came from the Li Fire sect, which was a huge sect. In the Tian Yuan world, not every faction was in the form of a family clan. The Tian Yuan world had several large sects as well. Their strength was even stronger than several family clans. What are they doing here? Elder Huowen's face sank. At that moment and place, it was naturally not a coincidence for the Li Fire sect to suddenly appear close to the God Burial Abyss. They probably have the same purpose as us. It looks like our fears have come true. The Shinta family clan will definitely not let us explore the mystic realm freely. They plan to hinder us and fight us in the mystic realm. Back when the relic trial ended, the Lin family had suggested using Shintanantian, the Thousand-Hand Granny and the lives of the upper echelons of the Shinta family clan to exchange for the information of the Great Empress mystic realm. Then, the upper echelons of the Lin family had already guessed that the Shinta family clan would not hand over the secrets of the Great Empress mystic realm without qualms to the Lin family. The Shinta family clan would privately sell the information of the Great Empress mystic realm to other factions. By doing so, they could kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, the Shinta family clan would recoup their losses to the highest degree. The Shinta family clan could choose a few or even a dozen factions and negotiate a price with them. After the negotiation, they could sell the information of the Great Empress mystic realm to them. And these dozen or so factions could provide quite a sizable income to the Shinta family clan. Secondly, by doing so, the Shinta family clan could prevent most of the Great Empress mystic realm falling into the hands of the Lin family. With everyone entering it, there will be a big scramble to see who had the best ability and luck. It was very likely that with everyone competing, restraining, and scheming against each other, no one would dare to break the prohibitions of the Great Empress mystic realm at all costs. They might end up leaving empty-handed. The Shinta family clan knew that it was nearly impossible for them to get the core heritage of the Great Empress mystic realm, so they might as well make the information available. Everyone could enter the Great Empress mystic realm, but no one could obtain it. Thirdly, by releasing the information of the Great Empress mystic realm, many experts from the various factions would end up killing each other, finally dying there. The Shinta family clan definitely wished to see other factions weakened as a result. The Lin family knew this was possible, but they had no way to prevent this as not even a soul contract was sufficient. This was because when the Lin family spread the news of the negotiation with the Shinta family clan had sufficient time to sell the information of the Great Empress mystic realm. The soul contract was only signed when the upper echelons of the Shinta family clan came to negotiate with the Lin family. Binding the Shinta family clan by then would be too late. What should we do? Probably when the Shinta family clan sold the news, they had come to an agreement that once they entered the mystic realm, they would join forces against us. Then, we would not be able to make any progress. The Great Empress mystic realm was after all a place for the Great Empress to pick her successor. When the ancient Great Empress established this inheritance land, she naturally knew that those who entered the Great Empress mystic realm would not be uniform in age. As a result, there would be huge differences in their cultivation levels. Those with high cultivation levels might not necessarily be more talented. Someone with a lower cultivation level might be the person she was looking for. Under these circumstances, the ancient Great Empress would naturally provide some protection for those with low cultivation levels. If not, those with high cultivation levels and of higher age, but of average talent, would kill others wantonly so as to reduce their competitors. However, this protection was not everywhere. There had to be places that was outside the scope of this protection. If Lin Shintong were to be outside the range of this protection and the Lin family was jointly attacked by the Shinta family clan and the other family clans, the outcome would be disastrous. Elder Huowen frowned as he said with a sunken expression, "If we did not guess wrongly, when the Shinta family clan signed the agreement, it would have included that the other family clans are not to pick on the Shinta family clan, and on the contrary, deal with our Lin family. If that happens, it would be very difficult for Shintong to amount to anything in the Great Empress Mystic Realm. In this half a year, Shinta Nanshan's injuries should be healed. He would most likely appear at this expedition to the Mystic Realm. His intentions on Shintong were never pure. Coupled with the Shinta family clan understanding the Great Empress Mystic Realm being better than ours, if they were to make any arrangements beforehand. Elder Tianju did not speak further. He did not dare to imagine the consequences. The situation of the juniors is actually better. To protect her successor, the ancient Great Empress should have set up several restrictions. As for us old folks, we would be in a more dangerous situation. The Great Empress' protection for us will be so little that it's pathetic. The ancient Great Empress' intention was to pick a successor. As for those old folks like them, who entered to search for treasures, why would the Great Empress care about their lives? The Great Empress may have left treasures for them probably on a whim. After all, some of the treasures could not be used by her future successor and it might not be particularly valuable in her eyes. Hence, she had conveniently left them behind for the people of the future. Those who had the means to get the treasure would get it. If they could not get it or ended up dying for the treasure, they only had themselves to blame. This move of the Shinta family clan sure is malevolent. Elder Huowen said angrily. The juniors have to be very careful. As for us old folks, we can probably only enter the protective outer perimeter of the Great Empress Mystic Realm. We can't proceed any deeper as it would be too risky. Then, it will almost certainly be fated that old folks like us would return empty-handed. We have gone through so much effort and have been embroiled with the Shinta family clan for so long only to end in this result. Compared to the other family clans, we have received no advantage at all. It could be said to be a disadvantage. There's no other way. Elder Tianju shook his head. If we had not been embroiled with the Shinta family clan, and not forced the Shinta family clan to make the information available, it would still be a mystic realm solely controlled by the Shinta family clan. We would not have gotten a single chance. But now, we finally have that tiny bit of hope. With the wolf, Shinta Nantian, inside this mystic realm, I can't feel at ease. Let's ask Shintong and see what her decision is. Elder Huowen may say so, but in fact, he had already guessed Lin Shintong's answer. With her personality, she would only have one answer. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 435, The Opening of the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Chapter 435, The Opening of the Great Empress Mystic Realm. The order to leave the airship came. Yi Yun and another Lin family junior stood together as Elder Tianju brought the two of them to the entrance to the Great Empress Mystic Realm. With a wave of Elder Tianju's hand, Yi Yun felt that he was being surrounded by a powerful energy. This energy made him feel a tinge of numbness as countless lightning sparks faintly flashed. This was the power of lightning. Elder Tianju practiced the law of lightning. Lightning was also known as the power of heaven's punishment. It was rumored that it could kill heinous evildoers. It was also why Elder Tianju, Wrath of Heaven, got his title. When Yi Yun was brought out of the airship, he first-hand experienced the terrifying suction power of the seawater close to the God Burial Abyss. Even with Elder Tianju's energy residing on Yi Yun, he still felt as if his muscles were about to tear. Yi Yun looked down at the deep depths of the sea, and saw a scene that he would remember for the rest of his life. In front of him, deep down in the sea, there was a humongous black hole. The black hole swallowed the horizon of the seabed, and extended as far as one could see. In the core of the black hole, there was a dark divine beam surging into the sky. It was like a spear of the gods that shot out. It pierced through the untraversable sea, straight into the gigantic and heavy continental land above the untraversable sea. That continental land mass was the Tianyuan world. It gave the impression that this mysterious and terrifying black light was the thing holding the immeasurable weight of the Tianyuan world. It was the supporting pillar of the Tianyuan world. Below the black light, the black hole was not a flat abyssal surface. It was a slightly rounded surface. It was as if there was a huge black sun buried in the bottom of the sea, and was just revealing the tip of the iceberg. The terrifying whirlpool crazily rotated around the black ball. Endless amounts of seawater was swallowed by it. What was even stranger was that this rotation did not produce the slightest bit of sound. It was creepily silent. It gave off the feeling that, even if there were sounds to it, the sounds had also been swallowed by the god burial abyss. This was an eternal whirlpool that had existed since ancient times. Only when Yun got close to it did he feel its terror. Even a great emperor would be humbled in front of it. We are actually still very far from God Burial Abyss. As to how far from it we are, we don't know. We might be 500 miles away, or maybe 5,000 miles. Due to the tremendous suction force of the God Burial Abyss, spatial dimensions have been warped, so distance is no longer a well-defined quantity. Even I would not dare to approach it too closely. Once you come near the God Burial Abyss, not only will there be a terrifying suction force, just the distorted spatial dimensions would make it difficult for me to find my way back. As Elder Tianzhu spoke, he flew towards God Burial Abyss while bringing Yun and the Lin family Jr. along. The tremendous tearing force from the seawater was largely dissipated by Elder Tianzhu. The purple yuan qi around his body condensed into a thunderbolt sword, so all the seawater saw separated wherever it passed. Warriors could reach the stage of avoiding grain. They could interface with heaven-earth yuan qi, allowing them to breathe underwater. They could absorb the yuan qi in the sea, providing them with energy. However, the immense pressure in the deep depths of the sea was not something any typical warrior could endure. Especially at a depth of hundreds of thousands of feet, their bodies would feel like they were carrying a mountain at all times. Oh. That is. When they approached the entrance to the God Burial Abyss, Yun saw that many people had gathered there. They were obviously not from the Lin family. Competitors. Yun's gaze turned cold as his expression turned heavy. The appearance of competitors did not exceed his expectations. This also meant that this expedition into the Great Empress Mystic Realm would become even more difficult. When the entire Lin family had gathered together, those people from the other factions also looked towards the Lin family. Due to the existence of the God Burial Abyss, the seabed was not completely pitch black. With the eyes of warriors, they could clearly see each other in this environment. Upon seeing so many factions, the Lin family disciples immediately began to panic. This exceeded the expectations of several people. They had originally thought that the Lin family would be able to explore the mystic realm alone. They did not expect this scene. And from the looks of it, these factions were eyeing them, which made the danger imaginable. Shintu family clan. Lin Shinton's grandaunt had followed the Lin family team to the Great Empress Mystic Realm entrance. Upon seeing the Shintu family clan emblem, this old woman's expression changed. Their Lin family had completely offended the Shintu family clan, so under this situation to face the Shintu family clan and so many unknown factions, it was like mortals meeting a pack of wolves in the night. It was extremely terrible. What are you panicking for? Elder Holwyn snorted as he said unhappily, "It is just the Shintu family clan and a few family clans that they have contacted to form a temporary alliance. They are just a pack of wolves formed from a temporary interest. Do you think that they will be so united? In this environment, they would not make a move. They are just looking at us." Now, close to the God Burial Abyss, the pressure was immense. One could accidentally succumb to the whirlpool and be sucked into the God Burial Abyss. Even if they were the Grand Elders of various large factions, they would also die. Under these circumstances, if the Grand Elder great figures began fighting, it would not be much different from committing suicide. Besides, once they fought, they would not be able to care for their family's juniors. Once those juniors entered an unprotected state, they would be crushed to dust after lasting, at most, a few seconds. No faction would be willing to pay such a big price to make a move on the Lin family. Of course, it would be different when they were inside the mystic realm. Just from their expressions, one could tell. For example, Yi Yun had already seen Shintu Nantian. In the midst of the large group of factions, Shintu Nantian was in the most central position. Shintu Nantian was under the protection of a Shintu family clan elder. He was grinning ferociously at Yi Yun. After these 6 months of time, Shintu Nantian no longer had his mild-mannered appearance. His facial features had not changed, but he now emitted a hideously evil air. This feeling was as if a sanctimonious and orthodox man of the martial path had one day tore off his disguise, and began to cultivate some overwhelming demonic powers. His entire person had become insane and extremely dangerous. Yi Yun. Shintu Nantian looked towards Yi Yun with a cruel smile. 172 days. 172 days have passed since I left the Lin family. In these 172 days, I have been constantly remembering the pain and endless humiliation you brought me. I will return it 10,000 times, no, 100,000 times worse to you. You must not fall into my hands, for I will not cripple you of your martial arts. That would let you die too early, then it would not be fun. I will only restrict your cultivation level, and then use molten iron to encase you. Then I will use all sort of top-grade drugs to extend your life. I have already thought of 10,000 methods to torture you. It will be enough to torture you for 10,000 years. Also Lin Shintong, that be *tch. I will conquer and ruthlessly her in front of you. I will let both of you know what it's like to lead a living death. Shintu Nantian's voice was transmitted into the ears of Yi Yun and Lin Shintong simultaneously. Yi Yun was expressionless as he looked towards Lin Shintong. She was only gently pressing on the hilt of her sword. The venomous snake, Shintu Nantian, was following them into the great Empress mystic realm. It would be an immense threat. Regardless of how Yi Yun had tortured Shintu Nantian half a year ago, having implanted a mental demon in his heart, and the hidden injury left in his soul, at the current moment he was still far from Shintu Nantian's match. Shintu Nantian was already 30 years old. His cultivation level was even higher than Lin Shintong's, what more Yi Yun's? Yi Yun, this Shintu Nantian seems to have undergone some sort of change in the past 6 months. He might have cultivated some sort of evil cultivation technique. We need to be careful. Lin Shintong transmitted her voice. With how things had progressed, she had to enter the great Empress mystic realm. Despite all the dangers they would face, she would not back down. Ever since she reached a sensible age, she had looked forward to this day, for her to really have a chance at challenging her own destiny. Now, with the opportunity right in front of her eyes, she would definitely grab it, even at the cost of her life. All of you can see the danger. Now, if anyone wants to back out at the last minute, it is not too late. Elder Holwen's back faced the people from the Lin family as he said with a deadpan expression. Many of the Lin family disciples looked at each other in the eyes. They shook their heads. Their eyes either looked firm or scared, but no one backed out. As a large family clan's disciples, they could not bear the disgrace of backing out at the last moment. Very good. I do not care if you are regretting it deep down in your hearts, but since you have chosen to stay behind and face the threats in the mystic realm, and the desolate beast-like opponents, then you will have to do your best to be more ruthless than others so you can stay alive. Many places in the mystic realm will bestow protection upon you, so you do not need to fear being killed by enemies. This is our Lin family's opportunity. Success or failure all depends on this gamble. Elder Holwen's words sounded resoundingly. Now, opening the mystic realm. As Elder Holwyn spoke, he formed a stance. His yuan qi began to surge. His clothes that were soaked by the seawater also began to swell up. Originally, the mystic realm could only be opened with the combined efforts of Elder Holwyn, Elder Tianju, and Matriarch Lin. However, now, only Elder Holwyn made a move. Elder Tianju and Matriarch Lin stayed behind to hold the ground. It was naturally not enough with only Elder Holwyn's strength alone. In one of the other factions, an elder sneered, "Quite careful." They knew that the Lin family only sent one Grand Elder to open the mystic realm, as they were wary of them. If no one from their side participated, then this great Empress mystic realm would naturally not open. "Let me do it." From the Li Fire sect, an elder made his move. The other factions also sent out an elder. The person sent out by the Shintu family clan was an insidious-looking man. He did not look very old. He was also the leader of the Shintu family clan delegation. As for the Shintu patriarch, he stayed behind to hold the ground for the Shintu family clan. The great Empress mystic realm was hidden in a spatial fissure in the deep depths of the God Burial Abyss. Many of the Grand Elders from the various factions present were well versed in spatial laws. They had sufficient power to tear open the space. A total of 10 beams shot out from all directions. They struck a point in the sea. That point seemed to melt away under blazing hot temperatures as a spatial cavern slowly emerged in front of everyone. When the cavern opened, Yi Yun, who was standing behind Elder Tianju, felt a profound and mysterious desolate bone aura surge out from the cavern. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 436, Encircled by a Pack of Wolves. Chapter 436, Encircled by a Pack of Wolves. This aura. When he was enveloped by this aura, Yi Yun felt that behind the entrance to the great Empress mystic realm, there was an extremely mysterious sealed world. It was as if he would be able to see the origins of the great Tao if he entered that world, and he would have all the secrets of the universe easily in his grasp. Not only Yi Yun, the other young elites also had a similar feeling. The only difference was that their perception of the energy was not as keen as Yi Yun's. The feeling was not that clear. They only had the feeling that they could enter the great Empress mystic realm, and they had the desire to explore the secrets. The entrance grew bigger and bigger. It was big enough for 10 people to enter at one time. With the combined efforts of the elders from the various large factions, it was not difficult to open the spatial channel. Go in. Once you enter the great Empress mystic realm, all you young people will be sent into the testing grounds directly, while us older ones will enter the treasure-seeking grounds. Elder Holwyn said as a ball of energy wrapped around his palm. As he pushed his palm forward, a Lin family junior was directly sent through the entrance of the mystic realm. In the process of flying into the mystic realm, this Lin family junior went on high alert as he held his breath. However, no one from the other factions attacked him at all. Every faction had juniors. No one wanted to end up in a life and death struggle. One after another, youths from the various factions were sent into the mystic realm. Yi Yun stood behind Elder Tianju. He could feel Shintu Nanshan's gaze trained on him like a sharp knife. Other than Shintu Nantian, there was another insidious-looking youth. His skin was sallow and he looked sickly. However, his eyes were sharp and vicious. Yi Yun recognized this person. His name was Shintuya, one of the more talented young elites in the Shintu family clan. His position in the family was probably second only to Shintu Nantian. Back when the Shintu family clan came to the Lin family to negotiate, Yi Yun had seen Shintuya. Yi Yun had remembered his eyes deeply. When it was Yi Yun's turn, Matriarch Lin hesitated and transmitted her voice to him. Yi Yun, are you sure you want to go in? Matriarch Lin had previously sent people from the Lin family's Family Rules Hall to check on the reason behind the Yi Yun and Shintu Nanshan's feud. They had also checked his life slightly, and she received some undetailed reports. Matriarch Lin only knew that Yi Yun had made quite an exceptional performance in one of the training grounds of the Taya Divine Kingdom. However, even so, it did not indicate much. To the Tian Yuan world, the Taya Divine Kingdom was nothing worth mentioning. Hence, having some achievements there was not very persuasive. Besides, Yi Yun was now facing Shintu Nantian and company, who were the top elites of the Tian Yuan world. They were also much older than Yi Yun, so the danger that he would face upon entering the Great Empress Mystic Realm was easily imaginable. Yi Yun, actually, this training experience was for you to broaden your horizons. However, if it is too risky, you need to consider if it is worth it. Even if you do not enter the Great Empress Mystic Realm, with your achievements in the Desolate Heaven technique, it is enough to have a promising future and become a leading person in the Tian Yuan world. The matriarch was in a dilemma. She was even feeling some regrets having let Yi Yun enter the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Yi Yun said, "Thank you for the matriarch's concern, this junior indeed wants to enter the Great Empress Matriarch to take a look." Then, all right. I know you have a basic foundation in martial arts and you are one of the best in the younger generation of the Taya Kingdom. However, the Tian Yuan world is different. Those elites are much stronger than you imagine. I do not have high hopes that you will obtain the Great Empress heritage, nor do I wish for you to find the method to join up Shintong's terminated meridians. As long as you come back alive, that will be the greatest reward. The matriarch exhorted again. Yi Yun himself was the Lin family's wealth. His mutated eyes was an ability that the matriarch had never even heard of. This ability might even be passed down to the next generation. As the matriarch spoke, she nodded to the two elders, Huowen and Tianzhu. The two grand elders from the Lin family had freed themselves. To prevent Yi Yun from receiving a sneak attack from the Shintu family clan, the two of them personally sent Yi Yun through the Mystic Realm's entrance. But even so, the moment Yi Yun entered the Mystic Realm entrance, he felt his body being scanned by a few pair of eyes. This feeling of being examined made Yi Yun's heart turn cold. Although he was not worried about people detecting the presence of the purple crystal, he found it extremely disgusting to be scanned like that. That bunch of old fools. Just as more than half of his body had entered the mystic realm, Yi Yun turned back to glance at those people. He saw a few hostile-looking eyes in Shintu Nanshan's hideous face as well. He has gone in. I really do not know who gave him that confidence, but that's to my liking. A cruel smile suffused on Shintu Nanshan's lips. He subconsciously grabbed the air with his hand as if he was squeezing Yi Yun to death. Gong Sun Hong, Yi Yun is just slightly younger than you. In the initial entry to the Great Empress Mystic Realm, he will be grouped with you. I'll leave the future matters to you. As Shintu Nantian spoke, a youth in a flaming long robe standing not far from him lightly nodded. He casually said, "Small matter." Yi Yun only felt his vision suddenly change. Following that, he appeared above a vast and empty land. This land had on it nothing at all. It was so empty that it made people feel weak. It was monotonously white and it extended all the way to the limits of one's vision. Swish! Swish! With a few light sounds, there were more people who were transported inside. Yi Yun circulated his Yuan Qi as he became more vigilant. Other than Yi Yun, there were more than 10 people who had been transported to this place. With a glance, he immediately discovered that people from the Shintu family clan were amongst those people. As for people from the Lin family, Yi Yun also noticed a few. One of them was a young girl dressed in flowery clothes. She was petite and beautiful. Seeing Yi Yun look over, the young girl smiled. Her name was Lin Xiaodai, one of the initial 6 who were given a place to enter the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Beside Lin Xiaodai was another effeminate-looking youth. His name was Lin Fengyue. He was Lin Xiaodie's brother. As for the third person, he was Lin Yu. When Lin Yu saw Yi Yun, a tinge of disgust flashed in his eyes. I am so unlucky to be with this rascal. Lin Yu did not feel good. Although he wanted to flaunt his abilities in front of Yi-Yun to let this bumpkin know what an elite of the Tian Yuan world was like, Lin Yu knew that Yi-Yun was a person marked by the Shintu family clan. In this training experience, an unknown number of people wanted to deal with Yi-Yun. Being with Yi-Yun would definitely result in him being implicated. This jinx. I need to be careful being grouped with him. None of those people are pushovers. Lin Yu scanned his surroundings. On the initial entry to the Great Empress Mystic Realm, people would be divided into groups, and the rules to a group depended on 2 points. One was age, and the other was the time period of entry. Those who entered in the same time period and were of similar age would be grouped together. Hence, the 4 youngest juniors of the Lin family were grouped together. It was inevitable. The Lin family disciples naturally gathered together. They maintained a clear distance from the Shintu family clan and the other factions. To be grouped with the person who smacked young Master Nanshan's face is my pleasure. A youth who carried a large bag on his back looked at Yi-Yun as he said with a sarcastic tone. In fact, the moment after Yi-Yun went through the Great Empress Mystic Realm's entrance, a group of people immediately squeezed into the Great Empress Mystic Realm. These people were around Yi-Yun's age, so they were intending to be grouped together with Yi-Yun. As for why, it was because the Shintu family clan had established extremely tempting rewards for the person who obtained Yi-Yun's head. In the eyes of these people, Yi-Yun was like a piece of succulent meat. Everyone wanted to have a bite on him. Shintu Nantian sure is useless, for any nobody to trample on him. Zay Zay. A black-haired young girl dressed in black said in a cute yet seductive manner. Her words were full of ridicule for Shintu Nantian. Clearly, these people were gathered together due to common interests, but they were not friendly with the Shintu family clan. Yi-Yun glanced at that girl. She was petite and her back had a subtle bend. She gave the feeling she was bending her back all the time. Her fingernails were pure black. They were pointed and sharp, and the cold feeling they gave off made people feel like her fingernails were covered in poison. When she saw Yi-Yun looking over, she laughed as she subconsciously licked her lips. This feeling was as if she wanted to devour Yi-Yun. F***K, what are these people? Lin Yu cursed in his heart. These people were clearly no ordinary people. Many of them were here for Yi-Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 437, Ancient Desolate Beast. Chapter 437, Ancient Desolate Beast. Panther Lady, do not speak so ill of Shintu Nantian. He just failed at a miserably easy task. This Yi-Yun kid is very crafty. We need to watch out for him. Some of the people present came from factions that had good ties with the Shintu family clan, so one of them spoke up for Shintu Nantian. The person referred to as Panther Lady was the petite, black-haired girl with black clothes and black fingernails. The Panther Lady stopped talking. She did not have a good impression of the Shintu family clan, but since they had signed a soul contract beforehand and the fact that there was a disciple of the Shintu family clan present, it was not right to put down Shintu Nantian. And this Shintu family clan disciple looked to be about 16 to 17 in age. He was very low-key as he stood behind a youth dressed in a flaming, long robe. This youth's name was Gong Sun Hong. He came from the Li Fire sect. Even the Panther Lady, and the youth with a bag behind him from before, showed reverence for Gong Sun Hong. He had obtained first place in the last Li Fire sect's tournament for inner sect disciples. The Li Fire rankings were held every 3 years, and only for those below the age of 18. Only the Li Fire sect disciples who had yet to reach a mature age could participate in it. And Gong Sun Hong proved his fearsomeness by being able to get first place in the Li Fire rankings. One had to know that in the Tian Yuan world, a sect's cohesive power was lacking to that of a family clan. However, when it came to strength, they usually far exceeded large family clans. After all, a family clan could only choose from their own family's descendants, and would inevitably be limited in this way. A sect, however, did not have such considerations. Many of the people from the different factions present began to talk. They did not care about Yun, nor did they hide their intention of killing Yun. The only thing was that, now, in the great Empress mystic realm, every person was protected by a law. Whoever attacked first would immediately have his energy temporarily removed by the law. However, this protection was only bestowed to cultivators who were qualified to be the great Empress' successor. Once they lost that qualification, they would no longer receive any protection, and the great Empress mystic realm would obviously not spare any energy to protect those who were useless. They were waiting for the trial to begin. Only those with sufficient talent could go all the way. Those who lacked the ability would be eliminated. To many of the people present, being eliminated just meant the end of their trial. For Yun, however, being eliminated meant falling into a wolf's den. His fate, if that were to happen, was imaginable. And at this moment, with a schwa sound, the vast white ground twisted in front of everyone. A roaring large river appeared out of nowhere above the land. And above the river was a huge bridge of light. This bridge of light was more than 20 meters wide and about 200 to 300 meters long. On the bridge of light, a shadow appeared out of nowhere, turning from a blur to clearness. When people took a more detailed look, their hearts quaked. There was a desolate beast on the bridge. This desolate beast was about 2 stories tall and looked like a humongous tiger. Its body was not covered in tiger stripes, instead there were countless number of lightning bolts. It had long fangs that resembled lances and claws that resembled swords. It looked extremely ferocious and gave off a strong sense of oppression. This is... Many of the youths present were shocked. What was this? This desolate beast looked too real. It did not look any different from a real desolate beast. It had flesh and blood, and its pair of amber eyes also revealed a shockingly cold flash. However, people knew that the great Empress mystic realm had existed for a very long time. No desolate beast could be sealed within it and still survive for so long. The desolate beast in front of them might look real, but it was in fact an energy projection. A desolate beast made out of energy could perfectly simulate the feeling of a real desolate beast. This method was surprising, but what was most surprising wasn't this, it was that this scene was not recorded amongst the experience depicted in the Shinto family clan's Jade Scroll. The records in the Jade Scroll indicated that they would first pass through a wilderness and experience killing along the way. It had not mentioned the Bridge of Light or this ferocious desolate beast. Due to the soul contract, Shinto Nantian could not have given a Jade Scroll with false information. Hence, it was most likely that the great Empress mystic realm would have a different trial with every entry. This way, people who came later could not use the experiences gained from people who came before to target the trial. This would maximize the guarantee that the successor chosen by the mystic realm was genuine. Upon realizing this, people felt awed. This great Empress mystic realm was way too scary. How did the ancient great Empress manage to make the mystic realm trials be different every time? Now, however, was not the time to marvel about this. Without a doubt, other than indicating the entrance to the great Empress mystic realm, the Shinto family clan's mystic realm Jade Scroll did not have much referential value. They had to rely on their own resourcefulness. With the trial's content changing, then all that we will face is unknown. The youth with a bag behind him, not only did he not feel worried, his face even flashed with excitement. Interesting. The panther lady was also yearning to try. She subconsciously scratched with her palms as a black claw flashed. At this moment, a voice sounded in everyone's ears. This voice was calm and soothing but did not have any human emotions, resulting in it sounding metallic. Everyone has one chance. Withstanding for a period it takes for a joss stick to burn will allow for passage through the Bridge of Light, and entrance into the next level of the mystic realm. I see, so we need to withstand for the time it takes for a joss stick to burn under this desolate beast's claws. I like this trial. The panther lady looked excited. Not only the Panther Lady was excited, on the Lin family's side, Lin Yu was also very excited. The first trial was to fight with desolate beasts. And this was what he was good at. In the last 6 months before entering the Great Empress Mystic Realm, he had undergone devil-like training. He spent all of his time in battle, either battling with young elites, or having a life-and-death fight with desolate beasts. This is a good omen. I will shine in this trial. Lin Yu clenched his fists tightly. An ambitious glimmer appeared in his eyes subconsciously. Lin Yu was not at the level of a top elite in the Lin family, or else he would not have nearly lost his place in entering the Great Empress Mystic Realm. As for Yi Yun, Lin Yu was not concerned about Yi Yun getting killed by others in the Mystic Realm. He was only concerned that Yi Yun, who have too many strong enemies, that it would also implicate him. To not mince his words, as long as he was fine, then Lin Yu would only gloat if Yi Yun was killed by the people from the other family clans. Yi Yun had nearly robbed him of his place, and had also received the favor of the matriarch, allowing him to use any of the top resources. For this, Lin Yu was already extremely jealous, so for him, Yi Yun was better off dead. And at this moment, Lin Xiaodai began to laugh with glee. To experience this ancient mystic realm personally is a very rare experience. Not recording this would be a pity. Lin Xiaodai was dressed in colorful clothes. She was petite and cute. Like her name, Little Butterfly, she was like a butterfly that shuttled through the flowers. Maybe it was because she was about Yi Yun's age, her character was like that of a child that couldn't grow up. She did as she said and ignored all the factions that were eyeing their Lin family. She took out a visual array disc from her interspatial ring and placed it not far from the Bridge of Light. She was planning to record the scene of every junior's trial on the Bridge of Light. Ha! Junior sister Xiaodai, doing that is quite interesting. Seeing the visual disc array, Lin Yu was also quite excited. He thought that his own performance would not be seen by the elders of the Lin family. Now, however, with the visual disc array, they could watch it in the future and see his splendid and brave performance. Lin Yu was hesitating whether or not he should immediately go on up, but at this moment, the indifferent voice of the Great Empress Mystic Realm sounded again. The first cultivator to step on the Bridge of Light will have the difficulty reduced by 20%. The moment these words were heard, a pudgy youth immediately jumped onto the Bridge of Light. The first person who went on up would not know the abilities of that desolate beast, so it was a big disadvantage. However, if the difficulty was reduced by 20%, then this disadvantage would become an advantage. This kid. Including Lin Yu, many people cursed silently. This fatty was too crafty, for first place to be robbed by him just like that. Ha ha! Everyone, I will scout the path for you all. The pudgy youth said with a laugh. He was very pleased that he had grabbed first place. Of course, even though he was pleased, he had no intentions of overestimating himself. In front of the desolate beast, the pudgy youth became extremely alert. He knew clearly that the ancient Great Empress was an existence that stood so high above that she could not be reached. Any typical genius would not catch her eye. The difficulty of the Great Empress Mystic Realm she created to select her successor was easily imaginable. The desolate beast in front of him was of some unknown, ancient species. Its strength was extremely fearsome. Although these people were top geniuses, there would be a sizable number of them who would be eliminated in this first assessment. Previously, the cold voice said that just withstanding for the time it took for a joss stick to burn on the Bridge of Light would be sufficient to pass. Hence, the pudgy youth had no intention of attacking the desolate beast. As long as he could hold on, that would be sufficient. Simply withstanding would naturally be much easier than defeating this desolate beast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 438, Indifference. Chapter 438, Indifference. On the Bridge of Light, the flames of fighting spirit burned in the pudgy youth's eyes, in contrast with the ancient desolate beast's amber eyes. There were so many benefits at this trial. Ignoring the opportunities in the mystic realm, just seeing the ancient mystic realm would broaden his horizons, and also greatly benefit his growth. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he was quickly eliminated, that would be alright too. This was because he was grouped together with that unlucky Yi Yun. Once he was eliminated, he would no longer be afraid of receiving any punishment from attacking Yi Yun with the mystic realm's protective energy on him gone. He could then kill the destined to be eliminated Yi Yun and receive the reward from the Shintu family clan. It was a generous amount, and for the pudgy youth who came from the Su family, which was in no way comparable to the Shintu family clan, the reward offered by Shintu Nantian was very tempting for him. Thinking of this, the pudgy youth glanced at Yi Yun using the corner of his eyes. Greed and intimidation flashed in his eyes. Upon noticing the youth's glance, Yi Yun frowned. It was really quite a headache. It seems that other than the Lin family disciples, who could not receive the reward from Shintu Nantian, everyone else had him in their thoughts. Indeed, as a desolate heaven master apprentice, and with him being so young, he was like a piece of succulent meat placed in front of them. Who wouldn't want to take a bite? Roar! At this moment, the desolate beast roared and its claw swiped down on the pudgy youth. Although it was a simple attack, the beast claw appeared as a blurry afterimage. Fast. Too fast. The pudgy youth was not distracted. He immediately locked onto every action of the desolate beast. Seeing the desolate beast charge forward, his fat body bounced up like a rubber ball. So, the pudgy youth charged towards the side. The feeling he gave others was that he did not experience any acceleration. His speed had instantaneously reached its maximum. It violated the order that people knew. It is the Su's family heritage movement technique, 9 clouds rope. Someone said in the crowd. The Su family was not one of the top family clans, but 9 clouds rope was one of the best movement techniques in the Tian Yuan world. Those who mastered this movement technique could fly even at the Yuan Foundation realm. They could use this movement technique and fly into the clouds. It was like they had an invisible rope that allowed them to climb. That was how 9 clouds rope got its name. With the 9 clouds rope, the pudgy youth might not look fine with his body, but his speed was extremely fast. He shot around on the bridge of light, consecutively dodging 7 to 8 of the desolate beast's attacks before finally moving around the desolate beast and charging towards the opposite side of the bridge. He crossed the river and reached the other side. The pudgy youth's eyes beamed. This first round of evaluation was too suited for him. His combat strength may be weaker, but he was extremely confident in his movement technique. He felt that victory was at hand. However, just as he was about to cross the bridge, he felt a powerful resistance that greatly reduced his speed. Oh! The pudgy youth was secretly alarmed. The other side of the bridge had a hidden unknown. It seemed like it was impossible to cross the bridge without withstanding for the time it took a joss stick to burn. Feeling the wind behind him, the pudgy youth knew that the ancient desolate beast's attack was reaching him. Without taking a look, the pudgy youth abruptly reversed his body's momentum and flew in an opposite direction. Changing directions in midair was a technique of the large success stage of minute subtlety. The minute subtlety movement technique had more to do with one's control over one's body. There were no laws contained within. It was an exquisite skill in low martial ranks, but in the higher martial ranks, where laws were important, it was nothing much. In the Tian Yuan world, the minute subtlety movement technique was nothing to boast about. However, just as the pudgy youth reversed directions midair, the ancient desolate beast behind him suddenly let out a roar. A crack appeared on its forehead. Black beams shot out from the crack. It was like the ancient desolate beast's third eye. Oh! This is... People did not have the time to react. They only saw an energy beam shoot out. The desolate beast managed to chase up to the pudgy youth with an inconceivable speed and attacked with its claw. Pang! With a loud ring, the pudgy youth screamed. He was like a rubber ball that had been hit. As he was sent flying by the desolate beast, people could hear the clear sound of breaking bones. The pudgy youth slammed heavily to the ground. His entire right arm had been cut off by the desolate beast. His arm had been cut off, but not only that, the ribs and sternum on his right side had completely shattered. Blood flowed out like water. Ah! Ah! The pudgy youth moaned in pain. His fat face was now completely pale. The fat on his face was constantly trembling. Pain. Pain. He was after all a 16-year-old child. Even a warrior who had experienced several tribulations would feel the visual impact of seeing his arms chopped off. The white bone with some bone marrow in it was not something any typical youth could handle. That was his own hand. Seeing the pudgy youth in this state, people were secretly in awe. This great Empress mystic realm was an extremely cruel trial. This was not a place where opportunities were free for picking. Just being careless could cause death. For example, if the ancient desolate beast's claws had hit the pudgy youth's head and not his right arm, he would already be dead. Help me, the pudgy youth whined. However, he was met with indifference from the people surrounding him. Arriving in the great Empress mystic realm, they were all competitors. Besides, amongst these large family clans, they all had tense relations. In fact, they would usually have some bouts of friction. If they were not worried about others gaining from the battles amongst themselves, a few of their family clans would have already fought to compete for resources. In this scenario, with opportunities everywhere in the great Empress mystic realm, it was extremely normal for these juniors to fight and kill each other. Most of the time, it was already not bad to not hit one when one was down. The Su family was a small family clan. Only 3 juniors had come in. As they were of different ages, they did not come in together. The pudgy youth did not have any companions. According to the great Empress mystic realm's rules, once a person was eliminated, he had to wait until the end of the trial before he could leave the mystic realm. During this period, he would not have any protection. He could only wait. However, with such severe injuries, the pain he had to endure for at least an hour could be imagined. Zay, so pitiful. Lin Xiaodai was still recording with her visual disc array. Although she said that, she had no inkling of pity in her. She did some good and kicked the fatty's broken arm to him. As for Yi Yun, he was coldly watching everything. He knew very clearly that if he failed, his outcome would be even more miserable than the fatty's. He did not even have the chance to wait, for he might have his body torn apart immediately. And that fatty might even be one of the culprits. The fatty trembled as he picked up his broken arm and swallowed a pill. He was experiencing extreme pain and horror. He did not know if he could join up his broken arm after the trial ended about 2 hours later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 439, Impossible to Defeat. Chapter 439, Impossible to Defeat. Zay, so pathetic. Aren't you courting death by coming to the great Empress mystic realm without any ability? The youth, who carried a big bag behind him, said sarcastically while looking at the fatty's terrible state. The fatty's tragedy made some of the young elites present lose some confidence, but the majority of them remained oblivious. As the genius elites of the Tian Yuan world's various large factions, they were very confident in their strength. The tragedy that was the fatty in front of them came from a second-rate family clan which they did not take seriously. This really is getting more and more interesting. It is even more bloody than how it was described in the Shintu family clan's Jade Scroll. The Panther Lady licked her fingernails and was tempted to give it an attempt. Purr. The youth with the bag laughed, but did not carry on speaking. He subconsciously gave Gong Sun Hong a glance. Gong Sun Hong was nonchalantly standing with his hands by his back. His expression was indifferent, as if whatever had happened had nothing to do with him. The second cultivator to step on the bridge of light will have the difficulty reduced by 10%. The indifferent voice of the great Empress Mystic Realm sounded again. People began to look at each other. This time, no one was in a hurry to vie to be the first. Previously, when the fatty jumped onto the bridge of light, he had been at quite a disadvantage for not knowing the rules and the desolate beast's strength. For example, he had naively thought that by going around the desolate beast, he could rush past the bridge of light, but in the end he was stopped by the array's laws. Also, the desolate beast had also suddenly opened its third eyes, which made them have some suspicions that once it opened its third eye, the desolate beast's strength would greatly increase. Lin Yu was watching by the side as he gritted his teeth, yearning to be next. However, at this moment, the youth with a bag on his back had already stepped onto the bridge of light. Hee, let me try. Many of the youths present looked at the youth. His strength was apparently very high. If he could not pass, then many of them might have to give up. Once the youth with the bag landed on the bridge on one foot, the ancient desolate beast roared and charged forward. The youth leaped and, in the air, the bag behind him opened up. Suddenly a group of shadows came surging over. Oh! Crows? It was quite a surprise that there was a bunch of crows sealed inside the youth's bag. These crows were each about the size of an eagle. Their eyes were blood red and their beaks were sharp as blades. They charged at the ancient desolate beast without regard for their lives. This is the beast control sect's mystic technique. These crows have been tempered by the mystic technique. They have lost their mind, and are like zombies. They can be sealed inside a spirit beast bag. This rascal Chu Kai is one of the leading figures amongst the beast control sect's juniors. The spirit beast bag he has is also amongst the best top-grade items. It probably might be able to seal hundreds of thousands of zombie crows, said a girl who understood the beast control sect well. Hundreds of thousands? When people heard this, they were alarmed. How much effort was needed to refine hundreds of thousands of crows? The beast control sect, Yun faltered slightly. The Lin family was powerful, but in the Tian Yuan world, they only held a spirit mountain range for themselves. The Jade Spirit Mountains may be a treasured ground, but compared to the vast Tian Yuan world, its area was very small. Similarly, the Shintu family clan was in the same situation. In the Tian Yuan world, there were still many other family clans and sections. They were hidden deep in the depths of the Tian Yuan world. They were very powerful and had deep heritage. Now, the Shintu family clan had only chosen a dozen or so factions to bring into the great Empress Mystic Realm to mess with things. The previously Fire sect and the current Beast Control sect made Yun feel the powerful strength of these sects. Yun had never come into contact with the established sects in the Tian Yuan world. As Yun was thinking, Chu Kai had already released more than 1,000 crows. These crows formed a dense wall and nearly covered the entire bridge of light. Every attack of the ancient desolate beast was blocked by hundreds of crows. Die! At this moment, Chu Kai attacked. He took out a half-moon saber from his interspatial ring. Crouching down, he charged like a cheetah at the ancient desolate beast. What? He is actually attacking the ancient desolate beast. When people saw this, they were greatly alarmed. As a land of trials for the ancient Great Empress to choose her successor, the Great Empress Mystic Realm had extremely high difficulty. Now, for the first round of trials, many people felt that their strength was not even enough to dodge the ancient desolate beast, yet Chu Kai actually tried to sneakily attack the ancient desolate beast. He was too arrogant. In this split second, people did not have time to think carefully, for at this moment, Chu Kai had already rushed under the ancient desolate beast's body. A typical desolate beast's back and limbs were extremely hard, like divine metal. However, its soft abdomen was where its weakness was. The ancient desolate beast in front of them may be a constructive energy, but it did not look any different from a real desolate beast. It was almost like a living creature. Its weakness was also likely the same as an ordinary desolate beast. After all, the ancient Great Empress was using array techniques to replicate the real world. Only then could she choose the successor she wanted in the most realistic environment. Chu Kai had such a calculated thought before he sneakily attacked the ancient desolate beast. He had used the crows as protection and his wondrous movement technique to come under the ancient desolate beast's belly. Cha! Slashing with his saber, beams from the blade wantonly shot out. This was the Beast Control Sex 9 in Heavenly Thunder Saber. It was as fast as lightning. Its extreme speed was in itself an extremely powerful attack. Dang! Chu Kai's saber slashed directly at the ancient desolate beast's belly. However, not only did Chu Kai not rejoice, his expression greatly changed. The contact he felt from the saber made him alarmed. His saber had at most scratched the surface of the ancient desolate beast's skin. It did not even manage to slash into the flesh. Chu Kai was greatly shocked. He rapidly retreated, but the ancient desolate beast's sharp claws had already swiped downwards. Chu Kai exerted all his strength as he used his curved saber to block off the claw attack. His palm tore open and his arm was injured. And at this moment, a beam shot out from the ancient desolate beast's third eye. This beam was like a sharp sword. A few hundred crows were turned to ashes when the beam hit them. The beam was in no way weakened as it pierced through Chu Kai's shoulder. Pwah! Blood splattered as Chu Kai's face turned pale. He fell onto the bridge. Chu Kai has also been defeated. People felt the terror. Isn't this level too difficult? However, unlike what others thought, Chu Kai rolled on the ground after falling, but he still managed to stand up once again. He gritted his teeth as he pressed onto his penetrated shoulder. People could clearly see that in the inside of his shoulder, there were leech-like worms crawling around. These worms were grown on Chu Kai's flesh. It made the scalps of people tingle. People were shocked. These worms looked disgusting, and their effects were also unknown. Yet, Chu Kai had actually reared them on his own flesh. This is one of the mystic worms of the Beast Control sect. Rearing them in the body allows pain relief and the repairing of wounds. Although Chu Kai's arm has been penetrated, his combat strength should not greatly decrease. The person who spoke was Gong Sun Hong. This was the genius youth of the Li Fire sect. He had almost never opened his mouth ever since he entered the mystic realm. He gave off the feeling of an enigma. Gong Sun Hong was right. Chu Kai's combat strength was mostly with his crows. If Chu Kai had not used his saber to attack the ancient desolate beast, and only dodged, his combat strength would definitely not have decreased much. And in fact, in this situation, even if Chu Kai had another life to spare, he would still not dare to attack the ancient desolate beast again. The desolate beast was invulnerable. There was no weakness to speak of. An ancient desolate beast constructed from energy is different from a real one. Its belly is hard as divine metal. It is impossible to defeat it. A youth said in the crowd, however Gong Sun Hong shook his head, that is not the case. The desolate beast formed from the Great Empress Mystic Realm's energy is too strong. So even its weakness is no longer a weakness. If it was a primordial true spirit, even if you knew its weakness was in its belly or eyes, so what? Even a few Empyrean experts might not be able to kill it with their combined efforts. Gong Sun Hong's voice was indifferent. In his opinion, Chu Kai was too naive in attempting to defeat the ancient desolate beast. How could it be possible? Gong Sun Hong's words awed many people. Indeed, for this great Empress mystic realm, they had to put away their confidence and explore it with fearful respect. This was because, to the ancient great Empress, the so-called geniuses amongst them were actually weaklings. To stand out in the mystic realm trial and be an indomitable force was not much different from ascending to the heavens. As people had this in mind, Chu Kai had released several thousands of crows on the Bridge of Light. He sacrificed these crows regardless of their cost. He allowed the ancient desolate beast to wantonly tear through the crow barrage, and only through this method did he delay the ancient desolate beast's footsteps. Shu Kai endured the wounds on his body and dodged the attacks that managed to get past the crows. As such, he managed to withstand the time it took for a joss stick to burn with great difficulty. Shu Kai became the first person to pass the first round of the trials. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 440, Sky Blood Yuan Qi. Chapter 440, Sky Blood Yuan Qi. Shu Kai has passed. Seeing Shu Kai in such a state, people had complex feelings. He had a bloody hole in his shoulder, and he had to use his beast control sex mystic technique to pass it with great difficulty. Now, Shu Kai was completely covered in blood. His face was pale and his arms were trembling. It was a great difference from Shu Kai's previous high-spirited and pointer-giving air and appearance. Shu Kai seemed to suffer quite a setback. He sat on the opposite side of the Bridge of Light, completely silent. Shu Kai should not have suffered such grave injuries, but unfortunately, he had to attack the ancient desolate beast. He bit off more than he could chew. As Panther Lady spoke, she jumped onto the Bridge of Light. The bridge was covered with the corpses of the crows. Against the ancient desolate beast, Panther Lady did not dare to be careless, even if her speed and sneak attacks were her forte. Roar! The ancient desolate beast charged forward, and Panther Lady's body suddenly disappeared. Sha! With a forceful wind surging over, Panther Lady's body forcefully reversed in midair, and avoided the ancient desolate beast's attack by a hair. When Panther Lady landed, her hair was messy. Her eyes beamed like that of a wild beast. Roar! The ancient desolate beast attacked again as it opened its third eye. This mysterious third eye could give the ancient desolate beast an increase in its speed and strength. Panther Lady's pupils contracted, and turned thin like a needle, just like a cat. Her body began to emit cracking sounds. A strange tattoo began to appear on her body. Following that, fine hair began to grow on Panther Lady's face. Her back became more bent, as her arms became even longer. She sprawled on the ground, while her black fingernails had become sharp claws. Beast transformation! Someone exclaimed. Panther Lady's name was not trivially given. She came from the Tian Yuan world's totem mystic race. The people from the totem mystic race had a special bloodline. By using their race's mystic technique, they could transform their body, making them similar to a beast, stimulating their body's potential. Now, Panther Lady was using such a method. In her beast form, her speed and reaction speed had been greatly increased. Sha! A beam shot out from the ancient desolate beast's third eye as it grazed past Panther Lady's arm. Although Panther Lady had managed to dodge the beam, the energy that surrounded the beam had made her grimace in pain. A wound appeared on her arm as blood seeped out. To think that the ancient desolate beast can still wound Panther Lady in her beast form. This is way too terrifying. Panther Lady's speed was already extremely fast, but it was still not enough in front of the ancient desolate beast. Panther Lady revealed an embarrassed and irritated expression. She wanted to pass the trial without any injuries, but now, that was too difficult to achieve. After some abrasions, Panther Lady managed to struggle to endure through it. Even though her speed and reaction speed had been pushed to an extreme, by the time it took for a joss stick to finish burning, there were a few shallow wounds on her body. Although compared to Shu Kai, Panther Lady was clearly less pathetic as her wounds were just abrasions. After she got out of her beast form, her face was pale. And from her continuous light panting state, Panther Lady clearly had not gotten through it easily. This made everyone feel heavy in the heart. The first round was already so difficult. Lin Yu's expression no longer looked good. Originally, when he saw that this round was to deal with a desolate beast, he was overjoyed, but now, he too felt the pressure. However, compared to the other disciples, he still had some confidence. After all, he had been focused on actual battle usually. He had fought with desolate beasts for countless numbers of times and he had a wealth of experience. Lin Yu scanned the faces of the people beside him. He saw that including Lin Xiaodai and Lin Yefeng, their expressions were also not relaxed. Everyone was the same. Lin Yu heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he saw Yi Yun's expression, he suddenly turned dumbfounded. At this moment, Yi Yun was absorbed in staring at the ancient desolate beast. His expression looked deep, as if he was pondering over something. Why does this kid have such an expression? Lin Yu found it weird. He felt that Yi Yun should have fallen into despair seeing this difficult task. Others could still survive if they failed, but he would die if he failed. Is this kid scared silly? Forget it. Who cares what he's doing? Let me pass the trial first. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu stepped on the bridge with determination. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Yu, including Lin Xiaodai, who was holding a visual disc array. Lin Yu stood straight and looked at the visual disc array in Lin Xiaodia's hands. He clenched his fists tightly. Back then, when the decision was made on who was to enter the Great Empress Mystic Realm, he had been denied by the matriarch publicly. He was not even given a chance to speak, so it was a great blow to his self-esteem. This time, he wanted to avenge his previous disgrace. Lin Xiaodia's visual disc array would record the process of him passing the trial. He wanted to show Matriarch Lin that her initial choice was wrong. Thinking of this, he subconsciously glanced at Yi Yun. Yi Yun was the reason for his ridicule. Yes, the matriarch's chosen person would soon be ruined. His dying process would also be recorded by Lin Xiaodai. So what if he was favored by the matriarch? Without strength, he would only be courting death in the Great Empress Mystic Realm. When Yi Yun is being killed, he would be standing on the opposite side of the bridge. As he thought of this, Lin Yu turned and faced the ancient desolate beast. Roar! The desolate beast roared. Lin Yu felt his scalp go numb. Feeling the pressure from the ancient desolate beast up close was too much. The desolate beast charged over as Lin Yu's face flushed red. His eyes beamed as he leaped to dodge the attack. Boom! The bridge trembled. Lin Yu was completely focused. He used the experience he had accumulated in the past and managed to barely survive under the ancient desolate beast's attack. Every dodge of his was extremely close. Just a tiny mistake would result in immediate serious injuries. Oh! This Lin family kid's strength is passable. In the crowd, someone said. The Lin family was after all a top family clan, so it was normal for Lin Yu to have such a performance. As people were speaking, the ancient desolate beast opened its third eye. The pressure Lin Yu felt suddenly surged. It's over, he won't be able to last through it. To be able to last to this point with such a small price isn't considered weak. Hearing these people's discussions, a cold sneer appeared on Lin Yu's lips. He had trained so hard all this while, so how could he be of this level? Seeing the desolate beast's beam shooting over, an abnormal redness appeared on Lin Yu's face. This redness spread all the way down to his neck, until his entire body suffused a faint bloody glow. Oh! This is Sky Blood Yuan Qi. On the Lin family side, Lin Xiaodai and Lin Yefeng were also surprised. In the path of martial arts, there were some cultivation techniques that would result in a special Yuan Qi that matched the cultivation technique. Sky Blood Yuan Qi was one of those. Sky Blood Yuan Qi was very difficult to master, but even if it was mastered, it still had some constraints for its use. This was because it would overdraw on one's qi and blood, causing harm to the body. And as a result, the power it gave was overwhelmingly powerful. Now, with Lin Yu's strength in him using the Sky Blood Yuan Qi, it was likely he would be left with reticent injuries. This Lin Yu sure is going all out. Lin Yefeng shook his head slightly. This was just the first trial, and even if he passed, he might not get any substantial benefits. He would at best get some insight and experience. Hence, every cultivator that entered the great Empress mystic realm had to have a balance in their hearts. They needed to know if it was worth paying the price. As the time it took for a joss stick to finish burning approached, Lin Yu was somersaulting everywhere. His face was completely swallowed by the color of blood, however, he still gnashed his teeth and held out. Cha! Another beam shot out from the ancient desolate beast's third eye. Lin Yu used all his energy, but he was still unable to dodge this attack. His thigh was torn, causing blood to flow. Lin Yu snorted as the blood vessels on his forehead and neck bulged, as if they were about to explode any time. He was already nearing the limits of his limits. Roar! The ancient desolate beast did not give Lin Yu the chance to take a breather. It quickly followed up with a claw. Boom! This claw caused light beams to distort from the ground. The strong impact sent Lin Yu flying. He heavily slammed to the bridge of light and vomited blood. Lin Yu had not managed to complete dodge every attack of the ancient desolate beast. He felt like his body was about to fall apart. However, just as he felt he could not endure any further, the ancient desolate beast suddenly stopped. It used its cold eyes to stare at Lin Yu, but it did not charge forward. It was because the time it took for a joss stick to burn was over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 441, Sweeping Figure Sword Steps. Chapter 441, Sweeping Figure Sword Steps. Pang! Lin Yu fell to the ground as if he had been reflected away by the array. He passed. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. He immediately felt weak all over. He trembled as he took out a desolate bone relic from his interspatial ring and put it into his mouth. He then avoided where Panther Lady and Shu Kai was and went aside, quickly grabbing the opportunity to regulate his breathing. After using the Sky Blood Yuan Qi, Lin Yu would feel weak for a period of time. However, he was the third person to pass, and there were still other geniuses who had to pass the bridge. He could take this opportunity to meditate and recover. After all, with the Shintu family clan and the Lin family at odds, he had to be careful despite the great Empress Mystic Realm's protection. Lin Yu closed his eyes. He appeared calm on the surface, but he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. He knew that his performance had been recorded by the visual disc array. In the future, when the matriarch saw it, she would naturally know the difference between him and Yi Yun. Upon thinking of this, Lin Yu looked across the bridge and gave Yi Yun a glance. A sneer suffused on his lips. He really did not know what this rascal's outcome would be. There was no question that Yi Yun would die, the question was, how would he die? However, all of this did not matter. After he passed the Bridge of Light, Lin Yu no longer cared about Yi Yun. There was no meaning in comparing a dead person to a person with a promising future like himself. This Lin family kid sure has some abilities. The other cultivators gave Lin Yu a few more looks. Seeing Lin Yu pass, Lin Fengyue, who had been silent all this time, lifted his eyelids and said, "I will be next." Lin Fengyue was an influential person amongst the younger generation of the Lin family. Be it his strength or prestige, they were much stronger than Lin Yu. Back when Lin Yu nearly failed to get a spot for the expedition to the Mystic Realm, there was no controversy regarding Lin Fengyue's spot. Lin Fengyue's performance was not disappointing. After being slightly wounded, he also passed the Bridge of Light. Only when the ancient desolate beast opened its third eye did he receive some abrasions because he could not completely dodge 2 attacks. This result made the people present secretly horrified. The Lin family was indeed one of the top family clans of the Tian Yuan world. This Lin Fengyue, who was a man of few words, was clearly much stronger than the beast-controlling sex Chu Kai. After Lin Fengyue, several geniuses from various large factions also took their turns. However, there were geniuses from second-rate families and sects that decided to give up after weighing their decisions. They did not want to end up in a tragic state like the fatty from the Sioux family who went first. It looks like we will not be able to pass, so let's not bring contempt upon ourselves. However, even if we cannot pass, just the reward from killing that kid can be split amongst us. A few geniuses from the small sects who had given up and walked aside disgust as they stared with greedy eyes at Yi Yun. For them to enter the great Empress mystic realm after so much difficulty, they were unwilling to take the fact that they were not be able to pass the first trial lying down. Just thinking of killing Yi Yun and obtaining a reward was a form of conciliation. However, Yi Yun still appeared to be unaware of these people's unkindly gazes. He was still staring at the ancient desolate beast on the Bridge of Light. No one knew what he was thinking. As the geniuses that went up increased, there were quite a few people who barely passed with some injuries consecutively, but a larger number of them had given up or failed. The fewer injuries one had, the more attention they received. These geniuses were all competitors in this great Empress mystic realm. Besides, amongst these geniuses, there was an unspoken competition. The first trial was also an opportunity for them to observe their opponent's strength. At this moment, Lin Xiaodai suddenly flew onto the bridge like a butterfly. Her elegant posture and agile movement techniques immediately lit up the eyes of many. That panther lady had, for the most part, recovered by now. She raised her hand and stared at Lin Xiaodai while licking her fingernails. Young girls around the same age tended to compare themselves with each other. Yi Yun, take care of yourself. Lin Xiaodia's Yuan Qi voice transmission suddenly entered Yi Yun's ear, and at this moment, Lin Xiaodai had already begun her battle with the ancient desolate beast. Yi Yun was stunned and gave a chuckle. Indeed, his situation didn't look too good. Lin Xiaodai was even younger than Lin Fengyue, but against the ancient desolate beast, she was calm and without fear. No matter how the ancient desolate beast attacked, she would be like a butterfly fluttering through the wind amongst the flowers. However, even so, as her Yuan Qi was greatly consumed, as well as the desolate beast's attacks becoming gradually stronger, her calf was scratched by the desolate beast's energy beam attack just as the time was almost up. A trace of blood began to flow down her pale skin. The ancient desolate beast's every attack had a terrifying Yuan Qi fluctuation. Even if one could dodge the attack itself, one could not dodge the Yuan Qi fluctuation. This was also the reason why most of the geniuses received abrasions and not serious injuries. With her calf injured, Lin Xiaodia's movements were slightly restricted, resulting in her receiving slight injuries in a row, putting her into a miserable state. She managed to endure through the time it took for a joss stick to finish burning with great difficulty. When Lin Xiaodai landed on the other side of the bridge, her face expressed some feeling of unwillingness. Although she had passed, she was not satisfied with her own performance. This ancient desolate beast sure is terrifying. Up to now, no one has been able to dodge its attacks as well as the Yuan Qi fluctuations. People were amazed. The first trial of the mystic realm left behind by the great empress was already so hard. At this moment, Gongsun Hong slowly kept the jade piece on his azure flaming long robe, as he stepped forward on the Bridge of Light. Oh! Gongsun Hong is making his move. I wonder how Gongsun Hong will do. Gongsun Hong's movements made everyone's eyes land on him. As the number one person amongst the Li Fire sect's younger generation, Gongsun Hong received considerable attention from the Tian Yuan world's other family clans and sects. The power of the Li Fire sect was much greater than several large family clans. While these geniuses were discussing, Gongsun Hong had already reached before the Bridge of Light. As the distance between the ancient desolate beast and him decreased, the immense pressure exuded by the desolate beast came surging over. In front of an ancient desolate beast, a person was like a mouse in front of a fierce tiger. Facing the gigantic ancient beast, Gongsun Hong's eyes were steadfast and his breathing calm. Suddenly, a sword appeared in his hand. It seemed to appear out of nowhere. Many of them did not see the movement of him unsheathing his sword. Oh! He is using a sword? With his sword unsheathed, could Gongsun Hong be planning to fight the ancient desolate beast? Everyone stared on with disbelieving eyes. Previously, the person who said the ancient desolate beast had no weakness was Gongsun Hong himself, but now, he unsheathed his sword against the ancient desolate beast? Although Gongsun Hong was very strong, none of them felt that Gongsun Hong was able to defeat this ancient desolate beast. Roar! The ancient desolate beast roared and charged at Gongsun Hong, while Gongsun Hong's figure suddenly disappeared from its original spot. The next moment, in the sky above the ancient desolate beast, azure figures appeared out of nowhere. These figures were all that of Gongsun Hong. They moved very quickly, dazzling everyone. 36 figures. Many people said with surprise. These figures were not just simple afterimages. Those without enough ability would think all these Gongsun Hong were one and the same. There was no way to tell which was real. Sweeping figure sword steps. A movement when a person is one with the sword. Every step is like a flying sword chi. These figures are formed from sword chi. They have the same yuan chi that Gongsun Hong's main body has. Not only can it be used to confuse the enemy, it could also really launch attacks. When a person's sweeping figure sword steps reaches perfection, one can form 108 sword chi avatars. He can even use these avatars to set up a battle formation. Enemies would feel despair the moment they see it. There would be all sorts of restrictions with fighting, and they would have flawless coordination. Now, Gongsun Hong's sweeping figure sword steps has reached 36 figures. That is already in the small success realm. It is very impressive. This amount of talent is well deserved for the number one person of the Li Fire Sect's inner disciple tournament. The other geniuses were all amazed. No wonder Gongsun Hong could remain so calm. He indeed had the ability. Sweeping figure sword steps. Ian rubbed his chin and focused his eyes. The Tian Yuan world sects and family clans' cultivation techniques all had their unique features. It really was an eye-opener. Despite the ancient desolate beast being astonishingly powerful, most of its attacks only hit Gongsun Hong's avatars. Even though his sword chi avatars were destroyed, it did not affect Gongsun Hong himself. When the time it took for a joss stick to burn was up, there was no longer any figures of Gongsun Hong, only Gongsun Hong himself, standing safely on the other side of the bridge. His clothes were still straight, and his hair was not messy at all. He had passed perfectly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 442, Empyrean Mark. Chapter 442, Empyrean Mark. No injuries. Seeing Gongsun Hong pass the trial unscathed, many of the elites present looked at each other. With this sweeping figure sword steps displayed, not only was it gorgeous, its power was also shocking. The sweeping figure sword steps is a move that is both offensive and defensive. It has speed and is also very aggressive. People knew Gongsun Hong was very talented, and wanted to know how he would pass the trial. They had, however, never expected for Gongsun Hong to use such a method. He had used a trick, and with his exceptional abilities, he easily passed the trial. If Gongsun Hong had used sweeping figure sword steps to attack the ancient desolate beast, he would not be taking any risk. Yet, even so, he did not do so. Sweeping figure sword steps was only sword chi, so nothing happened with it shattering. If the other people were Gongsun Hong, they could not help but attempt attacking the ancient desolate beast and see its effects, but Gongsun Hong did not even try. Clearly, he had made the judgment that the attacks of sweeping figure sword steps were too inadequate to be used on the ancient desolate beast. While people were talking, a sudden light beam fell from the sky, shooting straight at Gongsun Hong. Oh! Gongsun Hong was surprised, but he did not dodge. He allowed the beam of light to hit his body because he made the judgment that the light beam had no murderous intent. Phew! The light beam hit Gongsun Hong on the arm, and formed a purple mark. It looked like a small tattoo. Could that be an Empyrean mark? He received an Empyrean mark just like this? When Panther Lady saw this small purple mark, she became dumbfounded. When she said this, she immediately caused a commotion amongst the crowd. Many elites ignored their injuries and stopped their meditation. They looked towards Gongsun Hong's arm. In the Shintu family clan's Jade Scroll, there was a description of the Empyrean mark. After the Great Empress Mystic Realm opened, if the younger generation excelled in any of the trials, they would obtain an Empyrean mark. Every Empyrean mark was precious. These runes could open the Great Empress Vault once enough were accumulated. One could then exchange the runes for treasures inside the Great Empress Vault. The ancient Great Empress was not stingy when it came to nurturing geniuses. Those who were not up to mark to be her successor, but had considerable talent would be given appropriate help and rewards. And every item left by the ancient Great Empress in the Great Empress Mystic Realm were impressive. If one could manage to exchange for any single item. Just thinking of this made the others extremely envious. Even Gongsun Hong, who was always calm, could not help but smile. He had his ambitions. It was to the point that he did not want his future to be restricted in the Li Fire sect. However, just one Empyrean mark was not enough. According to the records in the Shintu family clan's Jade Scroll, the items in the Great Empress Vault were extremely difficult to get. There were juniors in the Shintu family clan who managed to obtain Empyrean marks, but they did not manage to see the real Great Empress Vault. They could only see the inventory list of the Great Empress Vault. And the number of Empyrean marks needed to exchange for the treasures greatly set them back. The amount of Empyrean marks they gathered were just enough to exchange for items that the Great Empress found insignificant. Regardless, it was still a good sign. To obtain one Empyrean mark at the first trial meant that in the future trials, they would be able to get more Empyrean marks. If they could really open the Great Empress Vault, then that opportunity would be unimaginable. This Gongsun Hong. Hi. The youths who had passed the Bridge of Light could not help but shake their heads. They were geniuses too, but the difference was just too great. The scene of Gongsun Hong obtaining an Empyrean mark made the joy of them passing diminish greatly. However, they had nothing else to say with Gongsun Hong's strength. Compared to the situation of them passing the trial, Gongsun Hong was indeed on a level higher than them. As all of them were focused on the Empyrean mark on Gongsun Hong's arm, not far away, Yi Yun's eyes were still looking straight ahead. He had been staring at the bridge's ancient desolate beast in its third eye. Back when Yi Yun went into reclusive training for half a year, he had used the pure yang qi in the Great Empress relic and the purple crystal to transform his body. He had made his pure yang body come closer to perfection. With a pure yang body he would also be a top genius, even here in the Tian Yuan world. Back in the Taya Divine Kingdom, a predecessor with a pure yang body had managed to master the Taya sacred technique in 20 days, and eventually became a sage. This time period had also become an eternal record in the Taya Divine City. And that was just an ordinary pure yang body. If it was a perfect pure yang body, then it would be even more amazing. Even in the Tian Yuan world, it would be a startling occurrence. It was a body condition that could influence the situation of the various large factions in the Tian Yuan world. When he was in the Cloud Wilderness, Yi Yun's martial arts talent could be said to be extremely terrible. After he went to the Taya Divine City, and his expedition into Fallen Stargate, Yi Yun's martial arts talent greatly improved. And now, Yi Yun had come to the Tian Yuan world. With the purple crystal's energy subtly transforming his body was slowly approaching that of a perfect pure yang body. Even without the purple crystal, he could still truly be called a martial arts genius. In the Great Empress Mystic Realm, Yi Yun did not find it difficult to use his own strengths to pass this entry trial. However, this was not enough to satisfy Yi Yun. The ancient Great Empress could leave her name for eons meant that her cultivation realm had exceeded the imagination of this world. To impress the ancient Great Empress, just passing beautifully was far from enough. Gongsun Hong was considered to have passed beautifully, but so what? It was just one Empyrean mark. Yi Yun had seen the description of the Shintu family clan's jade scroll. To really exchange the treasures in the Great Empress Vault, one Empyrean mark was nothing at all. From Yi Yun's point of view, a young genius who won first place in his Li Fire Sect's tournament would not be the only one of his kind in the current Tian Yuan world. A couple of them could be pointed out from all the various large factions. Placed in the ancient Great Empress's era, they were easily found in handfuls. If the ancient Great Empress wanted such a person as her successor, she just needed to indicate her will back in her era. Countless numbers of people would come breaking down the doors. And amongst those people, there were definitely people who were more outstanding than Gong Sun Hong. However, it was all useless. Hence, Yi Yun was sure that Gong Sun Hong's performance was not to the Great Empress' satisfaction. Perfectly dodging was not impressive to the Great Empress, and if that was so, it meant that there was a more perfect way of clearing the trial, such as killing the desolate beast. When this thought came to mind, Yi Yun was also taken aback himself. It was because things were clear. The massive ancient desolate beast on the bridge was not something Yi Yun could deal with. Even if all of the people present joined forces, it would still not be enough. Even when Lin Xintong was 16 years old, even if she doubled her strength, she would still be no match for the ancient desolate beast. However, according to analysis of the various aspects, there was only one way to clear the trial that would satisfy the ancient Great Empress. If not, the Great Empress mystic realm set up by her would lose its meaning. It was impossible to directly kill a desolate beast that far exceeded the strength levels of 16 to 17-year-old youths. Hence, using this logic, the ancient desolate beast in front of him definitely had a weakness. This first entry trial might not be testing one's movement technique, nor was it a test of one's actual combat skills, but testing the observational powers of every cultivator that stepped onto the bridge. Search for the ancient desolate beast's weakness. Yi Yun's perceptivity might be pretty good, and his eyes sharp, but he did not believe his ability in this area outshined the geniuses from the ancient era, nor would it make the Great Empress satisfied. Hence, Yi Yun had to use his killer weapon. When the ancient Great Empress set up the Great Empress mystic realm, be it arrays or arrangement, they could not avoid their energy. In his energy vision, the bridge and the ancient desolate beast gave a completely different scene. This method might seem a bit shameless, but Yi Yun liked it a lot. Cough. Why am I having such thoughts? Yi Yun touched his nose. Senior Great Empress, sorry. I also did not want to cheat, but the purple crystal is also considered a part of me and is a constituent of my talent. If I were to receive your heritage, I believe it will not be shamed in my hands. Yi Yun believed that the process and methods of doing a task was not important, as long as he did not violate his own bottom line. The result was what was fundamental. And at this moment, the indifferent voice of the Great Empress mystic realm sounded out. There was still 30 minutes left before the ancient desolate beast would disappear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 443, Yi Yun makes his move. Chapter 443, Yi Yun makes his move. There were still 30 minutes left. Yi Yun looked behind him at the cultivators that had not began the trial. Including him, there were 3 people left. 30 minutes was more than enough time. At this moment, many of the cultivators that had managed to cross the bridge finished their meditation. Their eyes were all gathering onto the last few people. Momentarily, these people's faces turned bitter. They did not wish to give up, but neither did they have the courage to face the ancient desolate beast. The few of them looked each other in the eye, hesitant to go forward. It was easy to give up, but they felt that giving up without a fight would result in a black mark in their lives. It would affect their martial hearts. With no room left for retreat, a person cowardly went onto the Bridge of Light, attempting the trial. However, the disparity in strength could not be made up. Against the ancient desolate beast, This youth only lasted for about a minute before being sent flying by the ancient desolate beast in one strike. He did not have the ability to avoid the direct attack and be unaffected by the energy fluctuation like the other geniuses. So, he got dealt a heavy blow, causing his ribs and sternum to shatter. He flew off the bridge like a broken blood bag. Ha ha! So terrible! Seeing this cultivator's state, the youth from the Shinto family clan started mocking. There was no sympathy in the world of warriors. When these youths grew up, they could one day be their enemies, so they did not mind impacting the confidence of these people, letting them never recover from a setback. Zay zay! There are 2 people left. To drag it out to now, their courage is smaller than a needlehead. That Yun has not gone up yet. He is the shame of the Lin family. The Shinto youth looked at Yun as his eyes glanced on Lin Yu, Lin Fengyue and company. His expression was one of disdain. He is not part of our Lin family, don't include the Lin family into this. Lin Yu said angrily, not far away from the Shinto youth. He could not tolerate any insults to his family. That kid was originally a bumpkin coming from the wilderness of the backwater east. Whatever you want to do to him has nothing to do with the Lin family. Lin Yu was in a very bad mood. Yun's timidness had made him get ridiculed as well. What was the point in delaying? In less than 30 minutes, this bridge of light and the ancient desolate beast would disappear. Then, there was no way for Yun to go through the trial. There would be enough time to kill Yun in between the time of the bridge disappearing and the opening of the second trial entrance. Many of them were silently waiting for this moment. The Shinto youth was watching Yun with a cold sneer. Shinto Nantian had given this task to him, so he naturally needed to do it beautifully. Besides, it was not a difficult task at all. Shinto Nantian had specially instructed that Yun had to be killed in the most cruel manner. A visual disc array was not a bad choice. By recording the process of Yun dying, Shinto Nantian could indulge in his tragic death. He was likely to become very happy with that gesture. Shinto Nantian might have stumbled previously, but he was after all the most likely successor of the Shinto family clan. He had a bright and limitless future. This Shinto family clan youth was already thinking of a way to build friendly relations with Shinto Nantian, hoping to be put in an important position in the future by Shinto Nantian. And killing Yun was that opportunity. Thinking of this, he took out a visual disc array from his interspatial ring. He also took out a worm that the Shinto family clan reared, as a cruel smile appeared on his face. At this moment, other than Yun, the last person had already gone up. He did not have much confidence to begin with, hoping to let Yun go up first, but seeing Yun being leisurely at ease, he knew he could not last longer than Yun, so in the end he had to summon his courage and go up. In the end, there was no miracle. The youth failed miserably. His whole body was covered in blood as his eyes flashed with the unwillingness to accept his fate, but thankfully, he did not lose to his fear. On the other side of the bridge, many people were giving off mocking smiles. Many of them were saying tasteless and sarcastic remarks, as if they were watching a monkey show. That youth's face was filled with humiliation, but he did not say a word. He swallowed an elixir and began to meditate. Seeing the youth in this state, Yun let out a light sigh. The Tian Yuan world was indeed cruel. In the Taya Divine Kingdom, people were after all from the same country, so even if they were jealousy or animosity, people would at least slightly disguise it. However, there was no such thing in the Tian Yuan world, there was just full-blown hostility and murderous intent. However, if the youth could handle the humiliation from this experience, then his future accomplishments would no longer be the same. Yun shook his head slightly and looked back at the ancient desolate beast, confirming its weakness. He was not in a hurry. As for the mockery from the cultivators across the bridge, he turned a deaf ear to it. Yun wanted 100% guarantee. The Great Empress Mystic Realms test was extraordinary. Even with the purple crystal, Yun had to confirm it again and again so as to ensure that there was no mistakes. There was about 10 minutes left before the Bridge of Light disappeared. The great Empress Mystic Realm's voice gave another indifferent notice. The time remaining is the time it takes for 2 joss sticks to burn. Hearing this notice, people began to ready themselves. Yun, give it a try. It is better than not having any hope at all. The person who spoke was Lin Fengyue. Yun gave Lin Fengyue a surprised look, before saying faintly, "Thank you." After saying that, Yun walked towards the bridge. He's finally coming up. Ha ha ha. The Shinto youth laughed maniacally, waiting to see Yun end up in a pathetic state. "I say, kid, you can't be thinking of committing suicide on the bridge, right? That would be quite wise." The Shinto youth naturally did not want Yun to die like that. He only deliberately provoked Yun. At the same moment, he placed the visual disc array down and aimed it towards the bridge, preparing to record the scenes of Yun being abused. Yun did not even look at the Shinto youth as he stood 10 meters away from the ancient desolate beast, quietly looking at the terrifying existence. In his energy vision, the Bridge of Light became colorful, and the desolate beast on the bridge became an existence made up of colorful light dots. Yun tilted his body slightly as he wiped the interspatial ring with his fingers, creating a surprising scene for everyone. Yun actually drew out a bow. With the bow and arrows, as well as the cold arrowheads, he held the bow straight at the ancient desolate beast. Bow! Everyone became shocked. They originally thought that it would be pretty impressive if Yun had the courage to stand in front of the ancient desolate beast. Once the battle began, Yun would end up running around in a pathetic state before he would be sent flying by the desolate beast after tens of seconds. They never expected for Yun to draw out a bow. What was he doing? Could he be wanting to attack the ancient desolate beast? Previously, when Gongsun Hong faced the ancient desolate beast, he had drawn his sword, but that was to use his sweeping figure sword steps. However, for a bow, they had never heard of any movement techniques that were used in conjunction with a bow. Fool! Lin Yu shook his head. A fool who only knew how to go into reclusive training and with no actual combat experience even lacked the basic knowledge of himself. Yun actually wanted to shoot at the desolate beast that even Gongsun Hong did not dare to attack. It was unknown if his mind was unclear and if he was just abandoning himself to despair in this dire environment. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 444, One Arrow to Seal One's Throat. Chapter 444, One Arrow to Seal One's Throat. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. After Yun drew his bow, the ancient desolate beast seemed to feel Yun's provocation. With a roar, it charged at Yun. Yun's pupils constricted as he leaped up. He somersaulted mid-air as if he was a tree leaf that was being moved up by the wind. Phew! The ancient desolate beast swept past Yun, while Yun continuously flipped. His body had rubbed past the ancient desolate beast's back, avoiding its attack. Even the bone spurs on its back was swept past Yun's face by a hair. Yun had dodged the ancient desolate beast's first attacking pounce. Oh? He dodged it? People were stunned. They never expected the kid to be this agile. They had thought that even if Yun managed to dodge, it would be in a very sorry plight. They did not expect him to dodge the direct attack, and even dodge the energy fluctuations as well. This is just the beginning. Soon, the ancient desolate beast will open its third eye. When that happens, the kid will die. The Shinto youth said, for he was unwilling to accept the situation. At that moment, Lin Fengyue said to Yun, "The desolate beast's back is its blind spot. Try to hide there." Lin Fengyue actually had good intentions. He was not jealous of Yun. As one of the few people of the younger generation just second to Lin Shinton, Lin Fengyue had his own pride. He was greatly appreciated by his family, and his position was even higher than Yun's. For a martial family, top martial geniuses would definitely have much higher statuses than desolate heaven technique geniuses. Martial arts were a family's fundamental that supported everything, while the desolate heaven technique was just a service for martial arts. Under these circumstances, Lin Fengyue and Lin Xiaodai actually did not wish to see Yi Yun die terribly. However, Lin Yu was different. Hearing Lin Fengyue's words, Lin Yu sneered and mocked in his heart, "What's the F*** king point of warning him? He just managed to dodge the first attack. It's still early." Yi Yun gave a friendly smile at Lin Fengyue's good-willed advice. Lin Yu frowned when he saw Yi Yun smile even amidst the storm-like attacks. This kid. Roar! The ancient desolate beast pounced once again. Yi Yun somersaulted in the air and managed to dodge it again. It was like Yi Yun's body was a leaf. The wind force from the ancient desolate beast's attack had blown Yi Yun up. The ancient desolate beast's speed became faster, and the wind force also became stronger. Yi Yun was also blown up even faster, and vice versa, he would also become slower. Yi Yun's movements looked very light and simple. He did not dodge one bit more or one bit less. It made people unsure if he was calculating his movements properly or if he just had good luck every time in his risky dodges. Gong Sun Hong's eyebrows slowly moved up as he looked astonishingly at Yi Yun. His eyes lit up unnaturally. Dodging once or twice did not explain anything, but to do it repeatedly proved that Yi Yun's movement technique was ingenious. The elites present were not worthy of Gong Sun Hong's attention, and Yi Yun was naturally the same. However, Gong Sun Hong never expected Yi Yun to have some skill. This ability was almost similar to Lin Yu's. It was pretty impressive for a desolate heaven master apprentice, who put in a lot of effort into the desolate heaven technique, to be at Lin Yu's level. At that moment, the ancient desolate beast roared as it opened its third eye. It's opening its eye. The Shinto youth sneered. Quite a number of them could withstand the ancient desolate beast's attacks before it opened its eye. However, once it opened its eye, all of them would nearly be defeated instantly. It was on a completely different level. At the moment the ancient desolate beast opened its third eye, Yi Yun raised his Tai Tsung Bao. He was waiting for this particular moment. When the ancient desolate beast opened its third eye, it was also in its most powerful form, but it was also when it revealed its weakness. Without it opening its third eye, Yi Yun could do nothing to it. He could only dodge like Gong Sun Hong and company, but now, Yi Yun could test his idea. What lied behind danger was opportunity. Grasping the Tai Tsung Bao tightly, Yi Yun opened his energy vision. The cold metallic touch in his hand seemed to have a blood connection with Yi Yun. This was a good bao built by a Tai Divine Kingdom master. The bao's body was made of Tai Tsung metal essence. Once Yuan Qi was injected into it, its hardness and toughness would increase greatly. The more Yuan Qi injected, the harder the Tai Tsung Bao became, making it harder to pull, but also increasing its strength. The Tai Tsung Bao may be nothing when placed in the Tian Yuan world, but once the Bao was infused with Yuan Qi, it could be as strong as its user. It could withstand all of Yi Yun's energy, amplifying Yi Yun's power to its extreme. The ancient desolate beast charged at Yi Yun as it opened its big mouth. Yi Yun did not dodge as he stared straight at the ancient desolate beast. He pulled the Tai Tsung Bao open and shot a cold arrow. Back when Yi Yun first chose a weapon, he had a strange affinity with bows. Back in the Taiya Divine City, an insignificant figure like Yi Yun had used the bao to obtain a primordial herb. What is he doing? Seeing Yi Yun suddenly not move, as if he was going to clash with the ancient desolate beast, everyone was shocked. Yi Yun's movement technique was much better than they had imagined. Although people like the Shinto youth and Lin Yu had biased tendencies, believing Yi Yun would be eliminated once the ancient desolate beast opened its third eye, those who were objective believed that if Yi Yun were to use all his strength, he could pass the trial despite heavy injuries. But they never expected that Yi Yun would suddenly have such death-seeking behavior. Is he courting death? He's mad. In a split second, people did not have time to exclaim. The ancient desolate beast's fangs had already come crashing down on Yun's head, but at the moment the ancient desolate beast was about to close its jaws, Yun released his bowstring, shooting the arrow. Pang! A clear twang of the bowstring echoed, and like a dragon's roar, resounding in one's ear. The wind-chasing arrows formed a divine beam, shooting straight into the ancient desolate beast's mouth. Yun's arrow was guided using his energy vision. It may look like it was being simply shot into the ancient desolate beast's mouth, but its angle and speed was extremely well calculated. No ordinary person could emulate it. Yun's target was a crystal at the back of the ancient desolate beast's head. It was the ancient desolate beast's core, and it was the thing manipulating the beast's energy source. It was the true form of the ancient desolate beast's third eye. The third eye in the middle of its eyebrows was actually just a projection of the crystal. If Yun had shot the third eye, it would be useless, because the crystal's energy was all concentrated in its third eye. Only by shooting its true form could it be killed in one hit. Seeing the arrow about to hit it, the ancient desolate beast was shocked. Its reaction was extremely fast. It closed its mouth and bit on Yun's arrow. There was no way Yun would let it have its wishes. There was only one chance, because this opportunity would never arise again. Radiant Sun Chi, explode. A phantom image of the Tang Valley appeared behind Yun. At the moment he shot the wind-chasing arrow, he had injected Radiant Sun Chi into the arrow, and it exploded at that moment. The wind-chasing arrows emitted a divine beam, and it accelerated like a meteor. Just before the ancient desolate beast closed its mouth, it had already entered its mouth. The arrow had pierced into its flesh, sealing its throat with one arrow. Pang! The whole 4-foot-long arrow sank in. Even the arrow's fletching could not be seen. The ancient desolate beast's body suddenly paused. It stopped 1 foot away from Yun. Yun held the Tai Tsung bow and exchanged glances with the ancient desolate beast in close proximity. Yun could clearly feel the terrifying aura that the ancient desolate beast emitted from this distance. Its ferocious fangs and cold eyes gave Yun an extremely oppressive feeling. He shot the arrow into its mouth? Gong Sun Hong was stunned for a while, but then shook his head. It's useless with it entering its mouth. The oral flesh may be weak, but against the ancient desolate beast, it will also not be its weakness. Its tongue is covered in metallic needle-like hangnail, it's impossible to shoot through it. Gong Sun Hong was sure that a terrifying desolate beast at this level could not be taken down with usual weak spots like its eyes, oral cavity, or belly. However, just before he finished speaking, the ancient desolate beast suddenly trembled violently. Its body that was composed of energy began changing. This lasted for a few seconds, and hearing a pang explosion, the ancient desolate beast exploded into a rain of light before disappearing. Gong Sun Hong, who was always calm even if he saw a mountain collapse in front of him, was dumbfounded with his mouth agape when he saw this scene. His face completely changed. What? The rain of light, which was still wantonly dispersing as if a divine miracle had come down from the sky, seemed to be mocking Gong Sun Hong's blind confidence and ignorance. Gong Sun Hong opened his mouth slightly, unable to close it for a long while. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 445, Ancient Relic. Chapter 445, Ancient Relic. After successfully killing the ancient desolate beast, Yun heaved a sigh of relief. When all the developments happened as he expected, allowing him to kill the ancient desolate beast as he planned, this sense of accomplishment was quite strong. At this moment, after the ancient desolate beast disappeared, it transformed into energy light droplets that resembled rain. It rained down on Yun, covering him within. It made him look like a god that had descended down onto the mortal plane. The young elites nearby were completely dumbfounded, regardless of them having managed to pass the bridge or not. Just a while ago, many of them were envisioning Yun's failure, and how they would kill him, in exchange for the Shintu family clan's rewards. But now, reality had given them one tight slap. A number of them had barely managed to last on the bridge, receiving serious injuries, but even so, they were very happy about their results. As for the remaining people who did not pass the trial, they had either been swept away by the ancient desolate beast, or given up before stepping on the bridge. Looking at Iyun again, the unlucky person who they were thinking of killing had actually managed to shoot the ancient desolate beast to death with one arrow shot after he arrived on the bridge. This was a heaven and earth difference. It was too ridiculous. Was this kid even human? People swallowed mouthfuls of saliva as they felt fear. They were happy that they were protected by the great Empress Mystic Realm's laws, for it might not be them killing Iyun, but Iyun killing them. The people who had the greatest reaction would be Lin Yu and the youth from the Shintu family clan. Lin Yu was battered out of his senses. His face was pale, as if his parents had just died. Previously, he had compared himself with Iyun in all sorts of aspects. With Iyun being appreciated by Matriarch Lin, and him showcasing his unparalleled talent in the Desolate Heaven technique, martial arts and actual combat had become the only thing that Lin Yu felt he was superior to Iyun in. After all, in the Tian Yuan world, strength was of utmost importance. The status of the best Desolate Heaven master in the Tian Yuan world was incomparable to the strongest person. But now, Lin Yu's only sense of superiority had completely shattered. He was inferior to Iyun in the Desolate Heaven technique, his backer was inferior to Iyun, and now, even his strength was inferior to Iyun. One can imagine the setback Lin Yu felt to be completely overshadowed by a bumpkin from the backwater east when he was a child of a large family clan. As Lin Yu was on the verge of collapse, Iyun disappeared from his view. Iyun had used his movement technique to shoot out like an arrow in a particular direction. In the blink of an eye, he had flown 100 meters away. Oh? What is he doing? People were stunned. As they were still immersed in the shock of Iyun killing the ancient desolate beast, they had not reacted in time. Retrieving his arrow? A youth was stunned. He watched puzzledly as Iyun picked up the arrow 100 meters away. It was the wind-chasing arrow that Iyun had shot out previously. Picking up an arrow he shot? Was he that poor? Iyun's wind-chasing arrows were of course top-grade items in the Taya Divine Kingdom, but in the eyes of the Tian Yuan world, it was definitely not considered a good arrow. Iyun was not poor at all now, especially after robbing Shintu Nantian and the Thousand-Hand Granny. Amongst the younger generation in their teens, he could be said to be a tycoon. Iyun of course did not care for one wind-chasing arrow. He had purposely flown so far away to pick up the wind-chasing arrow was not because of the arrow, but the ancient desolate beast's crystal. Just now when Iyun killed the ancient desolate beast, there was utter chaos. People were still shocked by the death of the ancient desolate beast, so they did not notice a crystal had flown out from its body. Even if they noticed it, they did not have Iyun's energy vision, so they would not have been able to tell what was unusual about the crystal. Now, Iyun was using the excuse of picking his arrow to keep the crystal into his interspatial ring without anyone knowing. As he had used his body as concealment, no one noticed it throughout this whole time. At the split second Iyun stored the crystal, he saw clearly that it was a crystal the size of a thumbnail. It looked like a desolate bone relic refined using a special mystic technique. In the world of warriors, desolate bone relics were the most efficient source of energy. It could be used to power large arrays, and drive airships, etc. There was no doubt that the ancient Great Empress had left behind a large amount of desolate bone relics in the mystic realm when she set it up. To prevent the energy inside the desolate bone relic from slowly disappearing over time, there was definitely a large array in the mystic realm used to gather heaven-earth yuan chi so as to nourish the desolate bone relic. And the whirlpool of the god burial abyss had sucked in limitless amounts of heaven-earth yuan chi, so under the nourishment of such heaven-earth yuan chi, the desolate bone relics in the mystic realm had become even purer and of higher quality. Under such circumstances, Iyun definitely would not miss out on such a desolate bone relic. He is after all a person from the backwater east, he can't change his miserly nature. He can't even bear to part with a low-quality arrow. The youth from the Shintu family clan gritted his teeth as he spoke. Although Yi Yun had shot the desolate beast to death in one shot, something even Gong Sun Hong could not do, caused him to feel great fear. He would still take every opportunity to tarnish Yi Yun's reputation. This was also understandable. About 100 meters away, Yi Yun seemed to notice something. He chuckled and gave the Shintu youth a deep glance. And this glance made the Shintu youth's face turn pale white. He subconsciously took a step back. After he killed the ancient desolate beast, the pressure Yi Yun gave to others was too great. This kid. The Shintu youth swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva as his voice trembled. There must be a mistake somewhere. He thought viciously. He could not believe that Yi Yun was both a desolate heaven technique genius and a martial arts genius at the same time. And at this moment, a divine beam fell from the sky. This beam was colorful, and similar to the beam that shot on Gong Sun Hong from before. However, its color was more vivid and its intensity was many times stronger. That is the Empyrean mark. People exclaimed as they felt envy and jealousy. Yi Yun had easily passed the first trial. He had completed it more perfectly than Gong Sun Hong, so how could he not receive an Empyrean mark? The divine beam condensed on Yi Yun's arm, forming a tattoo. The tattoo looked like beautiful scales closely spaced together. As they looked at Yi Yun's arm, their eyes went into a daze. Was this really an Empyrean mark? There was too many. Gong Sun Hong only had one Empyrean mark imprinted on him. But on Yi Yun's arm, it was a whole segment of Empyrean marks. This made many of the young elites present hold their breaths. In just that few seconds, there were already more than 20 Empyrean marks, and it did not seem to have an end. The difference was too great. Yi Yun's trial was naturally better than Gong Sun Hong's, but it was not to the point of such a huge gap. There's almost 30. People's lips twitched as they saw the beautiful Empyrean tattoo on Yi Yun's arm. They wished they could have it for themselves. Unfortunately, the Empyrean mark was only usable by the person himself. Even if others cut off Yi Yun's arm, it was also useless. Amongst the people, Gong Sun Hong's expression was sullen as he looked at Yi Yun's arm. He had only one Empyrean mark. It was originally a mark of pride for him, but now compared to Yi Yun, this single Empyrean mark had become a mockery and humiliation for him. Gong Sun Hong had always been the center of attention, but now in the great Empress mystic realm, he had completely been put down by Yi Yun. He had proposed the viewpoint that the ancient desolate beast was undefeatable, and he had followed this rule, and had passed the trial in a seemingly perfect manner. However, his perfection had not lasted very long before it was mercilessly crushed by Yi Yun. Now, with the huge number difference in Empyrean marks, it was already clear that he had barely passed the trial. And the only person to have perfectly passed the trial was Yi Yun alone. This setback made the proud Gong Sun Hong, who had been accustomed to impressing others, very uncomfortable. I didn't expect that the ancient desolate beast's weakness was in its mouth. This kid's luck is too good to shoot at the ancient desolate beast's weakness with one arrow, killing it in one blow. If I knew where its weakness was, then I could have killed the ancient desolate beast. It would be very easy. Just one sword chi would suffice. Gong Sun Hong was unwilling to accept the fact that he had been trampled on by Yi Yun as he said with a deep voice. He would rather die than believe that Yi Yun's attacking power exceeded his. And in fact, the arrow that Yi Yun shot didn't even look special. Then that could only show that Yi Yun's luck was good. He had managed to kill the ancient desolate beast due to luckily hitting its weakness. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 446, The Eliminated Ones. Chapter 446, The Eliminated Ones. Yi Yun was the last cultivator, so after he defeated the ancient desolate beast, the bridge of light trembled before completely disappearing. The only thing remaining was the divine beam from the heavens that landed on Yi Yun's body. After about 30 seconds, all the light condensed on Yun's arm, becoming Empyrean marks. These Empyrean marks were colorful and they were like dragon scales arranged nicely together, looking very beautiful. All the people present were warriors with extraordinary eyesight. With a glance, they could tell how many Empyrean marks Yun received. There was a total of 36. So many. Seeing the Empyrean marks on Yun's arm, Lin Yu's eyes turned red with envy. As long as Yun could enter the Great Empress Vault, all those Empyrean marks could be exchanged for a tremendous opportunity by Yun. Why is this happening? In the Lin family, Yun had been greatly appreciated by the matriarch. Lin Yu believed that the Great Empress Mystic Realm, a place that tested one's martial arts, would be his stage, but who knew that he would end up being inferior to Yun? He had specially used a mystic technique and barely passed the trial after enduring severe injuries. In contrast, Yun had passed without a single injury, and he had obtained a large number of Empyrean marks. This difference was staggering. That kid's luck is so good for him to bet correctly. Gong Sun Hong looked at the 36 Empyrean marks on Yun's arm as he said in a gloomy voice. At this moment, Gong Sun Hong was in a bad mood. Beside Gong Sun Hong, there was a youth who followed his lead and echoed, "Some people tend to aim for a desolate beast's eyes or mouth, thinking that is where its weakness is. Actually, against real big ancient desolate beasts, this action is very dumb, especially when attacking the mouth. The person could be crushed into pieces because of this." Who knew that the Great Empress Mystic Realm had such a rudimentary setting, to put the desolate beast's weakness in its mouth? We have overestimated this mystic realm. Gong Sun Hong did not respond to his lackey's words, but his expression revealed that he had silently agreed to those words. Yun only chuckled slightly when he heard this, nor did he explain anything. He had indeed used trickery to attack the ancient desolate beast's weakness, but without the guidance of the energy vision, there was no meaning to attacking the mouth of the ancient desolate beast. Gong Sun Hong refused to admit defeat due to his arrogance, and instead, he chose to look down on the Great Empress Mystic Realm. With such thoughts, he was bound to suffer eventually. Upon thinking about this, a playful smile suffused on Yun's lips. He naturally wished to see the situation of a person who had good relations with Shintu Nantian and who wanted his life to be down on his luck. In this trial, Yun had already obtained 36 Empyrean marks and one ancient relic. Injecting his mental energy into his interspatial ring, he saw the mysterious crystal floating in his interspatial ring. Yun was raring to find a spot where he could examine the usage of the ancient relic without anyone seeing it. At this moment, the Great Empress Mystic Realm made an announcement. Everyone who had passed the first trial could carry on to the next level. And those who were eliminated would be sent out of the Great Empress Mystic Realm collectively in 15 minutes. After hearing this, many of the young elites who had failed felt depressed. They had hoped to broaden their horizons by entering the Great Empress Mystic Realm, but reality was cruel. These people did not even pass the first round, so it was a huge setback for them. Of course, there were people who also looked forward to the end of the trial. For example, the fat youth who attempted the trial first. He had his arm torn off by the ancient desolate beast, and now, the broken arm was turning blue from a lack of blood flow. The fat youth's face was also pale as his lips quivered. He had endured 2 hours of torture, and he was nearing his limits. Now, he only wished to rush out as soon as possible, returning to his Sioux family and be treated by his Sioux family elders because there might still be a chance for him to save his arm. Or else, his martial path would come to an end. Geniuses who lost an arm would be more inferior to second-class warriors. At this moment, outside the Great Empress Mystic Realm, in the huge god burial abyss, there was seawater being swallowed continuously. In the turbulent seawater, there were people from various family clans and sects waiting here. Only a fraction of the people from the various large factions who came entered the Mystic Realm to search for treasures, and the rest were left outside to receive their people. Juniors who had failed would be eliminated by the Great Empress Mystic Realm, so without the elders receiving them, these juniors would be sucked into the god burial abyss, and smashed into pieces. Many of the elders from the various factions were feeling uneasy. According to the Shinto family clan's Jade Scroll, most of the people who failed the trials would be severely injured, but there were also deaths. The youths from these various factions, who had entered the Great Empress Mystic Realm, were all painstakingly selected elites. Death of any one of them would be quite a big loss to these large factions. According to the Jade Scroll, the first trial's elimination will happen after 3 hours. It's still early. An elder from the Shinto family clan said, but at this moment, the entrance to the Great Empress Mystic Realm began trembling. It was as if the surface of an area of water had been hit by a falling rock. Oh? Has the first trial already ended? So soon? People were alarmed and surprised. However, they were not careless. Many of the elders focused and prepared to receive the juniors from their factions. On the Lin family's side, Matriarch Lin had her full attention on the entrance. She did not enter the Great Empress Mystic Realm, and she knew that the Shinto family clan had made the news public, luring more than 10 factions to enter the Great Empress Mystic Realm. The Lin family knew deeply that even if they entered the Great Empress Mystic Realm, there were very low chances of getting anything good, so only Elder Huowen took 4 or 5 elders into the Great Empress Mystic Realm. As for the remaining elders of the Lin family, including Matriarch Lin and Elder Tianzhu, they stayed outside the Mystic Realm. With such a strong lineup, they could also greatly protect their Lin family's juniors. As the entrance's trembling grew more intense, a youth was ejected out of it finally. It was a young girl. When she was ejected out, her hair was disheveled, and she looked quite pathetic. As her hair and blood was covering her looks, it was hard to tell who she was. However, many of the elders present were fully focused, so with a scan, they could tell the girl's identity. A woman dressed in red from her faction flashed forward immediately, saving her from the intense turbulent water flow. A warm energy surged over, isolating the suction power of the god burial abyss. At the same time, the woman dressed in red took an elixir out to feed the girl, so as to let her recuperate. Although someone from her side had been eliminated, the woman dressed in red was not too upset as the girl was not seriously injured. She would be fine after some treatment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.